Welcome to Manhwa Krush, where legends are born. The story opens with a man standing atop a mountain of corpses. He demands to know why Luo Wei did this to him, recalling how they once stood like brothers who had fought side by side through life and death. Luo Wei answers by bringing up the very beginning of the calamity. Monsters had poured out from bizarre spatial rifts, spreading chaos across the world. As time passed, those rifts came to be called dungeons, and anyone who came into contact with them awakened mysterious abilities known as classes. Because of this, the class core was established to conquer those dungeons, and they pushed forward in victory. Luo Wei fixes his gaze on the protagonist and reveals that this very reason is why he must be removed. The man had grown beyond control, and powerful class users could easily shake the Empire's order, while he, having exceeded even Triple S rank, had become the most dangerous threat of all. Absolute power, Luo Wei insists, must remain with the royal family, because only then can the Empire stay stable. With fury burning in his eyes, the protagonist asks if that justification excuses the slaughter of his family and comrades. Malice flickers in Luo Wei's gaze as he states that everything he has done is for the Empire's stability, and before the protagonist can even draw another breath, Luo Wei sets off a massive explosion, revealing he had tampered with the protagonist's armor long before this moment. The blast tears through him while injecting a compound poison into his wounds. Luo Wei is certain that after an SSS-rank battle, the protagonist will lack the strength to resist, and to guarantee it, he has assembled an entire army, calling it his final show of respect. As death closes in, the protagonist's mind drifts back to the memories he shared with Luo Wei. At that instant, his hidden skill, Mirror World, fulfills its activation conditions. As an SSS-rank hidden ability, it is the ultimate power capable of reverting everything. His life fades, and his soul sinks into a lake. Decades later, two boys are seen tormenting another boy, binding him to a tree and forcing his body beneath the lake surface. One of them drives a punch into his stomach and tells the other to dunk him again, and as they continue, they jeer and mock him without restraint, deciding that if he keeps pretending, they will hold him under even longer to teach him a lesson, laughing at his expression as they plan to drag him out only to beat him a few more times. The boy reaches the point where he can no longer hold his breath. He cannot understand why he is always the one forced to suffer. At that moment, the protagonist's soul begins to awaken. A bespectacled boy approaches the bullies and tells them to stop, warning that the boy is going to die. One bully turns with a scornful look and replies that if he is about to die, he should just heal himself, since that is what a chanter is for, even though he knows it will not help much. He then adds that the boy with glasses is nothing but a hypocrite, since he was the one who led them straight to this victim in the first place. By that logic, if the boy dies, the blame falls entirely on him. The bespectacled boy immediately panics and insists he only did it because he was forced to. That answer only irritates the bully further, and he raises his hand, ready to strike him. But at that instant, something unusual occurs. As an intense light begins to rise from the lake, the bullies break into a terrified retreat, shouting that a dungeon has appeared and that they must escape, because a newly formed dungeon is far beyond what they can handle. The boy with glasses, however, keeps his focus locked on the boy they had been tormenting, and seeing he is still submerged, he rushes toward the rope, fully aware that he has to save him. In that same moment, the lake suddenly dries up, and monsters start emerging. He hurriedly begins untying the knots, and while his attention is fixed on that, one of the monsters suddenly lunges at him. But at the critical moment, the bound boy grabs his clothes and yanks him clear of the attack's path. Immediately after, he stretches out his hand and activates a skill called Glacial Impact. A system notification appears, stating that basic heal has been used on Minor Demon A, but the attempt fails because the target's HP is already full. The boy with glasses is thrown into confusion, unable to understand why a healing skill was used on a monster. When the creature attacks again, he hastily summons a shield, managing to block it just in time. As the protagonist opens his information window, he sees the name Yunche along with the chanter class. He quickly understands that he just cast a healing ability and that this body does not belong to him. Under normal circumstances, anyone who comes into contact with a dungeon binds to the system and receives a random starting class, which cannot be changed. From there, they develop their strength within dungeons, acquiring abilities that align with their class. Yet he himself had once been a warrior who stood at the very peak, and in that past life, he activated a skill known as Mirror World, after which he became trapped within it, remaining there until he heard the dying cry of this boy. Only then does he fully grasp that he has been revived inside this boy's body. It is hardly a comforting realization, yet he still offers silent thanks to the boy for granting him a chance at revenge. The boy with glasses urgently tells Yunche that monsters are closing in from all sides and asks for help at once, admitting he can handle no more than 3. The protagonist understands that this body is far too weak, to the point that even these minor enemies exceed his limits, and given their speed, escape is not even an option. When he opens his skill window, he finds nothing useful. Basic heal restores only 1 to 4 HP, while entangling vines merely summons vines to restrain a single target, and even that comes with a low chance of success. The chanter class is overly specialized, built for support yet inferior in every role, which explains why it has always been looked down upon. For the moment, relying only on his past combat instincts, Yunche manages to hold out briefly as he dodges the monster's attack, fully aware he needs a quick escape. Because once his stamina is gone, death will follow. At this point, the hidden skill Mirror World remains his only chance. He avoids another strike without understanding how the skill truly functions and reaches out to touch the monster, only for the attempt to fail because its activation conditions are not satisfied, leaving him unsure whether the issue lies with his low level or the absence of an actual mirror. When he tries again on the monster, the result is the same, with the system indicating failure due to insufficient level. Observing this, he deduces that Mirror World likely requires a reflective surface, and since the level problem cannot yet be resolved, he decides to test a different target. He activates the skill on the monster's weapon, but it fails again due to the same limitation, then repeats the attempt on a ragged loincloth with identical results, while the boy with glasses grows frantic and tells him to stop wasting time on useless skills because he cannot hold out much longer. At that moment, a surge of energy crashes down from the sky, and a creature identified as a malformed overlord, level 10, appears. The boy with glasses immediately realizes they are finished, knowing that defeating an elite monster like this requires at least level 10. More waves of energy begin descending one after another, and his eyes widen in terror, until his legs give out and he collapses onto the ground. Before them, hundreds of vicious monsters materialize. While the protagonist continues testing his skill, the monsters begin charging straight at them, and Yunche finds that he cannot even activate his ability on nearby rocks, leading him to wonder if the level gap is simply too great. He then decides to try using the skill on Xiao Xi's makeshift barrier, but the system notifies him of failure, stating that the abilities of others cannot be reversed. Realizing this limitation, a smile appears on his face, as it confirms he can instead reverse his own skills. The moment he applies Mirror World to his own ability, the system announces that it has successfully reversed his entangling vine skill. Yunche immediately casts Chaotic Thorns, unleashing countless spikes erupting from the ground. As one monster moves into attack, another creature, surrounded by a red aura, strikes it instead, inadvertently saving Xiao Xi, who is left confused and unable to understand what is happening. Yunche, however, realizes that the skill's effect has been completely inverted, changing from immobilization into confusion. Originally, entangling vines could bind a single target with a low chance of immobilizing it, but after being reversed into Chaotic Thorns, it now sends thorns lashing outward with a low probability of inflicting confusion. The monsters turn on one another, driven by the confusion effect that forces afflicted targets to strike at anything nearby. And seeing this, the protagonist cannot suppress a smile as he realizes that what once seemed like a useless skill has become formidable after reversal, prompting him to consider what might happen if he did the same to all his abilities. Mirror World proves worthy of its name, as an SSS rank hidden skill that not only inverts the effects of abilities but also enhances them overall. In its normal form, the skill would have had a low success rate, with any restraint lasting no more than a single second, nowhere near its current strength. Picking up a sword lodged in the ground, he continues to wonder about reversing his remaining skills, and his focus settles on Empowered Strike, which consumes 20 mana, lasts 30 seconds, and grants a 5% attack increase to one unit, ending once that unit expends mana. When Yunche reverses it, the skill becomes Trick Blade, now costing 40 mana, lasting 60 seconds, and granting a 10% attack increase every time mana is consumed. He activates Trick Blade, and a powerful aura immediately envelops his sword, making him realize that each skill activation now stacks a 10% boost to his attack, with 60 seconds on the timer. Simply triggering it means every use of a skill will amplify his attack power, revealing enormous potential. Yunche levels up, reaching level 6. He notices that many monsters have already died through their own infighting and understands that they yield a solid amount of experience. When one monster attempts a sneak attack, he reacts instantly and blocks it. His attention shifts to his HP bar, showing 480 health and 120 mana, and he notes that leveling up fully restores his mana. With the monsters still in disarray, he decides to further test Trick Blade. Yunche casts Chaotic Thorns, consuming mana and triggering Trick Blade's effect, causing his mana to drop rapidly while his attack keeps climbing by 10% with each consumption. Soon, he is left with 12 mana, but his attack has surged by 120%, with 44 seconds still remaining. His eyes sharpen as he locks onto a monster rushing toward him, realizing this ability defies all norms by letting him reach 2.2 times his attack power with ease. As the monster strikes, he deflects the attack, slips behind it, and carves a deep wound across its back before cutting into its stomach. Xiao Xi is left stunned. He can hardly believe that the person moving before him is Yunche, watching in disbelief as a mere level 5 chanter displays such capability, leaving him questioning since when chanters possessed abilities like this. Our boy continues pressing forward, cutting down monsters one after another without pause. With his level 6 attributes, 120 mana, and a regeneration rate of 1 mana per second, he calculates that he could theoretically push his attack power up to 2.3 times its base. In a single swift exchange, he brings down a level 11 monster and allows himself a faint smile. From this, he judges that his current strength is just enough to contend with level 11 elites. At that moment, a hand suddenly rises from the ground. Yunche's focus immediately locks onto it. As a level 21 creature known as the Battle Fiend Chimera bursts out from below and lets out a deafening roar. It turns and wipes out the surrounding lesser monsters in a single motion. Xiao Xi's eyes fill with fear, while Yunche instead feels a flicker of surprise at encountering a hidden level 21 boss within this dungeon. The boss then charges straight toward him, and when Yunche attempts to use Chaotic Thorns, the skill fails, as the creature is immune to chaos. Just as the monster is about to strike, Xiao Xi steps forward and raises a shield in front of him. Yunche is briefly taken aback, and soon after, he notices a familiar figure nearby. A blonde-haired boy calls him an idiot, scolding him for ignoring his warning not to rush ahead. Yunche's eyes widen at the sight. The boss's attack crashes down, instantly shattering Xiao Xi's shield, and slamming his body heavily into the ground. Yunche immediately rushes to his side, extends his hand, and begins activating his skills. He casts Basic Heal on Xiao Xi, restoring 1 HP at the cost of mana, reducing him to 54 points, while Trick Blade triggers and grants a 10% increase in damage. The heal activates again right after, this time landing a critical that restores 5 HP, leaving Yunche with only 1 mana. Noting how pitiful a chanter's healing truly is, he asks Xiao Xi if he has any health potions, and Xiao Xi replies that he has one reserved for emergencies, prompting Yunche to tell him to drink it, while noting that Trick Blade now has 85 seconds remaining. Meanwhile, the boss continues slaughtering the remaining monsters, and Yunche understands that he is still no match for it. But with most of the mobs nearly wiped out, a plan begins to form in his mind. Raising his blade, he tells Xiao Xi to hold on for a minute as he intends to finish off the remaining monsters, leaving Xiao Xi startled. Our boy moves like a thunderclap, cutting through the monsters in rapid succession until none remain, during which Trick Blade's duration drops to 0. As he levels up, his HP and mana are fully restored to 80-20. Without delay, he reactivates Trick Blade by repeatedly casting Chaotic Thorns, each instance of mana consumption triggering the skill's effect, with each activation increasing his attack by another 10%, and he understands that reaching at least a 400% boost is necessary to bring down the boss. He continues cutting through monsters, leveling up once more and restoring his mana to 110, then casts Chaotic Thorns to gain a 10% increase while dropping to 101 mana. Repeats it for another 10% as his mana falls to 92, and calculates that he must trigger Chaotic Thorns 40 times within 50 seconds, meaning he needs to reach level 10. Xiao Xi can only stare in shock, unable to accept what he is witnessing. Yunche continues leveling up repeatedly as the boss prepares to strike. But at that moment, our boy begins to glow, having reached level 12, with Trick Blade now granting a 510% boost and lasting 95 seconds, which is more than enough to confront the boss. Yunche bursts forward like lightning and severs one of its arms, then vanishes from sight and reappears behind it, unleashing a relentless of slashes, inflicting immense pain before the creature can even respond. And in the next instant, he reduces its body to pieces, defeating a level 21 boss with over 10,000 HP in the blink of an eye. With its death, he gains 3 levels and rises to level 15. Xiao Xi remains frozen in disbelief, unsure whether he is dreaming, questioning if a mere level 5 chanter has just solo cleared an entirely new dungeon, and with the dungeon lord defeated, the dungeon itself is cleared. He steps forward and asks Yunche if it is really him. The fallen monsters leave behind items, and a system prompts Yunche to collect them. Xiao Xi wants to understand how he suddenly became so powerful, while Yunche drifts into memories of his past. And upon looking at Xiao Xi's face, he asks about his connection to Xiao Benben. Xiao Xi is stunned, unable to comprehend how Yunche knows his great-grandfather's nickname. Yunche, in turn, is slightly surprised to discover that Xiao Xi is actually Xiao Benben's great-grandson. Memories of Xiao Benben resurface in his mind, and his eyes grow heavy with sorrow as he recalls that everyone he once knew was killed by Luo Wei. Just as he is about to ask more about Xiao Benben, Xiao Xi looks away and says there is no need to discuss it now, adding that if Yunche does not wish to answer his question, he does not have to, and that there is no reason to humiliate him like this. Yunche is left confused, unsure what prompted such a reaction, as Xiao Xi explains that, for reasons he cannot understand, Yunche must have been concealing his true strength all along. He then suggests they return to school, since the next day there will be a visit to the Modern History Memorial Hall and skipping classes would draw attention, while Yunche tightens his fist, his anger surging uncontrollably. He chooses to go along with Xiao Xi for now, yet inwardly understands that revealing his true identity is impossible at this stage, since any deeper investigation from Xiao Xi could easily lead to suspicion. Yunche turns his thoughts toward the Modern History Memorial Hall, realizing it should contain records of everything that happened after his death. The following day, they board the subway on their way to school, with the students buzzing in excitement. So much has changed with time, and after being gone for so many years, he sees that the world itself has undergone massive transformation. He is astonished to find that dungeon-derived materials are now used to power vehicles, and while many of these developments are completely unfamiliar, some resemble things he once encountered inside dungeons long ago. Opening his system inventory, he wonders whether only monster drops can be taken out of dungeons, then equips the Chimera Bone Ring, a level 14 item crafted from the rib of the battlefield Chimera, the Flesh and Bone Dungeon Lord, which grants the ability to attach a Chimera limb to the wearer's body. He retrieves the Robust Physique skill book from his inventory, noting its excellent quality, passive classification, and universal compatibility, and realizes that such equipment and skill books can indeed be brought out through the inventory and even traded outside dungeons. He confirms that the Resilient Physique skill is active, a permanent passive that reduces incoming physical damage. Anything that could not be stored in the inventory after defeating the Dungeon Lord must have vanished along with the dungeon itself. A look of confusion crosses his face, as he still cannot piece together what truly happened following his death. Before long, they arrive at the Modern History Memorial Hall, and the first thing that catches his eye is a statue of Luo Wei, hailed as the supreme ruler of the kingdom and the emperor who brought an end to the dungeon disasters. The teacher begins leading the students through the hall, explaining that more than 50 years ago, this very place had been the battlefield of that well-known rebellion. He continues, saying that during that time, humanity suffered greatly from the dungeons, especially after the emergence of the most terrifying triple S-rank dungeon, which plunged everyone into fear. King Luo Wei personally commanded a professional army to confront it, and despite enduring heavy losses, he ultimately succeeded in conquering the dreadful dungeon. However, at that very moment, a carefully orchestrated rebellion erupted, and its mastermind, as everyone knows, was Yunche. Yunche is described as the man once deeply trusted by the king, who ultimately turned into an ungrateful traitor. Hearing this, Yunche finds it impossible to remain calm, as anger surges within him at seeing history twisted in such a way, knowing that it was they who cleared the triple S-rank dungeon and they who were ambushed. The teacher clenches his fist, remarking that it is impossible to imagine the pain of being betrayed under those circumstances. Yet despite that suffering, their king endured the grief and continued to fight with blood and courage. In the end, with the assistance of the hero Ding Kuan, the rebellion was successfully suppressed. Hearing that name, Yunche's eyes flicker with curiosity, as he wonders whether such a person ever truly existed. At that moment, the same bullies who had tormented him at the lake appear, visibly confused that they are still alive, questioning how this could be possible after being dragged, along with Yunche and Xiao Xi, into a newly formed dungeon. One of them explains that the dungeon must have already been cleared, reasoning that for a new dungeon to disappear so quickly, a powerful expert had to be nearby. He goes on to say that they were incredibly fortunate to have encountered such a master. While Yunche fixes his gaze on them, recognizing them as the ones who had abused this body's original owner. Meanwhile, the surrounding students begin crowding around Ding Shu, eager to hear what he is talking about. They react with disbelief, questioning whether he truly encountered a newly formed dungeon, and even more astonishingly, whether he survived such a disaster. Ding Shu casually drapes an arm over Xiao Xi's shoulder and remarks that they were quite lucky to escape with their lives, then lowers his voice, admitting that they had nearly dragged them into that dungeon that day, before demanding to know how they intend to repay that debt. Xiao Xi immediately panics and insists that everything was Ding Shu's fault, threatening to report him for almost getting both him and Yunche killed. In response, Ding Shu grabs Xiao Xi by the head, questioning what he is thinking and realizing he seems completely unaware of the situation. He then forces Xiao Xi to look toward the statue ahead, telling him to observe how his ancestor is being trampled beneath the hero, revealing that his ancestor was the traitor Xiao Yan and that Xiao Xi is his descendant. Finally, he asks whether Xiao Xi truly believes anyone would take his side. Ding Shu raises his voice, declaring that Xiao Xi can insult him if he wants, but he will not tolerate any insult toward his ancestor, leaving Xiao Xi frozen in shock. The surrounding crowd gathers even more tightly, fully aware that Ding Shu's grandfather is the hero Ding Kun. At this revelation, Yun Che's eyes begin to burn with anger. The students quickly realize that the person beside them is Xiao Xi, a descendant of Xia. To them, a descendant of a traitor daring to insult a hero feels like the world has been turned upside down, and they recall how his ancestor, Xiao Xi, had slaughtered countless people, believing that without the hero's intervention, even more would have died. Ding Shu continues his display, making it clear that he does not care what is said about him behind his back, but that he will never allow anyone to insult his ancestor to his face. The teacher steps forward, rests a hand on Xiao Xi's shoulder, and tells him to apologize, reminding him that as his instructor he has always been fair, and that in the past, the hero had already shown mercy to his family. He concludes by saying that even if Xiao Xi feels no gratitude, he still has no right to slander the hero. With that said, the teacher turns and walks away. Ding Shu then places a hand on Xiao Xi's head and remarks that if he were to beat him in public, the crowd would only cheer. After all, no one would step in to protect a vicious dog being punished, especially one as despised as Xiao Xi. Grabbing him by the hair, Ding Shu demands to know if he truly believes that someone like him, a descendant of a hero, could ever be in the wrong. He raises his hand, preparing to strike Xiao Xi, but in the next instant, a kick slams into his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Xiao Xi's eyes widen in shock. As Yun Che stands there, fury blazing in his eyes, questioning whether the hero's family has no time to discipline their own brats. Around them, students begin recording, wondering if that really is Yun Che, commenting that he feels like a completely different person, and expressing disbelief that he dared to hit Ding Shu, calling him insane. While others recall that he is only level 5, the weakest in the class, questioning what could have changed to make him act like this, noting that he has no parents and has always been withdrawn with no friends, leading them to think he has lost his mind. Ding Shu wipes the blood from his cheek and scoffs that Yun Che is nothing more than a punching bag who should be grateful he was not targeted before, unable to accept that he dared to strike him while he was off guard. He and his companions immediately rush toward Yun Che. Yun Che moves like a thunderclap, slipping past their attacks and striking them before they can even react. Ding Shu drops to his knees, blood spilling from his mouth. The surrounding students begin whispering among themselves. Ding Shu is left stunned, unable to comprehend Yun Che's speed. The students, confused by what they have witnessed, question how he was brought down so easily again, and begin to wonder if Ding Shu might actually be weak. Enraged, Ding Shu refuses to accept that a so-called trash-tier level 5 support could overpower him, and immediately activates the skill Hell, boosting his attack power by 25%. He equips the Fire-Forged Hammer, raising his attack to 314, convincing himself that Yun Che's earlier success was nothing but luck. And without hesitation, he charges forward once more. Yun Che reacts instantly, seizing the opening with precise movement. He drives a punch straight into Ding Shu's jaw, using the skill Blade of Trickery, which boosts his attack power by 80%. Ding Shu is left completely stunned. Without giving him a moment to recover, our boy follows up with a kick that sends him crashing heavily onto the ground. A guard rushes over, and upon seeing Yun Che standing over Ding Shu, immediately asks if there is a healer present. The surrounding students remain in shock at Yun Che's speed, still recalling that he is supposed to be only level 5. Even the blonde girl and her companion are visibly stunned. The guard firmly states that fighting is forbidden inside the hall due to the risk of damaging its contents, then turns to the teacher and questions why he has failed to control his students. The teacher begins walking toward Yun Che, declaring that he has not only insulted a hero but has now gone so far as to attack his descendant. In his view, Yun Che is utterly shameless, and as he draws his sword, Yun Che's attention locks onto him. Activating the ring, our boy stands his ground, and when the teacher strikes, the blade shatters into fragments, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Yun Che calmly remarks that the matter of who is truly shameless can be set aside for now, pointing out that despite claiming fairness, the teacher appears to have listened only to Ding Shu's version of events, and directly questions whether he is trying to curry favor with his family. The teacher rebukes him for speaking nonsense, but his gaze soon shifts to the ring on Yun Che's hand, wondering what kind of equipment it could be, since even without using full strength, his attack had been stopped. As a powerful aura begins to radiate from him, Yun Che casually adds that it was merely an offhand remark and that he does not truly believe the teacher to be that kind of person. The students are left in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Yun Che managed to block the teacher's strike, while the teacher states that he will thoroughly investigate the cause of this conflict, all the while wondering where Yun Che obtained such equipment and whether he might have backing of his own. The ring on Yun Che's finger, the Chimera Bone Ring, already has its durability reduced by 37%, and despite being of epic grade, it remains gear taken from a level 21 lord, making its use against a level 35 teacher a considerable strain. Yun Che then requests to be expelled from the hall as punishment, along with Xiao Xi. Xiao Xi rises and follows after him with a confused expression, while the other students continue to marvel at how Yunche managed to block the teacher's attack, questioning whether such a feat is even possible for a student. The teacher instructs the others to cast healing spells on Ding Shu. And in the meantime, Yunche and Xiao Xi leave the hall. Grief weighed on him as he struggled to accept that, in the end, no one had survived, and that Ben Ben had already been killed long ago by that so-called hero. He kept his eyes on Xiao Xi, thinking that if he asked anything at this moment, Xiao Xi would answer without hesitation. After giving a light cough, he admitted that his understanding of history was poor, then asked Xiao Xi to recount in detail the deeds of that hero, Ding Kuan. Xiao Xi grew uneasy, saying he wasn't entirely sure his memory was accurate. But from what he recalled, the hero Ding Kuan had uncovered the grand villain Yunche's conspiracy ahead of time. He went on to explain that Ding Kuan had arranged an ambush near the triple S-rank dungeon to provide support, and through that plan, the entire rebellion crisis had been resolved. Hearing this, Yunche felt a trace of surprise. Memories from his previous life began surfacing, bringing back the moment when they themselves had fallen into an ambush. Xiao Xi continued, explaining that Ding Kuan had dreamed of resolving the dungeon crisis since childhood and had trained tirelessly toward that goal. After being recognized and elevated by the king, he spent years fighting across the land, saving countless regions from disasters, including the renowned Great Cataclysm of Winterfell City. Yunche lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought, as the image of his former self standing atop a mountain of corpses appeared in his mind. With a subdued expression, Yunche asked about the sword held by the hero's statue, and Xiao Xi replied that it was the flowing cloud sword, adding that according to the tale, it was a very blade the hero had used to execute the traitor Yunche, a top-tier weapon. At those words, Yunche's eyes flared with fury, realizing that not only had his glory and accomplishments been taken, but even his sword had been claimed. In that instant, he resolved that Ding Kuan would be the first to die. Outside the Ding family compound, several high-level warriors moved about on patrol. All at once, one of them paused as his eyes sharpened, his attention caught by something unusual. In the distance, he spotted Yunche and Xiao Xi slipping quietly into an alley. Dismissing them as mere passers-by, he chose not to dwell on it. Sensing how vigilant the man was, Yunche speculated that he might be a wanderer possessing a scouting ability. Xiao Xi urged Yunche to leave, pointing out that there were too many guards and warning that even if they managed to sneak inside, the moment Ding Shu returned, they would be finished. Though Yunche wished to charge in and kill the so-called hero Ding Kuan outright, he understood that such a move was impossible. Xiao Xi explained that Ding Kuan spent all his time inside a high-level dungeon. Unlike in the past, dungeons could no longer be freely entered or exited. Now, all high-level ones were under strict military control. An entry required a special pass, though Yunche was certain that such a pass would be kept somewhere within Ding Kuan's household. Yunche asked whether it was really necessary for this family to maintain so many guards, given that they were merely one branch among dozens descended from Ding Kuan. Xiao Xi explained that, after all, they were the lineage of a hero, and moreover, they even possessed a dungeon within their own estate. Hearing that, Yunche's eyes widened in surprise at the idea of a dungeon existing inside someone's home. Xiao Xi added that low-level dungeons had long since become commodities traded privately, though such things were far beyond the reach of anyone lacking power or status. He continued, pointing out that Ding Shu was constantly surrounded by guards, allowing him to hunt monsters and level up whenever he pleased, while ordinary students like them could only do so during school dungeon exercises, where they even had to compete with each other for monsters. Yunche came to realize just how drastically this era had changed, and questioned whether that meant the wealthier and more influential someone was, the higher their level would naturally become. Xiao Xi nodded, explaining that most ordinary people graduate at around level 15 to 20, and since many lose access to dungeons afterward, they remain stuck at that stage. If someone managed to secure dungeon-related work, such as a miner or ranger in a national dungeon, they might, by middle age, approach level 30. Meanwhile, guards like those serving the Ding family could rely on their private dungeon, enabling them to reach roughly level 30 as well. To go beyond that, one generally needed to be recruited into the military or join an official organization, such as a guild or military academy through school evaluations, since only then could they enter higher-level dungeons and continue advancing. Yunche understood that if he intended to grow stronger, obtaining that pass was absolutely crucial. Xiao Xi urged him once more to leave, stressing that the gap in strength was too great and that no matter his skill, he could not stand against those guards. Yunche knew his current power was nowhere near enough to kill that so-called hero, let alone the supreme King Luo Wei, who was protected behind countless layers of defense. Even so, he was aware that scouting abilities gained around level 30 were typically limited in range. Skills like Eagle Eye, heightened hearing, or summoning a spirit scout, and none of them could monitor an entire mansion around the clock. On top of that, this was not a life-or-death dungeon, which meant most of the guards had grown lax. From this, he judged that slipping inside would be entirely within his capability. Xiao Xi immediately panicked. Ignoring him, Yunche leapt up onto the wall, thinking that compared to the new perfect surveillance found in the high-level dungeons of his previous life, the defenses here were far more relaxed. While Xiao Xi warned that even if they succeeded in entering, being inside a private dungeon like this meant they could be killed without any consequences. Yunche grabbed Xiao Xi by the collar and demanded to know whether he truly had no desire to change his life. Xiao Xi admitted that he did, but said he had intended to wait until after joining a guild. Yunche pressed him, asking if he genuinely believed the guild would be enough to change anything for him. Xiao Xi, the great-grandson of the traitor Xiao Yan. At those words, Xiao Xi's eyes filled with sorrow. Yunche pulled him up onto the wall and told him plainly that a person's fate could only be altered in the present, not by gambling on uncertain possibilities that even he himself could not be sure of. He had no intention of letting the dungeon right before him go to waste, and left the choice to Xiao Xi, whether he would follow or not. As Xiao Xi began to sweat, Yunche silently wondered whether this descendant would make the same decision as his ancestor. In the end, Xiao Xi stood up, unable to simply watch him walk toward death alone. Yunche warned him to stay silent, explaining that there were no signs of any summoning-type scouting abilities in the area. So as long as they kept their voices low, avoided direct lines of sight, and moved at the right moments, they would have no trouble slipping inside. Then, grabbing Xiao Xi and sticking to his plan, the two of them successfully infiltrated the Ding family compound. Once inside, Xiao Xi's attention was immediately drawn to the dungeon spread out beneath the ground. Entering it, they encountered two monsters, one at level 6 and the other at level 8, and Yunche observed that while the levels were slightly higher than in the previous dungeon, the number of monsters was lower, likely because Ding Shu's family regularly cleared them. Noting that there were only two minor mobs, Yunche told Xiao Xi to go ahead and try dealing with them. Fear immediately gripped Xiao Xi, and he refused, insisting there was no way he could defeat them. Ignoring his hesitation, Yunche forced him into the fight as the monsters lunged forward, prompting Xiao Xi to summon his shield and defend himself, still unable to comprehend why Yunche believed he could win. His nerves tightened, and regret crept in as he thought he never should have come. All he wanted now was to go back home. Yunche told him to try counterattacking, but Xiao Xi anxiously asked how he was supposed to find any opening to strike back. Yunche assured him calmly that he was watching and that nothing would go wrong. Choosing to trust him, Xiao Xi steadied himself, then struck out with his shield. But at that moment, the second monster attempted to ambush him from behind, only for Xiao Xi to react in time and evade the strike. Just as Yunche had anticipated, Xiao Xi's natural talent was actually quite strong. The real issue was his constant fear and tendency to panic, which kept him locked in a defensive mindset, never daring to take the initiative. However, his instinctive sense of spatial awareness was remarkably precise, and because of that, even though he constantly appeared to be in danger, his health barely dropped. Xiao Xi struck back at the monster, but his shield shattered into fragments upon impact. In that instant, Yunche moved like a bolt of lightning and killed both monsters. Xiao Xi was left slightly stunned as he felt himself level up, reaching level 7. Yunche explained that experience was distributed based on contribution, and that if Xiao Xi failed to disrupt the monsters, he would gain very little, since Yunche had dealt the killing blows. In his hand, Yunche held the crescent full bone blade, a weapon forged from the condensed resentment within a leg bone, granting him an additional 62 attack power and 11 spiritual attack. Noticing how nimble Xiao Xi's movements were, Yunche asked how he allocated his attribute points, and Xiao Xi replied that aside from spirit, he generally spread them evenly. Yunche recalled that shield bearers typically did not invest points into agility. Xiao Xi explained that without doing so, he struggled to find a team at school, since no one was willing to wait for a slow shield bearer, and by the time he arrived, the others would have already cleared all the monsters. Yunche let out a quiet sigh and told him that he needed to think long-term. He went on to explain that advanced class promotions after level 60 came with strict attribute requirements, using the Bastion Fortress class as an example, which demanded 60 stamina and 90 defense, emphasizing that attributes could not be assigned carelessly. Xiao Xi pointed out that most ordinary people only ever reach somewhere in the level 40 range in their entire lives, questioning how Yunche could even consider level 60, which was already within S-rank territory. Yunche placed a hand on his shoulder, and with a faint smile told him that from this moment onward, he could begin thinking about S-rank, and even heights far beyond it. At the same time, he needed to start planning his own class advancement path. Yunche reflected that his support class had only been revived because of the hidden skill Mirror World, and that unless something unexpected occurred, he would likely switch to a different class. Then, a realization struck him, leaving him momentarily stunned. His Mirror World skill could actually be leveled up. Within the Ding family's private dungeon, Yunche cut through monsters at an astonishing pace. His Trick Blade skill amplified his attacks, But it wore off just as he faced a level 17 zombie greed demon. And although the creature remained alive, the clash revealed both the strength and the limitations of Trick Blade in prolonged combat, as Yunche's mana and stamina were already running low. The monster eventually fell, confirming that his body could not sustain extended battles. Still, the fight brought tremendous rewards. As Yunche gained 2 levels to reach level 17, his health, mana, and attributes surged upward, and he obtained 2 Shadow Creature Soul from elite zombies, granting his SSS rank Mirror World skill 2,000 experience points and proving that it could indeed be upgraded. After the battle, Yunche gathered the dropped items, satisfied with both the levels he had gained and the experience accumulated from Mirror World. Then, as a sudden sense of danger crept over him, he quickly moved to a higher position, where he noticed that the Ding family guards had begun patrolling more frequently. Below him, Xiao Xi, now level 8 and equipped with new gear, nervously suggested they stop, pointing out that the number of monsters had decreased while the guards had grown more alert, making the situation far too dangerous, and wondering if they had already been discovered. Yunche agreed, recognizing that continuing to fight would be extremely difficult, as it would require constant awareness of the guards and precise use of Trick Blade, and with his current strength combined with a heightened security, the risk was simply too great. He then examined a newly acquired skill book, Brick Spell, which could create mana bricks, and realized that when reversed through Mirror World, it transformed into Void Technique, allowing small objects to become intangible, leading him to understand that not every reverse skill was meant for combat, as some offered subtle, non-combat applications. Checking his Mirror World skill, Yunche saw that it still required another 30% of experience to level up. Standing atop the cliff, he reflected on the remarkable power granted by its reversal ability, and even at its current level, his resolve deepened as he imagined how much stronger he would become once it advanced further. With his eyes gleaming, Yunche devised a new plan. This dungeon provided unique experience for Mirror World through its monsters, and he calculated that defeating the boss could push the skill to level 2, a reward far too valuable to ignore despite the danger posed by the guards. They proceeded carefully through the cave, keeping low behind rocks as the guards increasingly relied on detection skills, making their position ever more precarious. Yunche cautiously looked ahead, and spotted their objective, a massive shadowy figure seated upon a throne at the top of a staircase, bound tightly by thick, glowing purple chains, with numerous guards stationed around it. This was clearly the dungeon boss. From their hiding place, Xiao Xi was stunned to see a dungeon boss restrained and controlled in such a manner, while Yunche was less surprised, recalling that even the boss in their school dungeon was guarded, suggesting that such practices were common among powerful factions. And as he observed the scene, noting the relatively relaxed guards along the stairs, his attention settled on the glowing purple chains binding the boss, recognizing them as powerful restraints. And quietly assessing the situation, he understood that with so many guards present, any direct attempt to attack the boss would be suicidal and impossible to succeed, as it would immediately draw everyone's attention. Although he knew killing the boss under these conditions was out of the question, Yunche soon noticed an opening when a single guard wandered away from the others. Deciding to eliminate them one at a time, he covered his face, activated Trick Blade for a 150% attack boost, and launched a sudden ambush, which succeeded instantly as the guard was crippled and collapsed. While Xiao Xi watched in shock, and Yunche stood over the fallen man with a cold, oppressive presence, ordering him to speak and provide information. Terrified, the guard pleaded for his life, promising to tell everything he knew and admitting that the Ding family did not pay him enough to die for them. Seeing an opportunity, Yunche listened closely, recognizing this as his chance to obtain information crucial to his main objective, penetrating deeper into the compound. When Yunche asked about the hero dungeon pass, the guard reacted with shock before quickly explaining that the old master kept many of them in his study, and that they were not particularly rare. The guard misunderstood the situation, assuming Yunche was some kind of fanatic devoted to the hero's legacy. Growing increasingly frightened by Yunche's silence, he hastily swore that he was telling the truth, insisting that he had personally seen the old master frequently taking out those passes. He added a warning that the passes were only temporary samples, and that without someone on the inside, they would inevitably be discovered. Yunche showed no concern, simply grabbing the guard by the collar, and telling him not to worry, then with a cold expression ordering him to empty his inventory, making it clear that he intended to strip him of everything and likely assume his identity. Back within the Ding family compound, Yunche continued interrogating the guard while holding onto his shirt, only to feel disappointed upon finding nothing more than a single mediocre skill book, as the terrified man swore it was all he possessed, explaining that the Ding family stored all valuable dungeon drops in their inner residence, leaving only scraps for guards stationed on the outside. Yunche then learned Sunlight Baptism, a passive ability that granted temporary defense after healing, and after reversing it with Mirror World into Moonlight Blessing, a powerful offensive skill that provided a temporary attack boost following healing. He noted that skills of this level, much like the dungeon passes, were kept within the inner residence. The guard pointed toward the luxurious inner residence of the Ding family, explaining that outer guards like himself could not enter unless directly summoned. He emphasized that security there was extremely tight, and that aside from Ding Shu, everyone inside was above level 50 and equipped with top-tier gear, making outer guards unnecessary. Pulling him closer, Yunche asked again whether the pass was truly inside, and the terrified guard confirmed it, adding that the powerful family head, who was level 42, was also present there, an opponent Yunche could not defeat, and went on to describe the strength of the family. The current and second family heads were both level 42. The third family head had reached level 52, and the old master stood at level 57. He warned that if the two strongest members were to retain, then everything would become impossible. After extracting all the information he needed, Yunche knocked the guard unconscious. He then had Xiao Xi put on the guard's armor as a disguise and instructed him to wait for a signal, deciding that since the powerful family head was safely inside, he would draw him out instead of facing him head-on. Returning to the dungeon, Yunche observed the boss and quickly understood that the Ding family used high-level chains to keep it restrained and alive, effectively turning it into a permanent private farming source, and he realized that this entire system, dependent on chains that could be guarded, contained a weakness that could be exploited. It was a significant flaw, as the guards believed their method was secure simply because no one would dare to release the chains. Yet they had no knowledge of Yunche, who, from his past life, knew exactly how to unlock them. Moving quietly, he approached one of the guards and effortlessly released the lock. The chains dropped away, and the enraged boss broke free, erupting into chaos as it rampaged wildly while the guards fell into panic, creating exactly the kind of disorder Yunche needed to lure the family head out from the inner residence using this perfectly timed disruption. The plan unfolded flawlessly, as alarms rang out and the level 42 family head rushed out from the now unguarded inner residence, issuing urgent orders to reinforce the dungeon while leading his guards to deal with the crisis. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yunche seized the powerful level 60 combat chains that had bound the boss, and as he held the pulsing high-level equipment in his hands, he knew his plan had succeeded, because with the family head and the elite guards occupied, he and Xiao Xi would now have an easy path into the inner residence. While Yunche's scheme created an opening, new arrivals appeared at the main gate of the Ding family estate, where servants hurried forward to welcome the returning second master. Ding Hao, level 42, who had just arrived in a luxurious car alongside his son Ding Shu. And while Ding Hao casually dismissed Ding Shu's recent defeat by Yunche as nothing more than a minor misstep, Ding Shu sharply replied that he had not come back merely to greet him. Ding Hao then stepped forward and opened the car door for Miss Yunsha. And two young women stepped out, one with long blonde hair, and beside her, a dark-haired companion who was likely Yunsha. At the top of the stairs, the mustache family head who had just returned from dealing with a dungeon disturbance stood waiting with a smile. But in an instant, that smile disappeared, replaced first by confusion and then by rising anger. He suddenly kicked a passing servant aside without hesitation, ordering him not to block his path. And as the servant fell to the ground, the enraged family head strode quickly toward Ding Hao, Ding Shu, and the two female guests, his fury unmistakable. From the nearby woods, Xiao Xi, disguised in a guard's uniform, quietly observed everything happening at the residence. Yunche appeared behind him without warning, startling him. Xiao Xi admitted he was worried, pointing out that with the Ding family members present, it was a terrible time to attempt sneaking inside, while Yunche calmly asked why he seemed so uneasy, prompting Xiao Xi to ask in shock how he had arrived so quickly. Yunche explained that the creature he had released was a dungeon lord, and that even someone at level 31 would struggle to capture it alive, meaning it would keep the Ding family's strongest fighters occupied for quite some time. He added that they would not be able to deal with the boss anytime soon, making this the perfect opportunity, and with that settled, he asked Xiao Xi what he had observed. Xiao Xi lowered his gaze toward the house, his expression filled with sadness. He revealed that the servant who had been kicked aside by the family head was his youngest uncle, Xiao Li, a level 17 man. Yunche listened as Xiao Xi recounted a dark chapter of their shared past, explaining that when the former Yunche had rebelled, his own family had already been killed. Xiao Xi continued, saying that in a way, that fate had spared them from enduring the long years of humiliation and suffering that followed for the descendants of traitors like his own family. And as Yunche heard about the pain inflicted on his old friend's family because of false accusations tied to their past, his expression hardened with both sorrow and resolve. As they remained hidden among the trees, Xiao Xi went on with his family's tragic story, describing how after being branded as traitors, the Qiao family had endured relentless mistreatment from the empire, their home destroyed and their lives utterly shattered. Things only grew worse under secret orders from the so-called hero Ding Kuan, who ensured that the surviving members of the Qiao family were constantly targeted, harassed, and harmed. With no other way to survive after being beaten down and broken, The remaining Xiao family members were forced into servitude under the very people responsible for their ruin, the Ding family. Now they lived in poverty, forever watching their master's expressions and bowing for scraps, and Xiao Xi admitted with quiet shame that they were even paraded at times as proof of the Ding family's supposed power and mercy in sparing the descendants of a traitor. He explained that his father's generation had once tried to resist and change their fate, daring to speak out against the injustice they faced. But their attempt ended in tragedy, as the pressure drove his father into madness while his uncle Xiao Li became completely submissive, reduced to little more than a loyal dog serving the Ding family. Burdened by this bleak history, Xiao Xi began to waver, questioning whether it was right to follow Yunche into such a dangerous situation. His hesitation was cut short when Yunche turned to him and stated firmly that he needed to enter the inner residence. Startled, Xiao Xi hurriedly tried to stop him, reminding him that Ding Shu's father, a fully equipped level 42 fighter, was inside, and warning that if Yunche were discovered, death would be inevitable. Yet Yunche showed no fear, calmly explaining that in a world like this, where power and access to dungeons were tightly controlled by the strong, no one could hope to change their fate without taking risks. Fixing his gaze on Xiao Xi, he added that some things would never be accomplished if one kept hesitating and waiting, then gave him a clear choice. He could help him change his destiny, but only if Xiao Xi chose to act first, while making his own stance clear that he would resist, though he would not force Xiao Xi to follow him. Even in the face of Yunche's resolve, Xiao Xi remained deeply afraid and uncertain, arguing that the Ding family was a massive force that dominated everything, and questioning how just the two of them could possibly stand against such power. Yunche turned away and looked toward the distant inner residence, and as he began walking forward, he told the stunned Xiao Xi that his ambition went far beyond bringing down a single family, declaring that the true enemy he intended to oppose was the entire empire itself. Meanwhile, within the quiet inner residence, Ding Hao sat at ease on a couch while a maid attended to him, pondering how the dungeon lord had managed to break free from its supposedly unbreakable chains. Upon seeing him, the blonde girl who had arrived with Ding Shu politely addressed her uncle, asking whether it was an inconvenient time and offering to return another day due to the ongoing emergency. Ding Hao quickly dismissed her concern with a wave, stating that his elder brother, the family head, could handle the situation, and assuring her that a mere dungeon issue was far less important than her visit. Still smiling, he went on to say that once his powerful father, the old master, and his third brother learned of her arrival, they had already begun making their way back to the residence to meet her. He added that they had also informed Hero Grandpa, who was extremely eager to see her, making it clear that resolving the current situation would be effortless. From a concealed position on a balcony, Yunche heard every word, and the mention of Hero Grandpa immediately sharpened his focus, knowing they were referring to the so-called Hero Ding Kuan, as his thoughts quickly connected this information with what he had learned from the captured guard, that entering the hero's dungeon required both a pass and an accompanying person. He studied the guests, noticing the level of respect shown toward Yun Sha, and realized that her status must be exceptionally high. Then a detail struck him. Her name was Yun Sha, sharing the same surname as his current identity, and he briefly wondered whether this was merely coincidence. For the moment, he set that thought aside, narrowing his focus as he returned to his immediate objective of obtaining the dungeon pass. As he continued watching, Yun Sha stood quietly, her expression unreadable, carrying an air of mystery and significance. With the Ding family's strongest fighters occupied, Yunche seized the opportunity to infiltrate the inner residence, moving soundlessly through the lavish corridors, slipping past two maids engaged in conversation, and blending into the shadows to remain unseen. He advanced through the opulently adorned halls, pressing deeper into the mansion as he closed in on his target. Meanwhile, outside in the dungeon, the disturbance had been brought under control. The family head, Ding Yi, level 42, stood with his forces before the fallen dungeon lord, and as he examined the scene, he concluded that the creature had been deliberately released, though it troubled him that no culprit could be found, as he reasoned that such a risk would not have been taken merely for a single valuable item like the chains. Resolute in securing his estate, he ordered his guard to first surround the inner residence. His primary concern was the important guest, as he could not allow anything to unsettle the young lady. Inside the study, Yunche began searching, heading straight to the desk mentioned by the guard, only to feel a flicker of irritation when he found the drawers empty at first glance. Recalling his newly acquired non-combat ability, he activated phasing, the reversed form of brick spell, allowing his hand to pass through the solid wood of the desk and reveal a concealed compartment within. Inside, he discovered a hidden drawer filled with books and journals. Pulling them out, his gaze first fell upon what appeared to be a diary. But setting it aside, he uncovered what truly mattered, a collection of high-quality, refined skill books, including one for a powerful support ability called Slowing Aura, capable of reducing the speed of all enemies across a wide area, confirming that he had found the family's hidden reserve. At the same time, the entrance to the Ding family's inner residence had become heavily guarded. From his position in the nearby woods, Xiao Xi watched in terror. He wondered why so many guards had gathered, fearing they had been discovered. And as more arrived, his panic intensified until he became convinced the situation was far too dangerous, worrying that if Yunche did not escape immediately, he would surely be caught. That fear dragged up painful memories of his father losing his sanity, and the endless suffering his family had endured, and his first instinct was to run, to slip away quietly and save himself. But when another guard approached his hiding place, he froze, unable to decide what to do. At that crucial moment, Yunche's words echoed in his mind, that he could be helped to change his fate, but only if he chose to act first. With his resolve finally set, Xiao Xi let out a loud shout, deliberately drawing the guard's attention. He burst from concealment and sprinted away, leading them off from the mansion, having made his choice to become the distraction that would keep Yunche from being discovered. From within the mansion, Yunche witnessed Xiao Xi's bold move. Seizing the opening created by the diverted guards, he smashed through a window and leapt outside, feeling a sense of approval as he realized his companion had finally overcome his fear and chosen to resist his fate. To ensure Xiao Xi could escape, Yunche escalated the chaos further by landing among the guards and provoking them, declaring that he had taken the chains and the skill books, and daring them to come after him, which enraged them enough to abandon their posts and give chase. As he fled, Yunche activated the slowing aura he had just acquired, but through Mirror World, it reversed into accelerating aura, boosting his own speed and that of any nearby allies. And when the family head, Ding Yi, saw them running, he quickly noticed something unusual. They were not fleeing away from the estate but heading back toward the dungeon, prompting him to recognize the threat and order 2 squads to stop pursuing and return to guard the dungeon lord. Running alongside Yunche, Xiao Xi was utterly bewildered, questioning why they were being led straight back toward danger instead of away from it. Yunche then revealed his larger plan, explaining that with so many guards drawn out to chase them, the remaining forces must have already defeated the wild dungeon lord. To subdue such a powerful creature, they would have engaged in a fierce battle, which meant the boss's health would now be at its lowest, leaving it extremely weakened. Checking the status of his ultimate ability, Mirror World, Yunche saw how close it was to advancing, and with his eyes glowing purple, he understood exactly what needed to be done. Killing the weakened dungeon lord now would provide the final push required to strengthen his most powerful skill. Meanwhile, a tense silence settled over the Ding family's lavish sitting room. The blonde girl, calmly sipping her tea, politely told Ding Hao, her host, that he could go and attend to the disturbance outside. Wearing a confident smile, Dinga, the second patriarch, brushed the situation off as nothing more than a minor thief, calmly reassuring his guest that his brother, Dingy, would resolve it without any difficulty. Reality proved otherwise, as deep within the dungeon Grand Patriarch Dingy struggled in mounting frustration to regain control, angrily shouting at a guard for moving too slowly before ordering him to immediately chase down the rampaging overlord. The moment he caught sight of Yunche flashing past, Dingy issued a sharp command for his fastest forces, rogues and archers alike, to abandon the boss entirely and pursue the intruder no matter the cost. Their pursuit quickly fell apart, because Yunche's speed was overwhelming, far beyond their reach, and he understood exactly why, having invested half of his attribute points into agility. When combined with his reversed acceleration abilities, his movement became so extreme that only specialized level 30 rogues or archers had even the slightest chance of keeping pace with him. Without obstruction, he reached the central chamber where the skeletal overlord stood surrounded, its body battered and crippled while the guards struggled desperately to complete a sealing spell. At that sight, Yunche immediately realized his plan had succeeded, the boss now reduced to its weakest state, and as purple energy surged through him, he prepared a single decisive strike to end the weakened dungeon lord. As he closed in, the guards stationed around the overlord finally noticed his presence. They raised the alarm and rushed forward in panic, attempting to block his advance before forming any proper defense. Yunche responded instantly by unleashing chaotic thorns. From the ground, twisting purple vines burst forth and lashed at the guards, leaving them completely stunned since none of them had ever encountered such a skill before. The attack carried a status effect, something humans would normally resist. Yet Yunche's version was abnormally powerful, causing several guards to fail their resistance entirely. The result was immediate and disturbing, as those afflicted fell into confusion, and one mage turned and struck a fellow guard with a powerful spell, throwing their formation into complete disorder. The remaining guards could only stare in disbelief, shaken by the impossibly high success rate of the ability. With the enemies turning on each other, Yunche did not hesitate and seized the opening. He slipped through the collapsing formation with ease, his path now unobstructed as he moved straight toward his target, the low-health overlord that was ready to be claimed. The guards' defense broke apart entirely as Yunche passed through them, their panic escalating as they shouted in confusion over why their shields and control abilities had failed, even as they accidentally struck their own allies. Observing their disarray, Yunche immediately judged them to be a messy, uncoordinated group lacking any real experience in team combat. He reflected that their long period of comfort had dulled them, directly contributing to their current collapse. Amid the chaos, a guard captain attempted to restore order, shouting that if they could just pin the intruder down, he would surely die. At that very moment, the first patriarch, Ding Yi, arrived on the scene and commanded his forces to hold Yunche in place. Clad in blazing armor, the level 42 warrior declared with confidence that he would personally deal with the intruder. With his weapon burning, he launched himself forward, preparing to unleash a devastating strike at Yunche. Yunche watched the patriarch's approach closely, making his own preparations. Letting out a dismissive sound, he chose to confront the attack directly without retreat. From his inventory, he drew the level 60 combat chains he had previously stolen. Although his level was too low to properly equip them, he understood that their exceptional durability would still remain intact. As Ding Yi's blazing strike came crashing down, Yunche raised the chains as an improvised shield and absorbed the full force of the fiery impact, managing to block it head-on. Rather than merely stopping the attack, Yunche turned its overwhelming power to his advantage, using the sheer force of the blast to launch himself backward like a cannonball, smashing through the magical seal the guards were desperately maintaining around their boss. He came down with precision, landing directly in front of the crippled dungeon lord. With a mocking grin, he tossed out a final taunt, cheekily thanking the furious patriarch for the ride. Before the guards could even react, Yunche openly declared his intent to claim the Overlord's experience for himself. He struck immediately, unleashing a decisive finishing blow that cut down the weakened beast and ended its life, and the rewards came at once. His level surged by 3 in an instant, bringing him to level 20 along with 9 fresh attribute points, while the Dungeon Lord's enormous experience pushed his hidden skill, Mirror World, to its limit, triggering a system notification that confirmed its long-awaited upgrade to level 2. Enraged beyond restraint at having the kill stolen, first Patriarch Ding Yi roared in fury and charged straight at Yunche, his fiery axe blazing. Taking his cue, the remaining guards rushed forward as well, all intent on capturing the bold intruder who now stood calmly before the massive corpse of the Dungeon Lord. Yunche, however, showed no fear, his attention fixed instead on the rewards he had just gained. Specifically the new power granted by his ultimate skill now that it had reached level 2. Just as Ding Yi's heavy strike was about to connect, it passed cleanly through a shimmering afterimage of Yunche, who vanished in the same instant. The guards halted in confusion, unable to comprehend where he had gone. Yunche reappeared in an entirely different space, where the dungeon had transformed into a silent world tinted in crystal blue-green hues, revealing that he had activated a new function of his hidden skill, Mirror World. Within this strange realm, he could see translucent, ghost-like figures of Ding Yi and the guards, none of whom showed any awareness of his presence. A timer appeared, indicating that his mirror walk would last for nearly 30 minutes, and with growing excitement, he realized he now had the ability to step into the very world contained within the mirror. As he explored the blue-green dimension, Yunche began testing his newfound power, noticing that everything around him was a perfect mirrored version of reality, flipped from left to right, and at first he assumed the ghostly figures were mere illusions when his hand passed straight through one of them. However, when he reached down and touched the crystal-like ground, he discovered it was completely solid, forcing him to recognize that this realm was far more than a simple illusion. Continuing his exploration, he made a remarkable discovery, picking up a solid crystal fragment from the ground, which triggered a message identifying it as a mirror shard that could, crucially, be taken out of this realm and brought back into the real world, a revelation that immediately struck him as significant. From this, Yunche understood that with Mirror World now at level 2, he had gained the ability to transport actual objects from this mirrored dimension into reality. Curious about what other changes the upgrade had brought, he opened his system interface to investigate further. There, he found an entirely different set of abilities displayed, revealing numerous powerful reverse skills. Among them were abilities like invisibility and a force field cage, yet most were marked as inactive, which puzzled him until a system message clarified that these entries corresponded to base skills he had not yet learned. With that explanation, Yunche grasped the true scope of his new power, realizing the list represented the reversed versions of every skill available for him to acquire. He understood that if he wanted to access any of these advanced abilities, he would first need to locate and learn their original forms in the real world. The reversal he had used at level 1 was merely a basic fragment of the skill's full potential, and as he examined the list of future abilities, it became clear that everything had changed, since he could now deliberately choose powerful skill combinations and map out his entire class progression in advance, knowing exactly what reversed effects he would gain. While contemplating the full extent of this newfound power, Yunche suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he spotted a faint blue-green humanoid figure drifting aimlessly through the crystal-like air, prompting him to wonder if it was a soul, similar to the state he had once been trapped in before returning to life. The thought intrigued him, leading him to question whether other souls might also exist within this unusual world. Without any warning, the calm figure flared with green energy and transformed into a shrieking, bone-like undead creature that lunged straight at him. Caught off guard but reacting instantly, Yunche drew his glowing blade and prepared for combat. He intercepted the attack and, with a single swing, effortlessly shattered the undead creature, observing that it did not appear particularly strong as it fell apart. The moment it was destroyed, a new notification appeared and drew his focus, as the system presented him with an undead contract, explaining that he could form an agreement with the defeated soul, allowing it to leave the mirror world and fight under his command in reality, while also stating that the soul's maximum level would always match his own and that he could maintain up to 20 such contracts. This unexpected development led Yunche to seriously consider the implications of his new ability, carefully thinking through what it enabled him to do. He realized that after defeating an undead entity within the mirror world, he could bind its soul through a contract and summon it into the real world as a combatant, and as he held the mirror shard he had already brought into reality, he recognized that his power extended far beyond inanimate objects, confirming that the Level 2 evolution of Mirror World was a complete game-changer. It granted him the ability to transport not just items but entire undead forces from the mirrored realm into reality, and as he looked across the vast crystal landscape filled with potential, the possibilities captured his interest. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the situation had fallen into chaos as the private dungeon collapsed following the death of its lord, leaving behind a stunned and bewildered group of guards who could not comprehend how the intruder had disappeared, with one captain anxiously demanding answers and speculating whether it had been some advanced rogue stealth ability. A rogue specialist immediately rejected the idea, explaining that stealth abilities had clear limitations and could not cause someone to vanish so completely without a trace. Frustration mounted, and another captain lashed out, grabbing the rogue and demanding an explanation for how the intruder could have escaped despite their overwhelming numbers, while First Patriarch Ding Yi, consumed by even greater fury after losing his prized private dungeon, seized one of his own men by the face and vented his anger on him. He shouted that if they failed to find the culprit responsible, they would be forced to compensate him for the loss themselves. At the same time, Yunche's stay within the mirror world was nearing its end, and as the timer for his mirror walk ticked down, he found himself wondering where he would reappear, whether he would return to his original position or if some other rule governed his exit. He received his answer moments later when he was transported back into the real world at the exact spot where he had disappeared. Ding Yi, still burning with anger, noticed him instantly and, without hesitation, roared an order for his men to seize him. Facing the renewed assault from the Ding family forces, Yunche remained completely composed, raising a hand as a swirling green glow gathered within it while telling them not to rush, remarking that after being surrounded and attacked for so long, it was now his turn to do the same. With that declaration, he activated the power he had just obtained, unleashing a surge of eerie skeletal warriors that poured outward, forming a terrifying undead army that charged straight toward the stunned guards. The guards recoiled in fear, their attacks faltering as they stared at the ghostly figures and questioned what they were seeing, some even wondering if the entities were actual spirits. Vice Patriarch Ding Yi forced himself to suppress the rising panic, shouting at his men to steady themselves and insisting that these were merely undead creatures, something he had encountered many times before. One guard stepped forward to engage a skeletal warrior, bracing himself for what he expected to be a difficult battle. To his surprise, a health bar appeared above the creature, identifying it as an undead skeleton warrior at level 20, the same level as Yunche, and despite this information, the lingering fear did not subside. Ding Yi's expression twisted further in anger at his men's hesitation, and in an effort to push them into action, he loudly promised a reward to anyone who fought and captured the intruder. The promise of a bonus rekindled their courage, prompting them to steel themselves once more. Yet when the guards shifted their focus away from the undead army in search for Yunche, they realized he had already disappeared again, leaving them bewildered as they scanned the area, unable to determine where he had gone. Using the undead he had summoned as a diversion, Yunche observed the unfolding battle from a safe distance, calmly assessing that his current forces were still too weak to make a decisive impact, and recognizing that if he could locate and bind stronger souls, this disorganized group of guards would stand no chance against him. Even so, his options were limited by what he could actually find, since he had already formed contracts with the 20 strongest souls available within the small portion of the mirror world he had explored. He also discovered that his movement inside that realm was not unlimited, having run into an invisible boundary that confined him to within 200 meters of his entry point. From this, he concluded that if he wanted to obtain stronger undead in the future, he would need to access the mirror world from different locations. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he noticed that his friend Xiao Xi, who had been serving as a distraction, had been discovered hiding in the woods. One of the guards mocked the disguised boy, sneering as he talked about the reward he would receive for capturing him. Yunche reacted instantly, springing out from the shadows and cutting down the guards, threatening his friend with swift and precise strikes. With the way cleared, he seized the stunned Xiao Xi, telling him they were leaving at once. Glancing back at the chaos he had created, with his undead army still tying up the remaining guards, Yunche decided their objective was complete, making it clear that it was time to withdraw, escape the danger, and properly assess everything he had gained from the raid. As Yunche and Xiao Xi made their escape, the remaining Ding family guards continued battling the undead forces. They struck fiercely at the skeletal warriors, shattering bones with their attacks. A guard leader observed that the creatures were not particularly strong, but any sense of relief vanished almost immediately. To their horror, each skeleton that was destroyed reassembled itself instantly, returning in perfect condition. They continued fighting, only to watch the skeletons revive again and again without end. Just as the guards' morale began to collapse, Dingay, the formidable level 52 third head of the Ding family, arrived calmly with a cigarette in hand, quickly recognizing that the skeletons were summoned entities and that their regeneration depended on the summoner's energy, and with a confident smile, he concluded that the solution was simple. They only needed to keep destroying them until their master's power was exhausted. Sometime after the chaotic assault, the old master returned, the powerful family head with a long white beard, and his first question was whether their important guest, Miss Yun Sha, had already departed. Inside, his son Ding Hao bowed deeply in respect, apologizing for failing to keep her there, and explained that the intruder had been shockingly brazen, causing a disturbance by shouting loudly and even breaking a window, which ultimately frightened their guest into leaving. The old master, Ding Dan, the formidable level 57 patriarch and son of hero Ding Kuan, was furious, angrily berating his son over the complete collapse of their security and the fact that an intruder had managed to infiltrate and escape without being identified. Ding Hao lowered his head in shame, accepting full responsibility for the failure. However, he quickly added a piece of good news, explaining that despite everything, Miss Yunshaw had still agreed to visit the hero's dungeon, meaning his grandfather hero Ding Kuan's matter had not been jeopardized. This did little to calm the enraged patriarch, as Ding Dan swore that those responsible would be hunted down and killed without mercy. He then issued an impatient order for his son to immediately investigate what else had been stolen. Once safely away from the turmoil, Yunche began reviewing what he had gained, starting with the temporary dungeon access permit he had stolen, which bore Xiaoxi's name. Although securing the pass had been his primary objective, he still required an escort to enter the hero's dungeon, and for now, he chose not to rush into solving that issue. He then evaluated the rest of his spoils from the raid on the Ding family residence, noting just how profitable it had been, especially with his level now raised to 20. His Chimera bone ring, a powerful item, had nearly been destroyed while blocking an attack. Yet in exchange, he had obtained more than 10 valuable skill books, one of which contained chant-type abilities that were all support-oriented. From that set, he learned Battle Song Chant, a skill that increased critical hit rate and damage at the cost of reduced defense, and he immediately considered its reverse counterpart, Shield Song Chant, which would invert those effects. It became clear to him that by learning and reversing these support abilities, he could significantly enhance his overall stats, and when combined with a new passive skill that boosted his strength, he understood that he could overpower any opponent at the same level purely through raw attributes. Beyond the skill books, the Dungeon Lord had also dropped a rare level 30 item, Corrupted Knight's Armor, which he noted would be useful at a later stage. However, above all the levels, equipment, and abilities he had acquired, the most important achievement was the upgrade of his hidden skill, Mirror World, which had finally reached level 2. As he reflected on these new capabilities, Yunche acknowledged that his necromantic summons had greatly increased his combat strength, but he also recognized that it still would not be enough, recalling the statue of hero Ding Kuan and estimating that his opponent was at least an S-rank berserker, meaning that to stand any chance of defeating him, Yunche would need to reach level 50 or higher and, more critically, secure a contract with an S-rank necromantic spirit. Later, after putting distance between themselves and the Ding compound, a still-shaken Xiaoxi nervously asked whether they might still be pursued. Yunche answered calmly that they had already shaken off any US and were safe, especially since their faces had not been seen. Even so, Xiaoxi remained uneasy, and Yunche recognized how difficult the ordeal must have been for him, while also concluding that his current undead forces were still insufficient, prompting him to decide on his next move. He asked Xiaoxi if there were any nearby dungeons where a powerful individual had died, and when Xiaoxi showed confusion, Yunche clarified that he needed a higher-level dungeon to level up more quickly, adding that the powerful individual would serve a purpose he would explain later. After thinking it over briefly, Xiao Xi confirmed that such a place did exist. However, he hesitated as concern set in, explaining that it was the school's private dungeon and that sneaking inside would not be possible. This caused Yunche to pause and consider the implications of a tightly controlled and heavily guarded dungeon, but he did not back down, instead deciding that if normal entry was out of reach, he would rely on special methods to achieve his goal. As part of these methods to gain access to the school's private dungeon, Yunche approached his class teacher and presented him with a valuable rare purple quality skill book for the Wanderer class, one he had taken from the Ding family, and the bribe proved effective, as the teacher, now convinced that Yunche had powerful backing, became noticeably more cooperative. The teacher admitted that access to the dungeon was normally fixed and not something he could easily alter. However, he pointed out a loophole, explaining that the dungeon was open to graduating students. Although Yunche did not meet the usual qualifications, the teacher had the authority to recommend an exceptional student, and convinced of Yunche's potential, he agreed to secure him a place, allowing the plan to go through successfully. In this way, Yunche joined the group of students entering the school's valiant dungeon. Among them, some carried determination while others tried to flatter their way forward, with one student grimly remarking that this might be his final opportunity to level up, while another expressed gratitude toward the hero. And as Yunche approached the glowing portal, he felt an unsettling sensation, a quiet instinct warning him that something about this dungeon was not right. Meanwhile, the teacher spoke enthusiastically, explaining that this was the very place where the hero had once fought and that remnants of his power might still linger within. Not far away, Xiao Xi listened with a heavy expression, suddenly realizing with dread that the Valiant Dungeon was a location where, according to the Empire's fabricated history, hero Ding Kuan had supposedly slain his great-grandfather, the so-called traitor Tiao Yan. Aware of the hidden truth behind that story, Xiao Xi hesitated, torn over whether he should reveal to Yunche what he knew about the dungeon's real past. As the students assembled at the entrance, the teacher issued a final warning, reminding them that it was a high-level dungeon and that they must proceed cautiously within their limits, before specifically calling out a red-haired student in armor named Little Xie and instructing him to watch over Yunche and Xiao Xi. Little Xie reacted with clear irritation, complaining that being forced to babysit would interfere with his ability to focus on leveling. Another student shoved him forward, telling him to stop whining since the dungeon had already opened, while grumbling about why younger students were even allowed to enter. And with that, Little Xie moved ahead into the dungeon alongside the others. Even so, he spoke down to Yunche and Xiao Xi, ordering them to stay behind and avoid causing trouble, warning that he would abandon them immediately if they became a burden. And as the group stepped into the vast interior illuminated by a purple glow, Yunche quietly observed everything around him. He knew the dungeon was supposed to be within the level 20 to 40 range, yet the instincts he had carried from his past life were sounding alarms, filling him with a deep sense of unease as he detected a level of danger that did not match the dungeon's stated difficulty. The students advanced further into the glowing purple expanse of the Valiant Dungeon. Yunche spotted Yunyan along with her blonde companion Yunsha already inside, which made him wonder how they had been permitted to enter despite being younger students. Little Xie, who had been assigned to monitor Yunche, also noticed the two girls and pointed them out to another armored student nearby. That student immediately began fantasizing about escorting the attractive pair, only to have his thoughts abruptly cut off when a taller, more serious student wearing a helmet struck him and told him to stop daydreaming, then went on to explain that Yunyan and Yunsha were both far stronger than them, each exceeding level 30, and mockingly added that they would be the ones needing help from the girls, since he himself was nowhere near their level. Embarrassed by the reprimand, the student muttered that he had only been joking. Even as the older students continued their conversation, the previously daydreaming boy kept his eyes fixed on Yunsha and Yunyan. To the surprise of both the boy and his friend, the two younger yet high-level students paid them no attention at all, instead walking straight toward Yunche and Xiao Xi. Yunche watched their approach with confusion. He recognized Yunsha as the high-status guest from the Ding family residence, and her direct approach immediately made him wary, leading him to question whether she knew the original owner of his body or if she had come to confront him on behalf of Ding Shu, whom he had humiliated earlier. Yunsha, however, approached in a straightforward and friendly manner, smiling with confidence as she told Yunche that she had seen him at the memorial hall, complimented his combat ability, and remarked that his voice was distinctive. Uncertain of her intentions, Yunche assumed she might simply be making casual conversation. That assumption quickly shifted when Yunsha's eyes gleamed gold as she leaned closer, revealing that she recognized his voice from the sound of shattering glass during his escape from the Ding family estate. This revelation shocked Yunche, as he realized with alarm that she had identified him as the intruder from just 2 sentences, and after making her point clear, Yunsha's attire shifted into white mage-like battle gear. Yunyan followed suit, changing into a dark green energy outfit, and Yunsha then told the still surprised Yunche that they would explore the dungeon first before calmly walking away alongside her companion. As they departed, Yunche carefully analyzed the exchange, understanding that although she had recognized him, she had deliberately chosen not to expose him in front of others, instead conveying the message in a subtle way that made him question whether it was intended as a warning. He also considered the more dangerous possibility that Dingshu might have recognized his voice during their earlier confrontation. Even so, Yunche chose not to dwell on it, confident that as long as the Ding family did not act immediately, his rapid growth would soon make him strong enough to handle any threat they posed. Noting her seemingly friendly behavior, he decided to respond in kind by offering a warning of his own. He called out to them, advising caution, as his instincts were telling him that something about the dungeon felt unusually dangerous. Yunsha paused and appeared to agree, telling Yunyan that the place did feel strange, and reflecting that given her level, it should not have been so unsettling. With a final, knowing smile directed at Yunche, she thanked him for the warning before continuing onward with Yunyan. Their brief and unexpectedly cordial interaction did not go unnoticed, as the oldest students looked on in disbelief, beginning to gossip about why the typically aloof Yunsha seemed so familiar with him, and driven by jealousy, they quickly surrounded Yunche, pressing him with questions about his connection to her and demanding that he introduce them. Uninterested in indulging them, Yunche cut the discussion short, stating that he and Xiao Xi would be leaving the group to explore on their own. His declaration stunned the oldest students, who immediately criticized his apparent overconfidence and warned that, as younger participants, they would be easily killed by level 20 monsters. To their surprise, their supervisor Little Sierra intervened and told them to let the two go, reasoning that for Yunche to be on friendly terms with someone as strong as Yunyan, he must possess some capability of his own. Then his own level had to be high as well. When the others objected and reminded him of the teacher's instructions, Little Sierra's real intentions surfaced in his thoughts, as he bluntly reminded them that their true goal was to secure valuable crystals, and he had no desire to divide the spoils, making it convenient for him if Yunche and Xiao Xi went off on their own. He settled the matter coldly by telling the group to ignore the two of them, reasoning that they carried distress signal guns and could call for help if necessary. As Yunche and Xiao Xi departed, Little Sierra watched them leave with a mix of irritation and envy, unable to understand why someone so ordinary had drawn Yunsha's attention. That jealousy gradually twisted into something darker, leading him to conclude that if Yunche was truly so reckless, then he deserved whatever fate awaited him. Not long after Yunche and the others had entered the dungeon, an angry Dingshu arrived at the entrance. A male staff member and a woman immediately stopped him, questioning his purpose there. Overcome with anger, Dingshu grabbed the man by the collar and demanded to know if a group had just entered, prompting the staff member to challenge him about his intentions. This confrontation followed a tense and frustrating discussion Dingshu had just endured with his family elders. When he attempted to accuse Yunche and Xiao Xi of being the intruders who had attacked their home, his father, Ding Hao, dismissed the claim outright, coldly telling him not to shift blame for his own public humiliation and making it clear he had no time for such trivial matters. Dingshu insisted firmly that he had recognized their voices during the incident. However, Ding Ge expressed doubt, pointing out that the intruders had demonstrated far too much skill to be mere students, especially given how easily they had escaped a large number of guards. Ding Hao added that unless Dingshu could provide proof that their strength surpassed that of the guards, there was no basis to support his accusation. The family head, Ding Don, then curtly ordered him to leave, making it clear they had more important matters to attend to, and with no backing from his family, Dingshu was forced to take matters into his own hands. Back at the dungeon entrance, he confronted the staff member again, declaring with unrestrained determination that since Yunche and Xiao Xi were inside, he would go in after them. Inside the dungeon, Yunche was engaged in combat against a formidable level 20 greed demon crystal giant, a creature composed of jagged blue crystals that launched relentless attacks, and as he maneuvered to evade its strikes, an even more dangerous threat appeared in the form of a level 30 greed demon crystal eye, which immediately fired a concentrated beam of purple energy toward him, forcing Yunche to brace for impact, while from a distance, a panicked Xiao Xi shouted his name and activated a support skill that summoned golden shields adorned with angelic wings around Yunche, successfully absorbing the attack. The ability, Surrounding Shield, providing him with 500 durability and 700 defense for 3 minutes. Xiao Xi followed up without hesitation, unleashing a motivational shout that enveloped Yunche in an empowering aura, granting him the inspired status and boosting both his attack power and speed by 5%, demonstrating that he was rapidly developing into a highly effective support player. Empowered by Xiao Xi's support, Yunche launched a relentless sequence of heavy attacks against the massive crystal creature. With his Trick Blade skill active, granting him a 70% increase in attack power, he delivered a final decisive strike that shattered the formidable level 30 eye of the mountain. The rewards came immediately, as Yunche advanced to level 21 and gained 3 additional attribute points, while Xiao Xi, equally thrilled, shouted in surprise upon reaching level 11 and receiving 3 points of his own. Yunche explained that the surrounding shield and motivational shout abilities came from the skill books they had taken from the Ding family, emphasizing that they were highly effective support skills that Xiao Xi had successfully learned. As he looked over the remains of the defeated monsters, Yunche reflected on how much their coordination had improved, recognizing that while the enemies in this dungeon were slightly above their level, Xiao Xi's newly acquired support abilities had made the battles far more manageable. Continuing deeper into the dungeon's crystal-filled caverns, Yunche recalled something his teacher had mentioned earlier about a rare creature known as the Obsidian Beast. According to that information, defeating it offered a chance to obtain a ray support skill book for gravitational pull, which held particular importance for Yunche, since he had already seen its reverse counterpart, Force Field Zone, listed within his Mirror World abilities and knew it would play a key role in his future plans. However, that was not his only objective, as he surveyed the vast and eerie terrain, keeping in mind that this dungeon was also said to be the resting place of many powerful adventurers who had died there. From that, he inferred that their souls might still linger where they had fallen, presenting him with an opportunity to locate and bind stronger undead spirits to expand his army, and he hoped to encounter such souls within the area. Without warning, a sudden sense of danger struck him, causing his eyes to widen. Down in the canyon below, an enormous creature composed of dark, glowing purple stone emerged into view. It was not alone, as an entire group of these elite-level obsidian beasts moved together, advancing in formation through the canyon lined with crystal pillars. From their position atop a high cliff, Yunche and Xiao Xi observed the unusual scene. Yunche quickly noted that these elite creatures were traveling as a coordinated group and had already covered a distance of at least a kilometer, far beyond what they would normally roam. This highly abnormal behavior led him to a serious realization, and he muttered the term wanderer type, questioning it under his breath. Recognizing the signs of a far more intelligent and dangerous threat, Yunche explained that the behavior of the obsidian beasts matched that of wanderer-type monsters, rare entities that lacked fixed spawn points and instead roamed freely across the dungeon. Such creatures were significantly stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level, and posed a serious danger, capable of overwhelming unprepared adventurers with ease. In the early days, before humanity grew powerful enough to control dungeons, encountering a wanderer-type creature almost always meant entering a brutal fight just to stay alive. What made these monsters especially terrifying was that they weren't confined to dungeons. They could roam freely into human territory, threatening towns and bringing widespread destruction and death wherever they appeared. Because of this, their presence often led to massive disasters and heavy casualties. Even so, Yunche understood that such extreme danger came paired with equally massive rewards. Wanderer-type monsters dropped far superior experience and loot compared to normal creatures, making them the ultimate high-risk, high-reward targets for any adventurer daring enough to challenge them. Facing a group of obsidian beasts, Yunche stayed alert, fully aware that underestimating them would be fatal. He immediately judged that a direct attack was unwise, deciding instead to probe their abilities first in search of a weakness. And from his initial observation, their defensive power stood out as exceptionally strong. The level 30 obsidian crystal beasts possessed a constantly active healing ability, allowing them to recover continuously and making them incredibly difficult to wear down over time. Before Yunche could come up with a better strategy, the beasts retaliated, unleashing a synchronized barrage of powerful energy beams known as mana rays. Relying on his speed, Yunche twisted and darted through the dense network of attacks, aided by the winged shields he had summoned to protect himself. However, the sheer number and frequency of the attacks overwhelmed even him, and eventually one beam struck his back, drawing blood and sending a sharp surge of pain through his body, making it clear that speed alone couldn't evade everything. A quick glance at his health bar confirmed the severity of the situation, as his HP had dropped significantly, reminding him that his current body lacked both durability and defense, and that without Xiao Xi's protective shield, that single hit would have caused far worse damage. Recognizing his limitations, Yunche immediately shifted tactics and summoned his undead army, a group of eerie skeletons burning with green flames, ordering them to hold back the obsidian beasts. But the gap in strength was overwhelming. As the elite monsters tore through the skeletons with ease, their health bars falling rapidly, forcing Yunche to admit with frustration that even his undead forces couldn't hold the line. So he chose to retreat strategically, noting at least that the powerful beasts moved relatively slowly, buying him some time. He clearly understood that his low health and weak defenses were flaws that couldn't be fixed in the short term. With that in mind, Yunche concluded that defeating the beast would require relying on Xiao Xi's defensive abilities, but for that plan to work, Xiao Xi needed to grow stronger. So he turned to him and laid out the strategy to first hunt regular monsters and build up their strength. They then headed toward an area filled with weaker enemies, where Yunche pointed out a group he had noticed earlier, explaining that they would be ideal for helping Xiao Xi level up quickly. In group combat, the shield bearer serves as the core of the team's defense, taking on incoming damage so that other classes can stay protected and attack safely from a distance. Following Yun Che's earlier suggestion to aim for S rank, Xiao Xi had been allocating every new stat point into defense, and this focus build, combined with the armor they had taken from the Ding family guards, was now proving its worth, as Xiao Xi had developed the essential durability of a true shield bearer, allowing him to block attack from level 20 monsters with ease while only suffering minimal damage. Under Yun Che's guidance, Xiao Xi began training seriously, working to fully grasp and perform his role as a shield bearer. From a distance, Yun Che called out instructions, explaining the fundamentals of a solid defensive stance, how to shift weight properly, stabilize the body, and angle the shield to meet incoming strikes. And by applying these lessons, Chao managed to block a heavy blow from a crystal monster, feeling a surge of satisfaction at the visible improvement, as a sister message showed his shield durability decreasing far more slowly than before, though his lack of experience still remained clear. Just as Yun Che warned him to stay ready for consecutive attacks, the monster struck again, catching Xiao Xi unprepared and knocking him flat onto the ground. Before the creature could deliver a finishing hit, Yun Che rushed forward, intercepting the attack and pulling his friend out of danger. He immediately turned the moment into another lesson, explaining the importance of anticipating an enemy's next move, while cautioning Xiao Xi against using wide, exaggerated swings with his shield that would leave openings. Instead, he emphasized tighter, more controlled blocks that would both defend effectively and create chances to counterattack. Giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Yun Che added one final piece of advice: stay alert, but keep the body relaxed, only tightening up at the instant of impact to conserve energy and improve reaction speed. The training pressed on without pause, and after one more encouraging pat against Xiao Xi's armor, Yun Che told him to keep it up while standing just behind him, continuing to support and instruct, including another crucial rule for any shield bearer: to always remain aware of the teammate's position behind them. Hearing this, Xiao Xi's expression settled into quiet determination. They soon applied what they had practiced, fighting together against the dungeon's monsters as Yun Che reminded him of a fundamental principle of combat. When opponents have similar stats, the deciding factor becomes skill, and with that in mind, their coordination began to show results, as after defeating another monster, Yun Che leveled up again and reached level 22, feeling satisfied with their steady progress. Now that Xiao Xi could engage enemies with confidence, their efficiency improved, allowing Yun Che to gain experience much faster as well. Even so, the greatest improvement belonged to Xiao Xi, who excitedly announced that he had finally reached the milestone of level 15, a significant breakthrough that marked an important turning point. Xiao Xi had finally reached the point where he could learn a powerful new ability from one of the books they had taken, raising a glowing rare skill book for shield armor, a technique that would form an additional outer layer over his shield, massively increasing its durability and defense in proportion to his own stats, further solidifying his role as a tank. Now meeting the level requirement, CHA learned the shield armor skill, the final usable skill book from the Ding family's collection, and as the ability activated, a layer of green, glowing armor wrapped around his summoned shield, significantly boosting its defensive strength. Yun Che immediately recognized how valuable this enhancement would be, noting that the added defense would make a major difference when they eventually confronted the obsidian beasts again. At the same time, elsewhere in Crystal Pillar Canyon, a trio of instructors from the school's teaching team stood observing the very same group of elite obsidian beasts that Yun Che and Xiao Xi had encountered earlier. They were puzzled by the unusually large concentration of elite wanderer-type monsters gathered together, quickly concluding that such a threat was far too dangerous to leave for students and needed to be eliminated. Even so, they understood the difficulty of the task, knowing that while standard level 30 monsters were manageable, elite wanderer types were on an entirely different level in both strength and unpredictability, and their discussion was abruptly interrupted when a student's distress signal suddenly flared across the sky. With priorities forced to shift, the teachers immediately decided to abandon their hunt and move out to rescue the students instead. As they prepared to depart, concern lingered heavily among them regarding the wanderers, as they all understood that the creatures pose a severe danger, especially to any unaware student who might accidentally cross their path. While getting ready to leave, one of the instructors, Peng Zhang, acknowledged the risk and offered to remain behind as a precaution. Team leader Lei was just about to accept the suggestion when Yun Che and Xiao Xi suddenly appeared, and Yun Che voiced his own concern, proposing that the two of them could stay behind to monitor the wanderers instead, reasoning that if the rescue group encountered another cluster of powerful monsters, having only two teachers might not be sufficient. Then stepping forward toward the surprised instructors, he calmly laid out his plan, pointing out that the wanderer types were relatively slow, and, more importantly, had not yet detected them. He assured them that as long as he and Xiao Xi maintained a safe distance and limited themselves to observation, they would remain out of danger, urging the teachers to proceed with the rescue without hesitation. After a brief moment of consideration, the instructors agreed to the proposal, though before leaving, Lei delivered a stern and serious warning to Yunche. Lei firmly emphasized that the monsters were extremely dangerous, warning Yunche and Xiao Xi that they must not act recklessly or attempt to fight them under any circumstances, repeatedly insisting that they remain hidden, because if those powerful creatures discovered them, escape would be impossible. As the teachers rushed off, one of them shouted a final urgent warning, telling Yunche to stay concealed at all costs, stressing again that once detected, there would be no way out. But Yunche had no intention of hiding, and the moment the teachers disappeared, he immediately launched his own assault on the obsidian beasts, declaring with confidence that it would be the monsters who wouldn't escape from him. Without delay, he set their new strategy into motion by summoning his undead army, sending the skeletal warriors forward to absorb the first wave of mana ray attacks from the beasts. This time, however, the skeletons weren't left to face the assault alone, as Xiao Xi, now a far more capable tank, activated both his surrounding shield and his newly acquired shield armor skill. Together, these abilities formed an exceptionally durable defensive barrier in front of the undead, causing the previously threatening energy beams to crash harmlessly against the reinforced shields, failing to inflict any real damage and barely leaving a mark on the skeletons they were meant to destroy. With the monster's focus locked onto the seemingly unbreakable front line, Yunche slipped through the disorder and began his counterattack. Striking with raw force, he delivered a succession of heavy blows, shattering the crystalline bodies of the elite monsters using nothing but his fists. He concentrated his assault on a single radiant crystal beast, watching its health steadily decline with each impact. Then, with one precise and decisive strike, he shattered the creature's core, bringing the level 30 monster down as it collapsed and released a beam of light, signaling the drop of valuable loot. After defeating one of the powerful Wanderer-type enemies, Yunche felt a sense of satisfaction, noticing how much more natural he had become with his current support class. He seamlessly combined his own offensive strikes with Xiao Xi's defensive support and the pressure from his undead army, yet he remained aware that his present strength still fell far short of what he once possessed in his previous life, since even though his reverse skills greatly amplified his attack power, he was still limited by the inherently low base damage of a support class, leaving him wishing for a way to further increase his raw output. He then considered the additional gains from the fight, including the titles he had earned for defeating such powerful enemies. The victory had also granted him another level, and he couldn't help but appreciate just how much experience these rare elite monsters provided. As he approached the fallen creature to collect its drops, a system message confirmed that he had successfully obtained the valuable rewards. Looking over the loot from the defeated beast, Yunche's eyes widened in clear surprise. What he obtained was a powerful weapon with high attack, a massive, glowing pink crystal longsword that granted an enormous plus 552 boost to his attack power. A slow smile spread across his face as he realized this weapon perfectly solved his problem, since it more than compensated for the naturally low base attack of his class, and as he equipped it, the blade transformed in his grip into a larger, more menacing form crackling with dark purple energy, filling him with confidence that future battles would become far easier. However, his fortune wasn't flawless, as when he examined the other drop, a skill book, he felt a hint of disappointment upon seeing that it wasn't the specific gravitational pull ability he had hoped for, leading him to conclude that the drop rate for that particular skill must be quite low. Standing at the edge of the cliff, wishing for better luck and another opportunity to hunt high-reward Wanderer monsters, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a bright, firework-like red flare burst across the distant sky, instantly drawing his attention. Yunche immediately recognized the signal, understanding that it wasn't an ordinary distress flare but a special one used only by the school's teacher teams, meaning they were in serious danger. The instructors, who had responded to what they believed was a student's call for help, had instead walked into a dire situation, discovering a massive gathering of elite Wanderer-type monsters clustered around a single cave entrance. They couldn't make sense of why so many powerful creatures had assembled in one place. Not long after, Yunche, Xiao Xi, Yunsha, and Yunyin arrived at the scene, equally puzzled by the overwhelming number of monsters gathered there. One of the teachers explained that they had only just reached the area after spotting the signal and still didn't fully understand what was happening. He gestured toward the cave, stating that the distress signal was coming from within, which meant the students they had come to rescue were likely trapped inside. Another instructor described the grim situation more clearly, explaining that although they were trying to organize a rescue, the sheer size of the monster group made it impossible, as even with all the teachers present, they lacked the numbers needed to break through. Upon noticing the arrival of the powerful Yun Sha and Yun Yin, one of the teachers turned to them for assistance, expressing that their help would make a significant difference in the rescue effort. Without any hesitation, Yun Sha agreed to the request, stating that saving fellow students was their responsibility. She immediately assumed command of the situation, summoning a radiant, star-shaped magical artifact, and casting a powerful area-enhancing spell known as Starlight Mystic Art. The spell spread across both teachers and students, bathing them in a golden radiance that sharply boosted their spirit and attack power, and the sheer intensity of the enhancement left those who recognized it stunned, realizing it was at least an epic-tier skill. With her ally strengthened, Yunsha shifted her focus to the monsters and unleashed a powerful offensive technique, gravitational pressure, crushing a wide area of the gathered Wanderer beasts under its force. At the same moment, Union entered the battle, executing her own lethal move, Hidden Thorn, which instantly destroyed a level 30 radiant crystal spike and displayed her overwhelming strength. The combined force of their attacks was astonishing, leaving the surrounding students and teachers in awe as the once overwhelming monster group was wiped out, prompting one student to remark that with such power on their side, rescuing those trapped should now be possible, while openly praising the incredible strength of Yunsha and Yunyan. And as Yunche observed this display, he was deeply impressed, noting that not only was their equipment to the highest quality, but their skills matched it, leading him to conclude that with their support, the rescue would succeed smoothly even without his involvement. With the immediate threat eliminated, Yunche's thoughts shifted to the larger mystery, and as the rescue team advanced toward the cave, he questioned what could have drawn so many powerful Wanderer-type monsters to gather in that single location. Choosing to investigate independently, he instructed Xiao Xi to remain with the group while he moved ahead to scout the situation. Activating his newly enhanced ability, Mirror Walk, Yunche phased out of reality and stepped into the parallel mirror dimension. Taking in the strange purple-toned environment, he realized that the dungeon's crystalline structure provided countless reflective surfaces, allowing him to access the mirror world whenever he wished. At the same time, he was aware of the ability's limitations, as he still didn't know how to exit the dimension at will, recalling how he had previously been forcibly ejected when the timer expired during his raid on the Ding family's residence and had been unable to re-enter immediately afterward. As he moved through the mirrored version of the cave, passing the intangible phantom forms of other adventurers, he noticed something unusual. While people appeared as ghostly projections, the monsters were entirely absent. Looking more carefully, he discovered that the bodies of monsters he had previously killed existed here as physical entities. From this, he deduced an important rule of his ability, that aside from himself, living beings did not possess physical forms in the mirror dimension, while only the dead remained tangible. Moving quietly and unseen within this space, Yunche followed the phantom traces of the other adventurers deeper into the cave, soon recognizing them as a group of senior students, including the one known as Little Xia, and he inferred that they were likely responsible for attracting the massive group of Wanderer monsters before becoming overwhelmed and sending out the distress signal. From his position, Yunche could see that the group was using the cave's narrow passage to hold their line, a strategy that would keep them safe for a while. Yet the real question still lingered. What inside this cave could possibly draw so many powerful creatures together? He continued forward, venturing deeper into the mirrored version of the cave to investigate. Though the maze of crystal reflections made navigation difficult, with countless mirrored surfaces distorting distance and direction. Then he suddenly stopped, his body going still as his eyes widened in shock and disbelief at something entirely unexpected, something that should not exist in a place like this. As he pushed further in, Yunche finally saw it clearly. The dungeon's true treasure, a massive vein of rare glowing green crystal ore. And in that moment, he understood why Little Xia and his group had taken such a risk to come here. Dungeons often contained unique resources unavailable in the outside world. Materials used to forge powerful and one-of-a-kind equipment. These green crystals were one such resource, far more valuable than gold. When he examined one of the crystals, a system message appeared, identifying it as Mirror Image Crystal and confirming that he could collect it and bring it out of the mirror dimension, while also presenting an option that read, "Return to the real world from here." This discovery immediately struck him as extremely important. To test his assumption, he reached for a different, ordinary blue crystal and received the exact same message. A slow, knowing smile formed as he grasped the full implication of his ability, realizing that any reflective surface could serve as an exit point, allowing him to return to the real world whenever he chose. Walking among the luminous green crystals, Yunche bent down and collected a piece of the valuable ore. He reflected briefly on his upgraded skill, aware that its full potential was still far from understood and that he would need the right opportunity to study it in detail. But for now, he chose to focus on examining the vast crystal vein before him. As he advanced deeper, the sheer scale of the deposit left him stunned, the enormous quantity of ore enough to make any ordinary miner unimaginably wealthy. And at last, the mystery was resolved. This treasure was the reason so many powerful Wanderer-type monsters had gathered at the cave entrance, drawn to it and likely acting as its guardians. Meanwhile, in the real world, the rescue effort continued, with Yunsha repeatedly casting powerful spells like gravitational pressure to crush the Wanderer monsters. while Union followed closely behind, unleashing her deadly dual blade dance to cut down the remaining enemies. Not content with only supporting her allies, Yunsha revealed her own offensive strength by unleashing Star Rain Art, a large-scale, devastating spell that blanketed the battlefield, leaving both students and teachers watching in utter shock as they questioned whether all her abilities were of epic rank, given that her power clearly surpassed that of the instructors. With one final, massive cross-shaped slash, the last Wanderer beast guarding the cave entrance was cut down, clearing the way for the rescue team to enter and retrieve the trapped senior students, who were gathered together inside, exhausted yet still alive. As the group escorted them out, one of the seniors, Little Xie, spoke with visible relief, admitting that he truly believed he would die within that cave. Union, ever cautious, immediately cut off his relief and warned him not to lower his guard, pointing out that they still needed to fight their way out of the dungeon and that everyone was already worn down from the previous battle. Yunsha nodded in agreement. Yet with a confident smile, she added that with their assistance, escaping this time should be far easier than the struggle they had just endured. However, as the rescued seniors were being guided out, Yunsha's eyes suddenly widened, her expression shifting into one of shock and concern as she sensed that something was wrong. Her unease proved justified when the students behind her suddenly erupted into terrified screams. The cause of their fear was a dreadful sight. The path ahead, which had only just been cleared moments ago, was once again filled with an enormous horde of elite Wanderer-type monsters. It was as though every Wanderer in the entire dungeon had converged upon this single point, completely sealing off their route to safety. While the rescue team in the real world was being overwhelmed by the sudden reappearance of the Wanderer horde, Yunche continued his solitary exploration within the other mirror world, moving through the twisting, maze-like passages of the crystal cave, his path illuminated by the eerie green glow emitted from the veins of special ore. Then, without warning, he came to an abrupt stop, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief at the sight before him. What he had found was astonishing, a massive, tree-like crystal structure that stretched all the way to the cavern ceiling, and at its peak rested a radiant, star-shaped crystal core that pulsed with immense energy. He recognized it instantly as the dungeon's legendary secret treasure. As he approached the core, memories of the stories surrounding such items surfaced in his mind. If the various crystal ores represented the dungeon's valuable resources, then this crystal core stood as the ultimate prize, the one and only secret treasure within the dungeon. Such treasures are formed from the condensed essence of all the dungeon's special resources, requiring an incredibly long and unknown span of time to take shape. They are so exceedingly rare that an ordinary person might never encounter one in their entire life. And most crucially, every secret treasure possesses a unique and powerful special effect without exception. As Yunche extended his hand toward the glowing object, he understood he had discovered the true heart of the Valiant dungeon, and with a pleased smile he reached for the green crystal core, prompting a system window to appear that identified it as the Mirror Image Crystal Core, a unique quality secret treasure which, upon use, would permanently grant plus 110 stamina, plus 0.5 mana recovery speed, and a 20% reduction in damage from light and electric types, while the description also clarified that this was merely a copy of the true secret treasure. Yunche was overjoyed by the find, quickly realizing that the stamina boost would significantly raise his maximum health, while the increased mana recovery would allow him to activate his powerful Trick Blade skill more frequently, thereby increasing his overall damage output. With a knowing grin, his attention settled on what he considered the most valuable effect, the 20% reduction against light and electric damage. He understood that percentage-based damage reduction was extremely rare and highly prized, even among top-tier equipment, and what made it even better was that, as a consumable secret treasure, it would not occupy any of his limited equipment slots. However, as he held the item, an odd thought surfaced in his mind. He reasoned that just as the crystal ores had drawn in Wanderer monsters, a secret treasure of this magnitude should logically be guarded by a creature far stronger than any Wanderer he had encountered. So choosing not to linger, he prepared to either use the treasure immediately or leave, prompting a system window to present two options: store it for later or use it now. And just as he moved to select use, another message appeared, revealing an unexpected rule that either taking or using the item would consume 10 minutes of his remaining mirror walk time, catching him off guard. Meanwhile, back in the real world, just as the rescued students began to feel a trace of relief, a deep and forceful rumble suddenly shook the entire cave, causing both teachers and students to look upward in fear. And even the formidable Yun Sha and Yun Yin stood frozen, their faces filled with shock and alarm. From behind the massive crystal formations, a new and overwhelming threat emerged. It was a gigantic monster, far larger and more menacing than the Wanderer beast they had just battled, its body crackling with dark purple energy and dwarfing everything in the cavern, making the grim reality immediately clear to the group. They had encountered the Lord of the Wanderer species, a powerful hidden boss within the dungeon. Both teachers and students instantly grasped how dire their situation had become. as they now faced a wandering lord, a rare hidden boss that existed separately from the dungeon's main boss. A creature far stronger than any standard boss, and this one, accompanied by its vast army of elite followers, stood as an enemy they had no hope of defeating. Panic began to ripple through the group as one student cried out in terror, insisting that wandering lords were only supposed to appear in high-level dungeons, and as fear spread from one person to another, hope quickly crumbled, with many starting to believe they were all about to die, just as the situation teetered on the edge of collapse. Xiao's steady and commanding voice cut cleanly through the chaos, ordering everyone to calm themselves, and reminding them that their top priority was to cooperate if they wanted any chance of escaping alive. Taking charge without hesitation, she pointed toward a narrow canyon and declared it to be their only path out of the basin where they were trapped. She then laid out a straightforward plan, explaining that if they could break through the monsters blocking their way and exit the basin, their superior speed would allow them to put distance between themselves and the enemy and escape. With one final shout to rally their spirits, she activated a powerful starlight mystic art once more to enhance the entire group, then commanded everyone to stop holding back and push forward with everything they had toward the canyon exit. Motivated by Xiao's leadership, the head of the teaching team, Li, sprang into action, declaring that no matter what, they had to ensure the students got out safely, and as he spoke, he activated his light refracting shield. He announced that the teachers would rotate in leading the charge, with him taking the first turn, before charging straight into the swarm of monsters to carve out a path. The remaining teachers and students followed closely behind, their combined attacks forming a powerful forward surge. Support class members continuously cast healing and defensive spells onto the frontline fighters, ensuring they could keep advancing without stopping. Hemmed in from every direction, the group tightened into a defensive formation, and step by step, they forced their way toward the canyon exit as the teachers urged them to endure. Just as it seemed they might finally break through, the massive Wandering Lord intervened, releasing a thunderous roar that activated a skill known as Battle Cry Rally. In response, the ordinary crystal monsters scattered throughout the dungeon, which had remained inactive until now, suddenly stirred, and began advancing toward the basin, flooding into the canyon. Their overwhelming numbers forming what looked like an endless tide of reinforcements that completely encircled the trapped rescue team, leaving both students and teachers staring in dismay as their escape route was sealed by thousands of newly arrived enemies, unable to comprehend where they had all come from. As if the situation were not already dire enough, the massive Wandering Lord unleashed another ability called Crystal Aura, enveloping all nearby monsters in a vast red glow that amplified their strength, granting a significant 20% boost to their health, attack power, and defense. The students holding the front line were immediately overwhelmed, crying out in shock at the sudden surge in the monster's attack power. The empowered enemy forces claimed their first casualty almost instantly, as a teacher was struck through by multiple energy beams, shouting that the damage was too great to heal before he was completely overwhelmed and killed by the relentless assault. A nearby student cried out in horror, shouting that a teacher had been killed, and his panic once again threatened to tear the group apart. Xiao seized control without hesitation, ordering the shield guards to move to the front and form a solid defensive line while instructing the priest to concentrate all healing on the shield bearers to keep them from collapsing. Despite her firm leadership, Xiao understood just how dire their situation had become, realizing that everyone was already exhausted and barely managing to hold their ground, and more frightening than anything else was the fact that the Wandering Lord itself had yet to truly join the fight, yet even its empowered followers alone were already pushing them to their absolute limits, making it clear that even with all their combined strength, the students and teachers stood no chance against the endless strength and horde. One of the teachers, his face serious, spoke up grimly, saying their efforts were meaningless and that at this rate, breaking through was impossible. Concluding that maintaining formation was pointless, one of the more cowardly teachers made the decision to abandon the group, activating a stealth skill as he declared that it was now every man for himself. He immediately fled, attempting to slip past the monsters unnoticed and escape on his own. The teacher Li shouted after him, warning that the stealth skill would not last long enough for him to get away. That warning proved tragically accurate. The fleeing teacher was quickly discovered when a smaller, turtle-like crystal monster emerged from the ground and blocked his path. As the teacher froze in sheer terror, the massive Wandering Lord, which had been observing the battle up to this point, finally took action. It unleashed a devastating beam of pure energy that struck the ground where the lone teacher stood, instantly annihilating him and reducing him to ashes under the overwhelming force of the attack. The explosion carried such immense power that it not only killed the teacher, but also caused the entire canyon to collapse, sealing off the only escape route beneath a massive landslide of rock. The remaining students and teachers could do nothing but stare in horror at the incomprehensibly terrifying display of strength. One of them, his face filled with despair, stammered that escape was no longer possible. Having blocked their only way out, The colossal, wandering lord shifted its focus toward the trapped adventurers, its crystal eyes glowing ominously as it began charging another devastating energy beam. A student screamed in utter despair, convinced it was the end and that they would be the next targets, and with no way to evade the incoming attack, the group braced themselves for the inevitable, fully aware that there was no chance they could withstand a blast of that magnitude. At the final moment, however, one of the students summoned an enormous, ornate shield that materialized directly in front of them. The shield, an epic quality, level 70 piece of equipment known as the Rock Mountain Shield, possessed immense defensive power and resistance, and as the Lord's energy beam crashed into it with overwhelming force, the impact drove the massive shield backward, pushing it to its limits and threatening to shatter it. The teachers and the strongest students surged forward together to brace the shield, fully aware that if it gave way, the end would come instantly. Yun Sha, her expression tight with strain, laid out their desperate measure, explaining that although the shield was a level 70 piece of equipment with undoubtedly high durability, its steep level requirement meant that no one present was capable of properly equipping it to gain its stat bonuses, forcing them instead to rely on their own physical strength to hold the massive, unwieldy object in place. And even as she spoke, she understood this was nothing more than a temporary solution, a last resort that could only buy them a brief window of time. As the teachers and students struggled to withstand the Wandering Lord's relentless assault, their morale began to crumble, and one of the rescued seniors voiced his confusion, questioning why a monster of such power would even exist within the school's dungeon. Another student, his face twisted with fear and anger, turned his frustration toward the teachers, blaming them for their predicament and demanding to know why they had been brought there at all, while one of the teachers, his expression grim, wondered aloud whether their long and exhausting effort to rescue the trapped students had ultimately been meaningless. The teacher Lei watched the unfolding disaster with visible pain, finding only a small measure of comfort in the thought that the two younger students, Yun Che and Xiao Xi, were safe and far away from this danger. That fragile reassurance shattered instantly when, to his utter shock, Xiao Xi suddenly appeared beside him and shoved him aside to avoid an incoming attack. Lei was left completely baffled, unable to comprehend how the boy who had been told to wait near the valley had managed to arrive so quickly. As another monster lunged forward, Lei shouted a warning, and Xiao Xi responded without hesitation, calling out the name of his skill, Surround Shield, as he moved to defend the teacher. However, the monster's attack proved far too powerful, shattering Xiao Xi's defense and tearing open the group's perimeter. With their formation broken and their main tank injured, the group was left fully exposed, with no one capable of halting the advance of the wandering monsters. Their defensive line completely collapsed, leaving them wide open, and in a desperate display of courage, Xiao Xi charged forward alone into the oncoming horde. Managing to block multiple heavy attacks while shielding the wounded teacher, Li, who could only stare in stunned disbelief, unable to reconcile how the student he had once dismissed as useless now displayed such overwhelming strength. Yet Xiao Xi's lone stand was not enough, as the remaining shield guards had their defenses utterly destroyed, leaving the entire front line in ruins. At last, even Xiao Xi was overwhelmed, his armor shattering under a powerful strike as he was sent flying backward. He lay sprawled on the ground, bleeding and utterly defeated, as the surrounding monsters closed in, preparing to deliver the final, killing blow. Watching their last line of defense collapse, one of the teachers, his face drenched in sweat and twisted with fear, admitted that their situation had truly become hopeless. Just as the monsters surged forward to overwhelm the defenseless group, a sudden blur of motion sliced through the chaos. To the teacher's astonishment, Yun Che appeared, standing atop the corpse of a fallen monster, gripping his massive, glowing crystal greatsword as his eyes reflected a chilling, lethal calm. He glanced down at his battered and blooded friend, Xiao Xi, and commended him for his courage. Then, turning toward the encroaching horde, he spoke with unwavering confidence, declaring, "Leave the rest to me." Not long earlier, within the mirror world, Yun Che stood facing the crystal core, realizing that if a replica existed here, then the original in the real world must also still be present. That conclusion meant his mirror world ability could, in practice, let him claim double the yield from any valuable resource, though he was fully aware this advantage came with strict limits. He had already collected 75 pieces of the valuable crystal ore, yet bringing every single one out would demand 750 minutes of mirror walk time, an amount far beyond what he currently possessed. He understood clearly that, just like the crystal core, each individual ore required 10 minutes of his time to extract. Faced with that restriction, Yun Che made a firm decision. He would take the real-world crystal core, but for now, he would rely on the mirrored version he had found to immediately gain its powerful enhancements. A system notification confirmed the result. By using both the real and mirrored cores, his stat boosts were doubled, and he gained a formidable 40% immunity to both light and electric damage. After absorbing the core's power, as he stood atop the enormous crystal formation in the real world, a violent tremor suddenly rippled through the entire cave, causing his eyes to widen as he sensed the disturbance. Unsure of the cause, he reacted instantly, leaping down from the crystal formation to track the source of the noise. Mid-descent, Yunche chose to test his newly gained ability to leave the mirror world at will, phasing through the crystal walls as he slipped back into the parallel dimension, where he noted he still had nearly 13 minutes of mirror walk time remaining. A confident smirk crossed his face as he confirmed a crucial detail. So long as any time remained, he could freely move in and out of the mirror world whenever he wished. The skill would only enter cooldown after all the allotted time had been fully consumed, and he wasted no time verifying this. Passing back through the crystal walls and returning smoothly to reality, where he was met with a shocking scene. The number of monsters had surged dramatically, far beyond what the crystal ore alone could have attracted. Looming above them all stood the giant Wandering Lord, and in that moment, Yunche understood that this creature had been the true source of the ominous danger he had sensed from the very start. Recognizing the severity of the threat, his thoughts immediately turned to his companion, knowing Xiao Xi and the others were in grave danger. Yet with his newfound command over the mirror world, a different plan began to take shape in his mind. Now aware that he could freely enter and exit the dimension at will, he saw an opportunity to overturn the situation against the seemingly invincible boss. With greater control over his ultimate skill than ever before, Yunche swiftly devised a new strategy. He started slipping in and out of the mirror world, using that parallel space to reposition instantly, avoiding monster attacks with ease before reappearing in reality to deliver precise strikes. This hit-and-run approach proved highly effective, and after cutting down several additional elite monsters, he advanced to level 24. He paused briefly to assess his strength, determining that with his expanded mana pool and the doubled recovery granted by the crystal cores, he could stack his Blade of Trickery to reach an enormous 330% boost in attack power. Even so, Yunche remained grounded, fully aware that despite how overwhelming his current strength felt, it still fell short of what was needed to confront the giant Wandering Lord, a being surpassing even a standard dungeon boss, and he concluded he would need to reach at least level 30 to stand a genuine chance, knowing he was still far from that mark. The narrative then shifts back to the desperate scene in the real world, where the students and teachers stand on the brink of death. At the very moment hope seems to vanish, Yunche emerges from the mirror world one final time, appearing directly in the center of the battlefield. Standing atop the corpse of a fallen monster, he looks toward his battered yet steadfast friend Xiao Xi, praises his courage, and with firm resolve tells him to leave everything from here on to him, fully prepared to face the massive horde alone. After exiting the mirror world for the last time, Yunche lands solidly on the ground, ready for battle. He immediately takes command, instructing those with support abilities to strengthen him while he handles the wandering horde. Yunsha and Xiao Xi respond without hesitation, as the powerful senior unleashes her Starlight Mystic Art while Xiao Xi casts Defensive Surround Shield and Shield Armor, both abilities enhancing Yunche with a significant boost to his spirit and attack power. And with these amplifications, he transforms into a force of devastation, his massive crystal greatsword sweeping through clusters of elite monsters effortlessly. He understands that although the sheer number of enemies is absurd, he himself is no longer truly at risk. After absorbing the power of the two crystal core treasures, his health has multiplied several times over, and with 40% resistance to the monster's light and electric attacks, his durability becomes exceptional, though he remains slightly frustrated that their immunity to the confusion effect of his chaotic thorn skill prevents him from dispatching them even faster. All the other students and teachers can do is watch in stunned silence. Lilui Li and the senior students who once underestimated him are left in utter disbelief, checking his status panel to confirm he is a support class chanter, yet unable to comprehend how his attack power has reached such heights or what strange ability allows him to seemingly teleport across the battlefield by phasing through the mirror world. Li, his arms still bleeding from an earlier wound, watched with both shock and awe, unable to reconcile that the junior he had been so concerned about possessed such overwhelming strength. With his enhanced power and resilience, Yunche turned into an unstoppable force, cutting relentlessly through the seemingly endless wave of elite wandering monsters. The sheer volume of high-grade enemies granted enormous experience, causing his level to rise at an astonishing pace. Yunsha, who had previously recognized him as the intruder at the Ding residence, could only stare in amazement, as the bold thief she once assumed him to be now revealed strength far beyond anything she had imagined. Yunyan stood equally stunned, rendered speechless by the overwhelming display from the boy who shared her surname. Yunche pressed his assault without pause, shifting in and out of the mirror world to maneuver and strike, his movements leaving behind streaks of purple energy. His level climbed rapidly, one after another, until he soon reached level 28. The students and teachers, who moments ago had been facing certain death, were left completely dumbfounded, and one of the instructors, Li, briefly wondered if Yunche was some powerful external support, only to recall seeing him before and realize he was in fact a student. His companion, Little Xie, was even more shaken, finding it impossible to accept that a mere student could wield such immense power. Yet despite Yunche's overwhelming performance, the Wandering Lord remained an enormous threat. As the towering creature prepared to unleash another devastating energy beam, cries of alarm erupted from the students and teachers. Yunche's expression hardened, as he understood that even with all his recent enhancements, taking that attack head-on would mean certain death. While the Wandering Lord advanced, its energy beams still raging. Those sheltering behind the hastily formed shield wall realized their time was nearly gone, knowing that once the massive creature closed the distance, the two shields would no longer be enough to keep them safe. Teacher Lei, seeing that Yunche had already thinned out the smaller monsters, shouted for everyone to break through and escape toward the other exit. He understood that regardless of how strong this mysterious student had become, facing the Wandering Lord alone was impossible. However, his plan was immediately challenged, as another student pointed out a critical flaw. The two massive shields were far too cumbersome to move, and abandoning them would leave everyone completely exposed to the Lord's devastating attacks. A second student added that the shields were too heavy to carry and could only be relocated by storing them in an inventory, something none of them were capable of doing. Just as the argument began to escalate, a calm voice cut through the tension, telling them to leave everything to him. The voice belonged to Yunche, and he quickly laid out a selfless plan. He would draw the Wandering Lord's attention by attacking it, creating an opening for everyone else to escape. Teacher Lei was taken aback by the proposal, asking what would become of him if they all fled. Yunche calmly explained his reasoning, recalling from his past life that if a Wandering Lord was left alive, it would eventually gather every monster within the dungeon and roam into the outside world, leading to a massive disaster. With firm resolve in his eyes, he declared that he would remain behind and personally slay the creature, activating Blade of Trickery to amplify his attack power by an immense 350%, while noting he still had over 5 minutes of Mirror Walk remaining, a perfect advantage for confronting such a colossal enemy. As Yunche prepared to face the Wandering Lord alone, Teacher Li made the difficult decision to lead the others in retreat, urging them to move quickly, convinced that no matter how strong Yunche was, he would eventually wear down against such an overwhelming opponent. He reasoned that the faster they escaped, the sooner Yunche would also be able to withdraw. When a student questioned Yunche's claim that he could kill the Wandering Lord, Lei dismissed it as a courageous statement meant to reassure them, knowing full well the true power of such a creature. Forced to leave with the group, Xiao Xi was overcome with a sense of helplessness. He glanced back with a heavy expression, hating that at a moment like this he could only run while his friend faced such extreme danger, and silently offered a prayer for Yunche's safety. Meanwhile, Yunche was far from powerless, continuing to cut through the remaining smaller monsters, growing stronger with each kill as he quickly gained another level. When the massive Wandering Lord unleashed another energy beam, Yunche activated Mirror Walk and phased out of reality, allowing the attack to pass harmlessly through the space he had just occupied. In the next instant, he reappeared behind the creature and delivered a powerful strike with his glowing blade. Yet the result revealed a harsh truth. The Wandering Lord, a level 42 stone golem, possessed such immense defense along with a potent healing ability that the minor damage he inflicted was restored immediately, making it clear that at his current level, his efforts were insufficient. Its defenses were simply too great, and as he continued evading its attacks, Yunche's initial exchanges confirmed his assessment. He identified the large crystal embedded in the creature's head as its core, marking it as the obvious weak point. The challenge, however, was reaching it, because even with all his enhancements, his attack power still could not overcome the Lord's formidable defense and regeneration, and to make matters worse, his available time was steadily running out. A quick glance at his status made it clear that the powerful buffs granted by the others were beginning to fade. His own mana reserves were nearly depleted as well, and he understood that he would not be able to maintain Blade of Trickery for much longer, leaving him with a single viable path. He had to grow stronger, which meant leveling up by eliminating the weaker monsters first. Just as he prepared to shift his focus back to the smaller enemies, a bright beam of light suddenly burst forth from a nearby crack in the rock. Yunche's eyes widened as he immediately recognized that light. At the same instant, the massive Wandering Lord noticed it as well, and with alarming intelligence, it fired a powerful energy beam directly at the crack. Yunche reacted at once by phasing into the mirror world to evade the attack. But the moment he reappeared, shock hit him. The beam had been aimed precisely at the spot where he would emerge, making him realize with a jolt that the cunning boss had already read his pattern and was predicting his movements. Forced back into reality right within the path of the Wandering Lord's massive energy beam, Yunche was engulfed by the blast, a sustained attack that rapidly drained his health. Despite his formidable defenses, and he knew he could not rely on Mirror Walk to escape since less than 4 minutes remained and a continuous assault like this would exhaust it almost instantly. That left him with only one option: summon his undead army to absorb the damage, though he was fully aware of how costly that choice would be. Reviving his summons would consume a large portion of his already dwindling mana, leaving him without enough power to build up his attack for counterstrike, and for a brief moment, he considered whether retreating to regroup might be the wiser move. Just as he was on the verge of being overwhelmed, another powerful blast collided with the Wandering Lord's attack. To his surprise, he saw that Yun Sha, Yun Yin, and even Xiao Xi had returned to the battlefield. With a playful smile, Yun Sha explained that this little brother of his, referring to Xiao Xi, had begged and insisted they come back to help. Xiao Xi, facing away, immediately denied it, explaining that since the number of smaller monsters had decreased, the remaining group now had enough people to escape safely on their own, which meant he was free to return and lend his strength. Hearing this, Yun Che showed a genuine, grateful smile and simply said, "Thanks." Now that their group had grown stronger, Yun Sha stepped forward to take command, telling Yun Che that the hidden boss remained far too dangerous and that she and the others would cover him while he retreated slowly. However, Yun Che flatly rejected her suggestion, stating that with their support, there was no longer any reason for him to hold back, and he began unleashing his full strength. With his powerful allies assisting him, he continued cutting down the smaller monsters, steadily farming experience until his Mirror Walk duration finally expired just as he reached the crucial level 30. Now having attained his target level, he understood that his attack power had finally reached the threshold needed to challenge the Wandering Lord. Without hesitation, he equipped the rare level 30 Corrupted Knight's armor he had obtained from the Ding family's dungeon, significantly boosting his defenses. Watching him, Yun Sha questioned whether he truly intended to strike the Lord's weak point atop its head, pointing out that reaching such a height was impossible. But Yun Che had already anticipated this, revealing that he had acquired the exact tool he needed, the gravitational pull skill book, looted from one of the wandering monsters, which allowed the user to draw a target toward themselves, and more importantly, its reverse form, gravitational traction, did the opposite by pulling the user toward the target, with the force increasing as the user's strength decreased. With this new mobility, the Lord's weak point was no longer beyond reach, and as he activated Blade of Trickery, rapidly stacking his attack power, he gave the others a confident smile and assured them everything was under control. With his plan finalized and his strength fully built, Yun Che extended a hand wrapped in purple energy, locking onto the Wandering Lord's massive head. He then activated his new skill, gravitational traction, and an immense force seized him, launching him forward at incredible speed as he tore through the air like a rocket, shattering the rocky ground beneath him while hurtling straight toward the towering monster. In a stunning display of precision and power, he landed flawlessly atop the Wandering Lord's head, positioning himself right beside the glowing crystal core, his energized blade crackling and poised to strike. Below, Yun Sha and Yun Yin, who had just declared such a feat impossible, could only stare upward, their expressions frozen in utter shock and disbelief at what he had just accomplished. Having reached the creature's weak point, Yun Che unleashed everything he had, driving his heavily empowered sword deep into the radiant crystal core and sending a web of cracks spreading rapidly across its surface. Even so, the massive beast refused to fall quietly, and in its final moments, it released a violent eruption of pure energy from its core, a desperate attempt to drag its attacker down with it. As Yun Che was caught at the center of the explosion, his health plummeting while a flood of system messages confirmed the immense, continuous damage overwhelming him. Yet his newly strengthened defenses and expanded health pool held firm, allowing him to grit his teeth and endure the blast, and when the light at last faded, he remained standing, wounded, but alive. As the Wandering Lord's crystal body began to shatter into countless fragments, a stream of notifications confirmed his extraordinary triumph. He had slain the Wandering Lord, earning a massive reward of 5,000 experience points along with the prestigious title of Wanderer Killer. Even more importantly, the hidden boss dropped 2 legendary-grade skill books, Golden Light Shield and Angel's Protection, both incredibly powerful and valuable rewards. Pouring the last of his accumulated strength into a final strike against the Lord's core, Yun Che triggered the creature's complete collapse, its body exploding into fragments as the surge of energy and experience instantly granted him 3 additional levels, raising him to level 33. The watching students and teachers were left utterly speechless, as Xiao Xi could only remark on how unbelievably powerful his friend had become, while Yun Yin and Yun Sha struggled to accept that he had truly defeated such a terrifying monster on his own. Amid the raining debris, Yun Che noticed 2 beams of golden light rising from the remains, signaling the drop of 2 legendary quality items. Before he could inspect them, however, he was forced to leap away as the enormous, headless body of the Wandering Lord began to collapse. Yun Sha shouted a warning, realizing that Yun Che was still positioned atop the falling giant. Displaying precise agility, he moved swiftly across the crumbling remains, leaping from fragment to fragment until he reached the ground safely. As the dust gradually settled, a massive opening appeared along the mountainside where the Lord had fallen, revealing that the mountain's interior was hollow, and exposing a vast, dark cavern filled with the skeletal remains of both wandering monsters and humans. Taking in the ancient battlefield, Yunche arrived at a grave conclusion. Long ago, an even more powerful and ancient wandering lord must have been born in this very place. He finally understood the reason behind the numerous intense battle scars spread throughout the dungeon. As his gaze lingered on the hollow mountain, it was drawn upward to a lone figure silhouetted against the dim light at the very top. His heart skipped as he recognized the armored warrior, frozen in a final, defiant stance with a greatsword firmly planted in the ground, while a system message confirmed the unbelievable truth. It was the corpse of Xiao Xi, also known as Xiao Benben. Yunche could only whisper his friend's name in disbelief. The other students and teachers soon arrived, equally shaken by the sight. As Yunche, her voice filled with awe, identified the figure as the infamous traitor, Xiao Xi. She admitted that although she had long heard this was the place where he had been slain by the hero Ding Kuan, she had never imagined the scene would look like this. The battlefield itself told a story of a desperate final stand against countless monsters and people. She pointed out that the proud, unyielding figure before them was nothing like the statue in the Modern History Memorial Hall, which depicted him being trampled, and declared that this did not resemble someone who could have been defeated so easily. Yunche remained silent, his expression heavy with grief as he gazed at the remains of his fallen friend. Xiao Xi, his great-grandson, finally broke the silence, telling Yunche that although it might be hard to believe, he now felt that his great-grandfather may not have been a bad person after all. Standing before the remains, Xiao Xi began explaining the truth he had pieced together. He said that throughout his childhood, he had searched through historical records about his great-grandfather. Yet whenever those records reached the parts describing his actual experiences, the details always became frustratingly vague, though he still managed to uncover a few important clues. Among them was the discovery that his great-grandfather had a pattern of entering dungeons far below his true level, which led him to a crucial question. Why would an S-rank professional, someone above level 60, come to a low-level dungeon like this one? And as he spoke, he answered that question himself with newfound certainty. It was because this dungeon was one of the rare places capable of spawning a wandering lord, a creature that could gather every monster within a dungeon and lead them into the outside world, triggering a large-scale disaster. He went on to explain that in those earlier times, the government lacked enough forces to guard against the constant threat of monsters emerging from dungeons, forcing them to depend on a handful of powerful and responsible professionals to regularly eliminate the most dangerous risks. His great-grandfather, he said with quiet pride, had been one of those individuals, not a traitor, but someone who entered this dungeon to prevent a disaster before it could begin. As Yunche listened without interrupting, Xiao Xi's confidence gradually began to waver. He admitted that others likely believed he was simply making things up, and that even his own family thought he was seeking emotional comfort by bending unclear historical records into a story he wanted to accept. Just as he seemed ready to lose hope, a hand gently came to rest on his shoulder. And when he looked up, he saw Yunche wearing a calm, understanding smile as he simply said, "I believe you." While Yunche and Yunyin watched with visible shock and admiration, Xiao Xi was left overwhelmed, unable to speak after hearing Yunche's simple yet sincere words of trust. At that moment, a flood of memories surged through Yunche's mind. As memories surfaced of his fallen companion, Xiao Benben, whose heroic legacy had been cruelly distorted. He remembered the boy's youthful arrogance, how he would brag that his natural talent made a master unnecessary and that he would soon surpass even Yunche himself. Yet he also recalled the fear that appeared when things went too far, when Xiao Benben would panic after being overwhelmed by a swarm of monsters, shouting for his master to save him, only to stubbornly deny needing any help afterward, his pride clearly wounded. He remembered his friend's peculiar habit of training hard in secret, only to later flaunt his newfound strength in front of others, and how he consistently chose the weakest shield-bearing class, the sword guard, simply because no other defensive class was fast enough to keep up with Yunche's reckless offense. He remembered how he would always manage to track Xiao Benben down, even when the latter tried to sneak away alone to grind levels, and how his friend would always come up with excuses, claiming he was just drawn to a good fight, insisting that saving people was merely something he did along the way. With a renewed sense of purpose and a burning desire for retribution, Yunche fixed his gaze on his friend's remains and declared that, for Xiao Benben's sake, he would settle the debt with the Ding family, the ones responsible for tarnishing his friend's legacy after death. Back at the Ding family residence, Ding Shu recounted the events of the dungeon expedition to his skeptical father and uncle, insisting that everything he said was true, that Yunche was truly that extraordinary, and that they could confirm it with the supervising teacher if they doubted him. He explained that he had originally been barred from entering the dungeon due to his low level, but had remained outside, waiting until the survivors emerged. The scene shifts to the moment the students exited the dungeon, buzzing with excitement after witnessing the fall of the giant Wandering Lord from afar. All of them astonished by the fact that someone had managed to defeat a rare hidden boss exceeding level 40, a feat far beyond what they could imagine. Listening in, Ding Shu confirmed that the one responsible was named Yun Che, leaving him unable to believe that someone even stronger than the high-level Yun Yin had been among the students, as he began to question Yun Che's true identity. Returning to the present, the third head of the family, Ding Ge, fell silent after hearing his son's account, before rising from his seat and issuing a command to gather the Ding family guards and follow him to the traitor's dungeon, the very place where Xiao Yan had died. His brother, Ding Yi, stopped him, recalling a detail from Ding Shu's earlier report about the intruders at their residence, and with a sinister glint in his eyes, instructed him to bring along the members of Xiao Xi's family as well. Meanwhile, back inside the dungeon, Yun Che examined one of the legendary skill books dropped by the Wandering Lord, Golden Light Shield. Without any hesitation, he handed the powerful skill book to Xiao Xi, telling him to learn it since it had no level requirement. Yun Sha, observing the exchange, was visibly shocked and questioned why he would give away a legendary skill so casually. Yun Che answered calmly that the skill was meant only for shield bearers and held no value for him, then added a meaningful remark, suggesting that Xiao Xi's great-grandfather had likely used this very ability in his time, which moved Xiao Xi to accept it. Watching thoughtfully, Yun Sha commented that while Xiao Xi might lack strong skills, Yun Che clearly possessed many powerful ones. She admitted that even though her own abilities were considered high-tier, she still felt far inferior to him, specifically mentioning his near-teleportation movement and his ability to summon large numbers of undead creatures. At the mention of the undead, Yun Che's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as a serious look took over. A crucial detail about his power suddenly resurfaced in his mind. His undead summons were formed from souls he encountered within the mirror world, leading him to a profound realization. If all souls passed into that dimension after death, then it was possible that his old friend Xiao Yi's soul was there as well. This realization brought a flicker of nervous excitement across Yun Che's face. A system notification then appeared, confirming that his mirror walk ability had fully recharged, granting him 30 minutes to explore the mirror world, and he immediately considered whether he could use this opportunity to search for his friend's soul. With resolve in his eyes, he activated the skill, his body once again enveloped in the familiar purple glow as he stepped into the alternate dimension. And within the strange blue-green expanse of the mirror world, he quickly found what he had been searching for. Before him stood a powerful spectral figure clad in full armor, emanating a calm yet imposing presence, and overwhelmed with emotion. Yun Che softly spoke the nickname of his fallen companion, Xiao Ben Ben, confirming that his friend's soul had indeed remained here all this time. Back in the real world, time had passed, and Yun approached Yun Sha to remind her that they should be leaving soon, as she had an important audience ceremony to attend. Yun Sha appeared reluctant, admitting they had already stayed for quite some time but that everything happening here was far too intriguing, her gaze drifting toward the place where Yun Che had been standing. She wondered aloud what he could possibly be doing and why he had been gone for so long, unaware of the reunion taking place in another dimension. Inside the mirror world, Yun Che stood with a solemn expression as he spoke to the armored soul of his old friend, Xiao Xi Ben, saying he could hardly believe they were able to meet again. He said there was so much he had wanted to tell him, words that had been waiting for this moment. Yet the reunion ended almost as soon as it began. With quiet sorrow, he realized it was a pity his friend could no longer respond, because the once calm spirit was abruptly seized by a dark and sinister force, its shape warping and distorting into a grotesque, roaring undead monster. A heavy realization settled in Yun Che's heart as he understood that his friend had truly become an undead being, something that acted on instinct alone, with no trace of memory left. He admitted to himself that he had no desire to fight him, but there was no alternative, so he leapt upward to evade an incoming strike while preparing himself for what would clearly be a difficult battle. As the fight commenced, Yun Che's eyes shone with a deep purple glow, locked firmly onto his opponent. While exchanging blows, an unusual phenomenon unfolded as fragments of crystal began to float around him, each shard reflecting a different scene, and he quickly recognized them as pieces of Ben Ben's past and experiences. Among them, one fragment drew his focus, displaying a vivid memory of Ben Ben's final clash against the man known as the hero, Ding Kuan. As he observed that memory, Yun Che noticed something peculiar in Ding Kuan's stance and movements, a style that felt oddly familiar to him. Without warning, the mirrored world surrounding them broke apart like shattered glass. When everything settled, the monstrous undead figure was gone, and in its place stood the composed, armored soul of Xiao Yan once again. Yun Che could only stand there, utterly bewildered, unable to make sense of what had just occurred. Still confined within the mirror realm, he cautiously called out his friend's name once more, only for the calm soul to erupt again into the same roaring undead creature, this time swinging a blade formed of shadowy purple energy. Yunche met the attack head-on and blocked it, his face turning grave as the truth became clear to him. The two clashed in a chaotic exchange, their strikes infused with purple energy colliding with tremendous force. In that moment, Yunche fully accepted that his friend was gone, leaving behind nothing but battle instinct within that corrupted form. Seeing no purpose in continuing to fight what remained of his friend, he chose to withdraw for now. But as he attempted to leave, a system notification appeared, informing him that exiting the mirror world from his current position was impossible. Frustration surged through him, and with no other option available, he resigned himself to continuing the fight. At the same time, in the outside world, Xiao Xi stood by himself, his face marked by shock and resolve as his fist tightened. His isolation ended when a large group arrived, led by Ding Ge and Ding Yi, and one of them questioned why Xiao Xi was alone, even speculating aloud that Yunche might have noticed their approach and fled in fear. Ding Ge looked down at the boy with a smug smile, remarking that this was only half the fun. Feigning ignorance, Xiao Xi asked Ding Shu why he had come, even wondering aloud if he was here to gain experience as well. Ding Shu dismissed the act with a scoff, telling the brat from the Qiao family to drop the pretense, then bluntly accused him of helping Yunche sneak into his home and steal their belongings. When Xiao Xi tried to deny it, Ding Shu leaned in with a threatening presence and coldly asked whether he thought his screams would go unrecognized. The words sent a chill through Xiao Xi, draining the color from his face as fear took hold. Waving the matter away with cruel indifference, Ding Hao stepped forward with a sinister smile and said none of that mattered anymore, as he had brought Xiao Xi a small gift. Terror completely overtook Xiao Xi's expression. Ding Hao repeated his unsettling remark, preparing to reveal what he meant by that gift. Xiao Xi's eyes widened in horror. A group of exhausted figures was pushed forward by Ding family guards, and to his disbelief, he recognized them as his own relatives, whispering the names of his grand-uncles and grand-aunts. At last, his gaze fell on his mother, who looked back at him with weary, defeated eyes. Before he could process anything, his second grand-uncle erupted in fury, shouting at him to kneel and beg forgiveness from the hero's family and from Ding Shu. Looking down, Xiao Xi began to say that he didn't want to keep living like this anymore. But his grand-uncle cut him off sharply, angrily demanding whether he had forgotten everything he had been taught about how to behave before the Ding family, screaming again for him to kneel. And this became the breaking point for Xiao Xi. All the resentment and humiliation he had endured burst out at once as he shouted back, asking if the Qiao family was destined to live as dogs for the Ding family generation after generation. His outburst stunned the rest of his family, leaving them staring in shock. Yet another relative stepped forward and sided firmly with the elder, shouting that for descendants of a disgraceful traitor, living as dogs was already more than they deserved. The pressure tightened further as a female relative, on the verge of tears, begged him to reconsider, asking if he intended to get the entire family killed and pleading with him to think about his father. She continued, reminding him how his mother had struggled to support them ever since his father lost his sanity, trying to weigh him down with guilt and force him to yield. After a brief silence, Xiao Xi's demeanor shifted completely. He turned and pointed passionately toward the skeletal remains of his ancestor on the mountain, declaring that the truth was his great-grandfather had come to this dungeon to prevent a catastrophe, and insisting that he had only fallen because he was ambushed by many, turning his defeat into a heroic sacrifice. He went on to explain that he had spent a long time gathering clues about his great-grandfather, always lacking the final decisive proof, but now, with the scene of that last battle right before them, he finally had the evidence he had been searching for. With blazing determination in his eyes, he declared that his ancestor was not a traitor, and that the so-called official history was nothing more than propaganda. Turning toward his stunned relatives, he told them that if they revealed this truth to the world, they could clear their ancestor's name and finally free themselves from a life of servitude. His voice rose, filled with righteous fury, as he insisted that the Ding family had no right to treat them this way, and that the rest of their relatives should never have died for such a faucet. Instead of denial, his impassioned words were met with condescending laughter from Ding Ge, who found the whole speech childish and amusing. Ding Ge then stepped forward calmly with a smug expression and confirmed that everything Xiao Xi had said was true, openly admitting that Xiao Yan had been killed in an ambush and was not an evil man. Then, without the slightest trace of remorse, he revealed the most damning truth of all, that his own grandfather, the so-called hero Ding Kuan, had orchestrated that ambush in order to build his fortune, leaving Xiao Xi standing there, stunned into silence as he listened to the casual confession behind the tragedy that had destroyed his family for generations. With a manic grin, Ding Hao leaned in close to the horrified Xiao Xi and cruelly brushed aside the truth, questioning who would even care about it. He declared that only the official narrative mattered, that Xiao Xi was labeled an imperial traitor, and therefore he was vile. Spreading his arms before his armored guards, he continued to mock Xiao Xi, asking what it mattered whether his father had been driven insane or his relatives had been killed, proclaiming that as descendants of traitors, they deserved such a fate. He then struck the most devastating blow, pointing directly at the terrified Xiao Xi family and revealing that they had known the truth all along, asking Xiao Xi how else he thought those relatives had died, making it clear they had been silenced for knowing too much. With the psychological torment complete, Ding Yi casually adjusted his tie, wearing a smug smile as he issued a simple and chilling command for them to kneel. Without hesitation or protest, every member of Xiao Xi's family, including the elderly, dropped to their knees in submission. Kneeling on the cold ground, Xiao Xi's mother pleaded desperately with her son, begging him to admit he was wrong and to stop resisting, telling him it was pointless. Tears streamed down her face as she revealed her deepest fear, that after her husband had gone mad, she could not endure losing her son as well. Hearing his mother's anguished plea, Xiao Xi stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by despair and inner conflict, just as his resolve was on the verge of shattering. At that breaking moment, a soft and gentle voice cut through the suffocating tension as a woman with long brown hair reached out toward him, telling him not to listen to them, her kind smile steady as she assured him that he was the best. Yet that warmth seemed to fade almost instantly when Ding Shu stepped forward, his face still wrapped in bandages from his last clash with Yunche, wearing a mocking sneer. Irritated by Xiao Xi's hesitation, he called him ignorant and lashed out with a brutal kick, shouting that he would make him kneel no matter what. But this time, everything changed, and to Ding Shu's shock, Xiao Xi's eyes flared with power as he calmly raised his forearm and blocked the strike with ease. Before Ding Shu could even respond, Xiao Xi seized his leg and, with a thunderous roar, drove him straight into the rocky ground, the impact shattering the surface beneath them. Standing upright among the fractured stone, Xiao Xi gazed down at the man who had tormented him for so long, his resolve unshakable as he declared that he would never kneel again. Gasping with a mix of rage and humiliation, Ding Shu forced himself back to his feet. Unable to accept what was happening, he summoned a massive, glowing crystal hammer, shouting furiously that Xiao Xi had suddenly found the courage to resist. He rushed forward, vowing to put him back in his place as nothing more than a punching bag. Just as the heavy hammer came crashing down, Xiao Xi underwent a sudden transformation, and in a burst of light he appeared clad in full-plate armor, a massive shield materializing in his grasp at the perfect moment to intercept the attack with a deafening clang, completely halting its force. Ding Shu could only grit his teeth, stunned by what he was seeing. Now standing as an unyielding protector, Xiao Xi positioned himself firmly between Ding Shu and his kneeling family, shielding them as he briefly glanced back at his mother. Then turned forward again, his voice firm with conviction as he struck with a powerful punch that sent Ding Shu stumbling backward, shouting that they were not descendants of a traitor, but of a true hero. Ding Shu staggered back, still unable to comprehend the situation. His thoughts spiraled as he clutched his head, unable to understand how the boy he had bullied for so long had become this powerful. Consumed by anger, he charged once more, yelling that Xiao Xi was nothing more than the punching bag he had beaten since childhood. He swung his weapon in a wide and forceful arc, enraged that his former victim would dare to resist. However, Xiao Xi faced the attack directly, his armored body taking the blow without faltering. And the force instead sent Ding Shu crashing back to the ground yet again. As his family looked on in stunned silence, Xiao Xi lowered his gaze to his defeated tormentor and declared with unwavering confidence that he was no longer the same person he used to be. At the same moment, within the mirror world, a far more desperate struggle was unfolding. Yunche was engaged in an intense battle against the corrupted soul of Xiao Benben. He understood clearly that he was facing his friend at his peak, a fighter of overwhelming strength. The gap between their current power levels was immense. Yunche knew that if Benben had not been a defensive-type fighter and reduced to a mindless state, the fight would have ended instantly in his defeat. Even so, Yunche held one crucial advantage. He had been the one who taught Benben every single combat technique he used. Because of that, he knew his friend's weaknesses perfectly, allowing him to anticipate and counter incoming moves. Yet even with that edge, the battle remained brutally difficult, as the spirit possessed the defenses of a level 60+ warrior, and even with the blade of trickery at full power, Yunche's strikes barely made an impact. Without warning, the undead spirit unleashed a massive burst of golden energy. Yunche recognized it instantly as the legendary skill Golden Light Shield, the same one he had just granted to Xiao Xi moments earlier, and he braced himself as he raised his guard to block the force of the attack. A grim determination settled across his face, as he fully grasped just how troublesome this battle would become. Meanwhile, in the real world, a humiliated Ding Shu roared in rage and attacked Xiao Xi with a powerful technique called Mountain Shaking Wild Hammer. But Xiao Xi, now acting as a resilient tank, not only blocked the strike, He countered with a heavy punch that sent Ding Shu flying backward. Without pause, he followed with a sweeping shield bash that slammed Ding Shu into the ground. Watching this pitiful performance, Ding Hao sneered at his nephew and mocked him, questioning how he could be losing to a mere brat from the Xiao Xi family. Deciding to step in himself, Ding Hao declared that he would vent Ding Shu's frustration on his behalf and lunged toward Xiao Xi with a powerful, energy-charged blow. Just as his strike was about to land, a blinding burst of golden light erupted before him. He stared in disbelief as Xiao Xi summoned a massive, crackling barrier of energy, the legendary Golden Light Shield. And with this newfound strength, Xiao Xi taunted them, calling the so-called hero family nothing more than cowards who did not even dare to fight one-on-one. At that same time, inside the mirror world, Yunche found himself confronting that exact same legendary technique. The undead form of his friend stood protected within the same radiant golden barrier as Yunche unleashed a relentless barrage of purple energy slashes against it. He understood the mechanics of the skill completely, knowing that as a legendary ability, the Golden Light Shield defense was not determined solely by the user's attributes, and that unless a single strike exceeded more than twice its endurance limit, it would withstand at least 10 direct hits. However, it carried a critical flaw. It was a consumable ability, meaning that even the slightest damage would steadily drain its energy. Yunche took full advantage of this weakness, striking repeatedly and shaving away its power bit by bit with every blow. Back in the real world, the Golden Light Shield protecting Xiao Xi finally shattered under the relentless assault from the Ding family, and Ding Hao merely scoffed, unimpressed by the legendary technique. With a vicious expression, he declared that it would not have mattered even if that trash himself had used it. Still restraining the battered Ding Shu in a headlock, Xiao Xi responded with newfound boldness, saying that if his great-grandfather were truly present, Ding Hao would be the one kneeling and begging for mercy. Infuriated by the defiance, Ding Hao unleashed a surge of crimson energy that blasted everyone away. He then towered over the armored Xiao Xi, ridiculing his ancestor as a worthless fool who died in a low-level dungeon. He continued coldly, stating that even if Xiao Yan was standing there now, he too would be forced to kneel. To demonstrate his claim, he stomped down and released a powerful skill, Gravity Shockwave, causing the ground itself to erupt violently with surging rock and force. The attack struck Xiao Xi with crushing power, making him cough up blood, yet he somehow remained standing. Ding Hao watched with a surprised, amused smirk and remarked on the boy's toughness, then summoned a massive glowing crystal axe, his expression turning cruel as he wondered aloud how Xiao Xi would stand after having his legs cut off. As the axe was lifted to strike, Xiao Xi's mother rushed forward and threw herself in front of him, desperately begging the third master to spare her son, insisting he was only young and foolish. She dropped to her knees and offered herself instead, pleading with Ding Hao to do whatever he wished to her in place of her child. Her desperation sparked a new, twisted idea in Ding Hao, and a wicked smile slowly spread across his face as his gaze shifted between mother and son. He then delivered a horrifying ultimatum to the wounded and cornered Xiao Xi, stating that if he refused to kneel, his mother would be killed right in front of him. Growing impatient, Ding Hao brushed aside even his own threat, remarking that there were plenty of others he could kill, and swung his axe toward Xiao Xi's mother. In panic, Xiao Xi shouted for him to stop, his resolve finally collapsing as he prepared to surrender. But before he could speak further, the entire area was suddenly shaken by a massive explosion of dust and debris, erupting upward from the ground and obscuring everyone's sight. As the dust slowly began to settle, both the Ding family guards and the Qiao family could only stare in stunned silence at what had appeared before them. Before them stood a towering, ghostly figure clad in dark armor, its body radiating an intimidating blue aura, and Ding Hao, his axe still raised, froze in disbelief as he recognized the impossible presence and stammered out the name, Xiao Yan. That single realization sent shockwave through everyone present, as Xiao Xi's mother stared ahead and whispered grandfather, her voice trembling between awe and fear, while the Ding family guards broke into panicked confusion, questioning how someone dead could possibly return. Amid the chaos, one of the Qiao family elders identified the figure correctly, recognizing the ghostly presence as an undead. At that same moment, another figure stepped out from the lingering dust cloud, calmly taking position beside the imposing undead warrior. It was Yunche, and with a cold, accusing gaze sweeping over the stunned crowd, he reminded them how they had mocked Xiao Yan moments earlier. Then, with a grim smirk, stated that it was only natural for Xiao Yan to crawl back from hell to settle accounts with all of them. The towering undead form of Xiao Yan stood silently like a shield before the crowd. Recovering from his initial shock, Ding Hao scoffed, dismissing it as nothing more than a trick, and angrily ordered his guards to attack. A group of armored warriors charged forward with weapons raised, only to be met by a level of skill they could not comprehend. The undead hero moved with fluid precision, its sword and shield becoming a blur as it blocked every incoming strike at once with effortless control. The Xiao family elders could only watch in awe, one of them whispering in disbelief, questioning whether that extraordinary warrior was truly Xiao Yan. Xiao Xi himself was stunned, recognizing the mastery behind the parries and how a single defender could halt so many trained fighters simultaneously. From a distance, Ding Hao observed carefully and concluded that the Undead was one of Yun Che's summons, like the lesser ones used during the attack on their home. And upon noticing it was only level 33, he let out a scornful sneer. He declared that even as Xiao Yan's spirit, it remained weak, and charged forward with his flaming axe, intent on finishing it himself. As Ding Hao's powerful strike came crashing down, the Undead warrior's weapon became coated in a dense, unfamiliar energy, and to his complete shock, the attack was cleanly parried with such force that it sent him stumbling backward. Furious and humiliated, a red aura burst around him as he dismissed the parry as a mere trick, shouting that technique meant nothing in the face of overwhelming strength. He immediately followed by activating a powerful charging skill, Boulder Bash, intending to crush the Undead warrior outright. But just as the massive attack was about to connect, the Undead Xiao Yan once again summoned the radiant golden light shield, and as the charging blow slammed into the barrier, Ding Hao could only roar in frustration at being stopped yet again by the same legendary skill. Watching from a safe distance, Yun Che smirked at the unfolding standoff and mocked the struggling Ding Hao, explaining that even in death, Ben remained an S-class spirit, and that the legendary golden light shield alone was enough to keep him occupied for quite some time. Forced back by the shield's immense strength, an enraged Ding Hao quickly identified its weakness and shouted for all his men to attack together, intending to overwhelm it through sheer numbers and drain its energy. However, before they could succeed, a new wave of summons intervened as skeletal warriors glowing with an eerie green aura burst from the ground, engaging the Ding family guards and preventing them from aiding their master. Irritated by this obstruction, Ding Hao adjusted his strategy, dismissing the summons as a minor nuisance while activating his own ability, which clad him in a full set of radiant red armor. With his strength amplified by a skill known as Blazing Fury, he declared the summons irrelevant and realized that the true target was the summoner himself. With a furious roar, he unleashed a powerful technique, Accumulated Pressure Punch, aimed directly at Yun Che, confident that killing him would cause all the summoned creatures to vanish. His eyes burning with malicious intent, Ding Hao charged forward while boasting about the high-level equipment granted by his grandfather, certain that Yun Che stood no chance. Yet just as his strike was about to connect, it was intercepted by a sudden flash of purple light. A single precise slash cut cleanly through the attack. Ding Hao froze in shock, unable to comprehend how Yun Che had remained unharmed. Before he could react, Yun Che followed up with a barrage of red energy slashes, activating a skill called Tearing Claw that completely erased Ding Hao's attack. He could only stare in disbelief as his powerful technique vanished without a trace. In that brief moment of confusion, Yun Che vanished and reappeared behind him, driving his sword into his back. Ding Hao staggered forward from the sudden strike, and Yun Che immediately seized the opportunity, calling out to his spectral ally. The Undead Xiao Yan responded at once, its blade crackling with bright blue energy. In perfect coordination, Yun Che leapt into the air and used the outstretched sword as a foothold, propelling himself forward with explosive force. He shot toward the injured Ding Hao and unleashed a powerful spinning slash that sent the third master of the Ding family flying, blood spraying as he cursed in fury. With cold focus in his eyes, Yun Che pressed the attack without pause. He released a relentless surge of purple energy slashes that completely overwhelmed Ding Hao. Moving with blinding speed, Yun Che closed the distance and cleanly severed Ding Hao's arm with a single strike. Ding Hao screamed in agony, clutching the bleeding stump as he desperately called out for a priest to heal him. In his panic, Yun Che appeared directly behind him once again. Ding Hao reacted purely on instinct, slamming his fist into the ground and releasing a powerful gravity shockwave in an attempt to force his attacker back. But Yun Che simply disappeared and reappeared a short distance away, completely unharmed. Wearing a confident smile, he looked at the terrified third master and mocked him, casually asking what was wrong and whether he was actually afraid. Sweat formed across Ding Hao's forehead as he frantically scanned his surroundings, shouting again for a priest who never came. His gaze then shifted, and he finally understood why, as his elite guards were being cut down one after another by Yun Che's army of skeletal summons, now radiating an eerie green aura that signaled their increased power. Yun Che stood calmly at the center of his ghostly army, his expression cold and assured as he ridiculed Ding Hao, questioning whether he truly believed these undead were still as weak as they had been during the earlier raid on his home. A system window revealed the source of their enhanced strength, a reverse skill that granted all his summons a massive 30% increase to both attack and defense, along with a damaging aura that continuously harmed nearby enemies, and Yun Che explained that with this legendary-level ability, His army had become far too strong for the Ding family guards to handle. Terror fully overtook Ding Hao's face as he finally grasped how hopeless his situation had become. With his forces defeated and his own strength proving ineffective, he made a desperate decision, muttering a curse under his breath before turning to flee. His attempt at escape ended instantly. The ground behind him suddenly burst open as the undead Xiao Xi drove its massive sword into the earth, sending violent tremors through the ground. From the fractured terrain, towering spectral swords rose upward, forming a prison that completely surrounded Ding Hao and trapped him within an unbreakable cage of blue energy. Standing just outside the barrier, Yunche now appeared with hair turned bright white and an aura radiating immense, composed power, and he calmly named the technique for the trapped man, calling it the Sword Shield Absolute Array, a specialized skill of the Sword Guard class. He added a final chilling remark, stating that no one below S-class had ever escaped it, then mockingly invited Ding Hao to test his luck. In a last desperate move, Ding Hao raised his remaining gauntlet as it began to glow with violent red energy, shouting at Yunche to stay back while revealing that he held a void bomb, a powerful S-class item passed down from his grandfather. He threatened to detonate it, boasting that the explosion would be more than enough to kill everyone present given their current condition and levels. Yunche, however, remained completely unfazed, his expression calm and almost indifferent as he looked at the panicked man. With a single cold word, he called Ding Hao's bluff and told him to go ahead and set it off. The order caught Ding Hao completely off guard, leaving him frozen for a moment before he shouted that Yunche must have a death wish, then quickly tried to steady himself by claiming that with his high health, he alone would survive the explosion even if everyone else perished. But Yunche answered with a final, decisive counter, calmly stating that it made no difference, because even if the blast destroyed the undead Xiao Yan, he could simply summon him again. And as sweat poured down Ding Hao's face inside the trap, Yunche appeared behind him like a phantom, his voice cutting through the silence. He continued, telling the trapped man that while he might endure the explosion, Yunche himself would remain completely unaffected by it. Before Ding Hao could even process the claim, Yunche moved with blinding speed, his glowing blade flashing as it cleanly severed the man's remaining arm, the one clutching the void bomb. The detached arm, along with the dangerous weapon, dropped uselessly to the ground with a heavy thud. With his opponent now entirely disarmed and powerless, Yunche, still radiating that immense and composed aura, issued a single cold command, telling him to kneel. As if compelled by an invisible force, the ground around Ding Hao's legs cracked apart and reformed, locking him in place and forcing his broken body down onto his knees. Witnessing this overwhelming display of dominance, Xiao Xi, despite the blood on his face, allowed himself a smile filled with pride and relief. Not far away, Ding Shu's unconscious body remained within the ghostly sword cage, tears streaming as he cried uncontrollably. Yunche then approached the defeated third master, placing his foot firmly against his back as he looked down at the man responsible for so much suffering, his glowing sword poised for the next move. With a calm yet chilling expression, he asked the broken man what value he believed he still had left. After the fierce battle, Yunche checked the items he had obtained from Ding Hao and found a wide assortment of loot, including hundreds of life potions. Examining one, he noted that it restored 100 health points over 10 seconds, but he understood that even if Ding Hao had used them, the recovery would have been far too slow to save him from the damage he had taken, meaning his death had been inevitable. That conclusion was confirmed when Yunche noticed a new presence beside him, the undead spirit of Ding Hao now standing there, cloaked in a dark blue aura, and he recalled how, after killing him, the man's soul had appeared within the mirror world. Taking advantage of that moment, he had successfully turned him into one of his undead. A serious realization formed in Yunche's mind, that by killing powerful human opponents, he could continue expanding his army with high-level undead. Nearby, Ding Shu's unconscious body lay still on the ground, serving as a quiet reminder of just how brutal the battle had been. At the same time, the members of the Xiao Xi family stared at Yunche in stunned disbelief, while the second granduncle found it impossible to accept that someone so young could possess such overwhelming strength. His gaze shifted toward Xiao Xi, who was gently consoling his mother, and in that moment he understood that it was Yunche who had been guiding him, strengthening both his resolve and his spirit. Yet that realization quickly gave way to fear, and one of them, panic written across his face, asked what they were supposed to do next, his voice trembling as he expressed his certainty that the Ding family would unleash brutal retaliation for the death of the third master, while another immediately agreed, insisting that regardless of how powerful the young man appeared, he would stand no chance if the hero Ding Kun personally intervened. In his mind, he reasoned that if the hero had once slain their mighty ancestor decades ago, then his current strength could only have grown far beyond that point. Yunche listened to their anxious discussion and, inwardly, found himself in agreement, fully aware that once news of this incident spread, the time left for him to grow stronger would shrink drastically. And with the image of that legendary hero fixed firmly in his thoughts, he understood that he needed to raise his power as quickly as possible if he hoped to stand against an opponent like Ding Kuan. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared before him, catching him off guard as he wondered whether something had advanced, only to realize that the alert was informing him that his undead army had leveled up. He immediately recognized that sending his scattered undead minions to battle monsters throughout the dungeon had proven highly effective. And with their current levels and equipment, his undead forces were now capable of completely dominating the entire dungeon. Even so, he understood that this place could no longer provide the rapid growth he required, which was precisely why he had dispatched his undead with a far more critical objective in mind. Their true mission was to locate the dungeon's real final boss, the Dungeon Lord, a level 41 creature known as the Giant-Eyed Demon, which he knew was fundamentally different from a hidden boss like the Wandering Lord he had faced earlier. Unlike those hidden entities, the Dungeon Lord served as the core of the entire dungeon, and once it was slain, the dungeon itself would be cleared, causing the entire space to collapse and vanish. This objective formed a crucial part of a much larger and more urgent plan. From a distance, Yunche kept his eyes fixed on the dungeon's entrance, where the teacher and the other students were still standing guard. And he knew they must have already witnessed Ding Hao bringing the Xiao Xi family inside, meaning that if the family attempted to leave on their own now, it would immediately arouse suspicion, leaving him with only one viable solution: to create a massive distraction. Because by defeating the Dungeon Lord and triggering the dungeon's collapse, the resulting chaos would provide the perfect cover for the Xiao Xi family to escape without drawing any unwanted attention. This strategy carried an additional advantage, because destroying the dungeon would prevent the Ding family from uncovering the truth behind Ding Gei's death, effectively buying Yunche precious time. And as everything unfolded according to plan, his powerful undead servant Xiao Yan engaged the Dungeon Lord in battle and ultimately defeated it, after which the system confirmed the success with two notifications, one announcing that Yunche had gained another level, and another declaring that the Dungeon Lord had been slain and the dungeon itself was now cleared. As the dungeon began to fragment and pixelate, breaking apart piece by piece, the members of the Xiao Xi family looked around in stunned shock, quickly realizing with rising alarm that the entire world surrounding them was collapsing. At that moment, Yunche appeared before them and calmly informed them that he had already killed the Dungeon Lord. He then laid out the remainder of his plan, explaining that the dungeon's destruction would create widespread chaos, which, combined with Ding Gei's sudden disappearance, would delay the Ding family's response. He instructed them to take advantage of this confusion to escape, assuring them that it would grant them a short window of safety. However, he followed this with a final, serious warning, telling them that if they were ever truly cornered, questioned, and pressured by the Ding family, they should not hesitate to hand him over and place all responsibility on him. As the world continued to crumble into digital fragments, Yunche began recalling his undead servants, while a golden light started to gather within his hand. At that instant, another system notification caught him off guard, revealing that his hidden skill, Mirror World, had gained 5,000 experience points, and further explaining that by defeating the Dungeon Lord, he had obtained a Dungeon Core Spirit, which had then been converted into elemental power for his skill. This led him to an important realization. The only way to gain the experience required to upgrade Mirror World was by killing Dungeon Lords, and as he recalled the immense boost from its previous upgrade, a clear path forward emerged, leading him to conclude that if he could enhance this ultimate ability again, he would be able to rapidly close the massive gap between himself and his ultimate target, the hero Ding Kuan. The scene shifts to a privately owned dungeon belonging to a wealthy individual, where a mustache guard clad in full armor stood on patrol alongside his partner. Feeling that such vigilance was unnecessary, he questioned whether they really needed to remain so alert. With a casual tone, he suggested sneaking away to play cards, reasoning that no one would be foolish enough to attempt breaking into a private dungeon. At that very moment, a shadowy figure, Yunche, silently appeared behind him. In a brief flash of light, Yunche fully entered the dungeon. The mustache guard suddenly froze, sensing something unusual behind him. But after a moment, he dismissed the feeling as nothing more than his imagination. Hidden within the shadows, Yunche observed them quietly, his plan already unfolding as he recognized that guards assigned to these private dungeons rarely exceeded level 30, making such supposedly secure locations seem nearly defenseless in his eyes. A sequence of moments from his relentless campaign followed, each one reflecting how steadily he was advancing toward his objective. He charged through one private dungeon after another, moving like a blur that left frightened guards in his wake. With every step, he drew closer to the moment he sought, the day he would possess enough power to kill Ding Kuan. And the thought ignited a fierce anger within him, his eyes burning with hatred even as he reminded himself that he had to keep his emotions under control until that time arrived. To achieve this, he carried out a deliberate hunt for dungeon lords, confronting a massive beast-like creature while internally urging himself to remain calm. and as the system announced both his level increase and the dungeon's completion, he immediately advanced to the next, facing lizard-like monsters with a mind fixed on the belief that staying composed was the key to avoiding mistakes. Soon after, he stood against a towering centaur-like demon, his resolve unwavering. By the end, clad in powerful new armor and surrounded by surging purple energy, he cleared yet another dungeon, his strength continuing to rise with every victory. Yunche's continuous assault on private dungeons did not go unnoticed, as newspapers became filled with headlines reporting the mysterious clearing of multiple dungeons and the panic it caused, while each defeated dungeon lord granted his ultimate skill, Mirror World, another 5,000 experience points, rapidly accumulating over time. The media began referring to the unknown culprit as the Dungeon Vandal, and authorities launched a high-level investigation into the incidents. Far away in a concealed safe house, the members of the Xiao Xi family read these reports, staring at the pages in disbelief as they questioned whether Yunche was responsible for it all. The second granduncle, his expression heavy with concern, came to understand the truth, realizing that the sudden clearing of so many dungeons would eventually be traced back to the incident they had been involved in. He concluded that Yunche was intentionally drawing the Ding family's attention toward himself in order to create a massive diversion. Overcome with emotion, the second granduncle recognized the extent of Yunche's sacrifice, understanding that everything he was doing was meant to ensure their safe escape. The family reflected on their new circumstances, hidden in a secret location several days' journey away from the Ding family's reach, having successfully concealed themselves without leaving any trace, and a growing sense of hope began to take hold. One man remained in awe of how much Yunche had done for them, while another male relative voiced his relief, convinced they no longer had to live in constant fear and were finally safe. And for a brief moment, they allowed themselves to believe they had truly escaped the Ding family's control. That fragile hope was shattered in an instant as a massive explosion violently rocked their safe house. The ground trembled violently beneath them, and as dust and smoke slowly settled, a terrifying silhouette emerged from the wreckage, its presence oppressive as a condescending voice rang out, questioning whether they truly believed they could escape. The figure stepped forward into the light, revealing Ding Hao, the level 42 second head of the Ding family, who looked down on the terrified group with a cold sneer and mocked them, asking if they had actually thought the Ding family foolish enough to chase after the so-called criminal. He went on to declare that even if they had no direct link to the vandal, the mere act of attempting to flee the Ding family was itself an unforgivable crime, and that his arrival was simply to deliver a greeting, his expression twisting with fury as his eyes glowed red with malicious intent while he ridiculed them for underestimating the power and reach of the hero's family. A massive armored boot crashed down beside the trembling family members as Ding Hao labeled them delusional traitors, before delivering his final crushing revelation, that they had already located the so-called criminal. The scene abruptly shifted to a vast, heavily fortified complex known as the Hero's Dungeon, where Yun Shao and Yun Yan were seen observing it from afar. At that same moment, Yun Che, now at level 42, stood before the entrance of that very dungeon, having arrived at the end of his journey, and with a voice carrying icy resolve, he declared that he had come for Ding Kuan. Just as he prepared to step forward, one final system message appeared, confirming that his relentless efforts had paid off, as his hidden skill, Mirror World, had finally advanced to level 3. Now that he had reached this point, Yun Che stood alongside Yun Sha, both of them facing the heavily guarded Hero's Dungeon from a distance, and he understood that the private dungeons he had been clearing were only around level 30, making continued farming there an inefficient path for further growth. The issue was that all higher-level dungeons were like this one, strictly controlled by the state and surrounded by military forces maintaining a 2-kilometer security perimeter that prevented anyone from approaching. This presented a serious obstacle, especially given the limitations of his Mirror World ability, as he knew that once inside the parallel space, he could only move within a 200-meter radius from his entry point, making it impossible to bypass such an extensive security zone without being detected. Turning toward the person he had arranged to meet, he realized that he would need to depend on Yun Sha's assistance. Yun Sha responded with a playful, knowing smirk, immediately guessing his intention as she asked whether he had really called her all the way here just to have her bring him inside the dungeon, before teasingly adding that such a thing was impossible. She continued by explaining that regardless of what he might know about her, even she could not simply walk in without proper authorization, at which point Yun Che revealed 2 temporary access permits, the same ones he had taken from the Ding family, demonstrating that he had already prepared for this situation. Upon seeing them, Yun Sha accepted the passes, though she quickly pointed out an important detail. She pointed out that a temporary pass alone was not enough, since it required an official escort to prevent suspicion and avoid an investigation. Her expression then sharpened, her eyes taking on a piercing intensity as she demanded his true motive, asking why he needed to bypass the Ding family and secretly enter this particular dungeon. Yun Che began his explanation by gesturing toward a distant mountain, reminding her of what she had witnessed in the traitor's dungeon, the heroic final stand of Xiao Yan. He reasoned that if Xiao Yan was clearly not the villain that propaganda had portrayed, then the entire narrative surrounding the rebellion was likely questionable and deserved to be re-examined. Yunsha, however, remained unconvinced, her face flat as she asked if he truly took her for a fool. She proceeded to dismantle his argument, pointing out that it made no logical sense for him, a complete outsider, to risk provoking a powerful hero solely for the sake of Xiao Xi. More critically, she reminded him that he had already infiltrated the Ding family's residence before the events in the traitor's dungeon had even occurred, pressing him further by asking whether he expected her to believe that he had somehow predicted the truth about Xiao Xi and stolen the access permits in advance for this exact purpose. She then revealed another crucial detail she possessed. Not long ago, Ding Hao had entered that same traitor's dungeon with the intention of targeting both Yun Che and Xiao Xi, only to disappear shortly afterward without a trace. As she assembled these details, Yun Sha fixed him with a sharp, calculating gaze and concluded that his actions did not align with someone merely seeking to confront a hero. Instead, she inferred that his behavior suggested a deep, personal hatred directed at the hero himself. As she continued, her stare hardened further, and a slow, dangerous realization formed as she connected the final pieces, noting his name, Yun Che, and narrowing her eyes as she voiced a suspicion that he might be related to the original traitor from the rebellion who bore the same name. Yun Che responded to the accusation with a light, disarming smile, choosing not to answer directly, but instead turning the question back on her by pointing out that her surname was also Yun, then asking if that meant she too was connected to the infamous traitor. The unexpected counter left her visibly unsettled, causing her to stammer as she insisted that she had not engaged in any of the suspicious actions he had. Frustration broke through in that moment, leading her to reveal a hidden truth, that Yun was not her real surname, and that she had only adopted it to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yun Che immediately seized on her admission, playfully noting that if her name was not genuine, then she had no grounds to be certain that his was either, before his tone shifted into something more challenging as he pointed out that her demeanor did not resemble someone asking for a favor and questioned whether she was not concerned that he might expose a secret. And as she regained her composure, Yun Sha lifted the access pass, her lips curling into a calm yet threatening smirk as she warned that if she chose to report him to the guards, he would be the one truly finished. The two remained locked in a tense silence, facing each other as unspoken threats and hidden truths lingered heavily in the space between them. When her warning hung in the air, Yun Che simply smiled, answering with quiet confidence that he believed she would not go through with it. His response only left her irritated and unsettled, prompting him to explain his reasoning by reminding her of what she had done back in the dungeon. He stated his belief that someone willing to risk their own safety to protect fellow students would never choose to stand with people like the Ding family. To support his claim, he produced the diary he had taken from their residence and offered it to her, revealing that it contained proof of the many cruel acts committed by the descendants of the hero Ding Kuan, who had abused their reputation to oppress and harass innocent people. Yun Sha accepted the diary but showed little interest, coolly asking if that was the only reason, then dismissing his argument by saying that if he was relying on her sense of justice, he was mistaken, as she did not care about such matters. With a faintly superior smile, she mocked him for being naive enough to entrust his life to someone else so easily, before abruptly asking him a pointed question, whether he had ever experienced betrayal. A shadow passed over Yun Che's face as memories from his past life resurfaced, and he quietly acknowledged her question about betrayal. Her expression shifted in surprise at his reaction. He continued, explaining that whether he had been betrayed or not was irrelevant, as it would not prevent him from trusting others. He added that his trust in her went beyond that, rooted in his belief that her fundamental nature was not malicious. This unexpected sincerity visibly flustered Yun Sha, who muttered under her breath that he did not seem like a good person himself. Having reached a decision, she issued him a challenge, telling him that if he truly trusted her, he should follow her, daring him to find out whether she might change her mind and betray him along the way. Yun Che followed without hesitation, and as he did, a single drop of sweat slid down her face. Inside, she was shaken, struggling to comprehend how, after everything she had experienced, someone could still look at her and place such trust in her as a good person. Once they stepped into the grand, purple-lit halls of the hero's dungeon, Yun Sha and the cloaked Yun Che were immediately stopped by a guard. The guard recognized Yun Sha at once and saluted respectfully, greeting Miss Yun Sha while informing her that the hero had been expecting her for several days and that she could proceed directly inside. However, his welcoming demeanor quickly shifted into suspicion as he mentioned that old Master Ding Dan had just entered moments earlier, then questioned why she had not arrived together with him. The guard's attention then shifted to the cloaked figure beside her, asking if he was her guard, and though he quickly attempted to clarify that he meant no disrespect, he explained that old Master Ding Dan had issued strict orders, warning that several temporary passes had been stolen from the family and that they were to exercise extreme caution with every visitor. Yunsha's expression hardened with irritation as she challenged him, asking whether he intended to interrogate her. Caught off guard, the flustered guard hurriedly denied it and proceeded to reveal the true reason behind the heightened security, explaining that they had received an official notice stating that the dangerous criminal responsible for rampaging through private dungeons was believed to be heading toward the hero's dungeon. At those words, Yunsha cast a subtle, knowing smirk toward Yunche, clearly aware of the irony. Meanwhile, the guard continued nervously, insisting that these measures were merely routine and meant to ensure her safety, prompting Yunsha to release a quiet sigh before leaning toward Yunche and whispering that the guard seemed intent on thoroughly checking him. With the situation escalating, Yunsha suddenly laughed, then casually draped her arm over the cloaked Yunche and told the guard to go ahead and carry out the inspection. She then leaned closer to the guard, her eyes shining with authority as she coldly questioned whether he truly believed she could fail to recognize her own guard, before mockingly suggesting that perhaps she herself was an imposter and inviting them to verify her identity as well. Overwhelmed by her presence and status, the guard immediately lost his composure, stammering that he would never dare, and quickly conceded that if Miss Yunsha was so certain, there could be no mistake, stepping aside and allowing them to pass. As they moved beyond the checkpoint, Yunsha let out a soft breath of quiet satisfaction. While crossing through the dungeon's portal, she reflected inwardly, concluding that Yunche's true identity must carry far greater significance than she had initially assumed. Once they were safely inside, she turned to him and stated that she had honored his trust by bringing him in, adding that she would not interfere with whatever he intended to do next, though she made it clear that her assistance ended at that point. Yunche responded with a simple expression of thanks before summoning a cloaked skeletal undead minion, instructing her to take it with her when she left, and explaining that doing so would ensure that anything he did afterward could not be traced back to her, thereby protecting her identity. With that, Yunche disappeared, leaving Yunsha slightly impressed as she remarked that he possessed at least some sense of responsibility. After her departure, Yunche immediately entered the mirror world, the familiar blue-tinted surroundings forming around him once again. Now without his cloak, he looked toward his system interface where a newly reversed skill was displayed, and with a grim sense of satisfaction, he stated that he could finally make use of his new power, the ability granted by his upgraded level 3 mirror world skill. Yunche focused on the system window displaying his hidden abilities, noting that his ultimate skill, Mirror World, had now reached level 3, and with that realization, he chose to put this newly gained power to the test. He activated the level 3 Mirror World, prompting the system to announce the creation of a secret area. Within this newly formed dimension, Yunche found himself confronted by ghostly replicas of powerful monsters, some reaching as high as level 45. It quickly became clear to him that this was the new function of his skill, as the level 3 Mirror World could replicate creatures from real-world dungeons, allowing him to battle and train against these formidable copies. Without hesitation, Yunche summoned his undead minions to fight alongside him, realizing that with this ability, he could freely farm experience within the Mirror World without any risk of exposure in reality. After spending time training, he exited the parallel dimension and returned to the real world, where a flood of notifications appeared, indicating that he was still accumulating experience. From this, he grasped another crucial advantage of the upgrade. His undead army could remain inside the mirror world, continuously defeating monsters and generating experience for him even while he operated outside in the real world. With his undead forces now leveling on their own, Yunche shifted his focus to his surroundings, standing on a cliff beside the spirit of Xiao Xi as they overlooked an enormous, grand castle city constructed within the dungeon itself. The sight of such a city hidden within a secret area caught him off guard, and he decided it was the ideal moment to investigate further. As they moved through the forest, Yunche recalled the information he had obtained from the Ding family's diary, leading him to suspect that this city was a residence of his target, Ding Kuan. While he reflected on how little he truly knew about the so-called hero, aside from the fact that Ding Kuan had reached S-Class decades ago and had not revealed his full strength publicly since then. Even someone of high status like Ding Ge had been unaware of the hero's true power, and Yunche understood that acquiring more precise information would significantly increase his chances of success in his pursuit of revenge. He found this especially strange when he remembered that in his past life, he had known every individual who had achieved S-Class rank, yet Ding Kuan seemed to have emerged without any clear origin. Searching for answers, he turned to the undead spirit of his former friend, calling him by the nickname Ben Ben as he asked whether he knew anything about Ding Kuan. The spirit of Xiao Yin, however, could only respond with a confused tilt of its head, unable to provide any answer. Seeing this, Yunche voiced his disappointment, questioning whether attempting to communicate with his undead companion was still pointless. He reflected on how, after his SSS rank skill Mirror World had advanced to level 3, the intelligence of all his undead minions had improved significantly, with the change being most noticeable in the spirit of Xiao Ben Ben. Even so, He concluded with frustration that his friend's soul had yet to recover enough to allow for proper communication. Gazing out across the vast castle city hidden within the dungeon, Yunche held onto a small but persistent hope, thinking that if he continued upgrading Mirror World, Ben might one day regain more of his lost consciousness. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall deep within the castle, Ding Dan descended a wide staircase as he delivered his report to his father, voicing concern for his favored third brother, Ding Gai, who had gone missing without any clue to his whereabouts. He stood before an imposing figure seated upon a throne, a man clad in intimidating full-plate armor, none other than Ding Kuan, the Empire's famed hero. Continuing his report, Ding Dan expressed his anger that the criminal they were pursuing had dared to approach so close to their stronghold, the hero's dungeon. As Ding Kuan rose from his throne, Ding Dan pressed on, reasoning that anyone capable of silently capturing someone as powerful as Ding Hao must have already reached S-Class, and for the sake of security, he pleaded with his father to personally intervene and eliminate the threat. Ding Kuan's response, however, was immediate and brutally decisive, as in a blur of motion, his hand transformed into a shadowy claw marked by a glowing red eye and drove straight through his own son's chest. With life draining from Ding Dan, Ding Kuan's menacing, shadowless form held his son's body in place while he scoffed coldly, mocking him for his incompetence and questioning how someone incapable of even keeping track of his own child dared to instruct him. Ding Dan could only gasp in disbelief, blood spilling from his lips. Looking down with utter disdain, Ding Kuan remarked on how pitiful it was that Ding Dan had only barely met the S-Class threshold at his age and yet could not endure even a single strike from him. He continued mercilessly, revealing that the only reason he had tolerated such uselessness was so Ding Dan could take care of his grandson, Ding Gai. He went on to berate him further, accusing him not only of failing that simple responsibility by losing Ding Gai, but also of expecting him to resolve the consequences of his failure. Terror consumed Ding Dan's blooded face as he came to grasp the horrifying truth about his father, and in that moment, Ding Kuan revealed a chilling secret, that with Ding Gai gone, he had lost a blood relative, and that this loss would cost him many years of his own lifespan. The scene then shifted to the chaotic streets outside the castle, where a cruel young man with slick-back blonde hair, Ding Yang, another descendant of the hero, laughed wildly while seated atop a large, battered man he used as a living throne. With cruel amusement, he encouraged the starving citizens below to fight over scraps of food, turning the scene even more brutal as vicious wolves attacked them while they desperately struggled. A small child cried out in terror as a wolf crept closer, while Ding Yang's voice rang out mockingly, taunting them and warning that the food would be gone if they didn't devour it first. At that moment, a tall, hooded figure appeared behind him, a level 60 enforcer named Nance, who addressed him as young master, then calmly pointed out that Ding Yang's pet, the man he was seated on, had not eaten meat for several days, before making a dark and unsettling suggestion. From afar, Yun Che stood with the spirit of Xiao Xi, silently observing the horrific scene, and he grimly reflected that compared to the sheer cruelty unfolding here, the actions of the other branch of the Ding family he had encountered before now seemed almost mild. As he continued watching the suffering below, a purple aura of anger began to gather around Yun Che, and he found himself questioning whether he should intervene and reveal his presence. Yet in that instant, something else drew his focus. Beside him, the undead spirit of Xiao Benben suddenly erupted with surging blue and black energy, releasing a furious roar in response to the injustice it was witnessing. Yun Che turned toward his companion with a somber expression, softly calling him by his nickname as he realized that even in this diminished, mindless state, his friend's instinct to protect the weak remained as strong as ever. This reaction stirred a memory from their shared past, bringing him back to the slums of their childhood, where among all the struggling children, Ben Ben and another boy named Lan Xian had always stood out as both the kindest and the strongest. He recalled the moment he first saw them standing up against a cruel slave driver, and how that display of courage had led him to take both of them in as his students and train them. At the time, his hope had been that they would grow powerful enough to one day protect others. The memory faded, and as Yun Che returned to the present, a heavy wave of guilt washed over him, as he blamed himself for his friend's current state, believing that he was responsible for turning him into an undead being. In that moment, the spirit of Xiao Yin turned toward him and, with great effort, managed to utter a broken, questioning name, Lan Xian. Yun Che froze in shock at this sudden sign of returning awareness. Grabbing hold of the spirit, he urgently asked whether his consciousness had come back and if he could speak, but the spirit could only force out another fragmented word, Ding. Without warning, the spirit erupted in a powerful surge of blue energy, struggling as it pieced together a terrifying revelation, finally declaring that Lan Xian is Ding Kuan. The realization struck Yun Che like a physical blow, his eyes widening in stunned comprehension as the truth settled in. The scene then shifted back to the throne room, where the armored figure of Ding Kuan stood over the lifeless body of his son, Ding Dan. and after wiping the blood from his gauntlet, he spoke the name Yunche, and in his shadowy, menacing form, he wondered aloud whether someone was deliberately using a name so similar to that of his former enemies in order to provoke him. A grim, knowing expression crossed his face as he reflected on how many years had passed since he had last heard that name. Then, with a sinister and confident smile, he addressed a master who was not present, declaring that he would personally see who dared to impersonate his dear master, and in doing so, he revealed his true identity as Lan Xian. Back on the city streets, the cruel Ding Yang spoke to his massive, orc-like pets, mocking them for their obedience while remarking that they must be starving. Letting out a manic laugh, he gestured toward the terrified and injured citizens scattered across the plaza, a scene of violence clearly caused by him. Nearby, a small child knelt beside a fallen man, crying and too frightened to move. With an expression twisted by madness, Ding Yang declared that since these people were nothing more than toys, his pets might as well devour them all. He gave the order, and one of the giant orcs immediately lunged toward the defenseless child. But just before the creature could strike, a brilliant flash of purple light erupted, and in an instant, the orc was shredded into pieces by a barrage of impossibly fast slashes. Yunche descended smoothly into the scene, landing with his back facing the chaos as a powerful purple aura crackled around his body. His expression was icy with rage, his eyes glowing intensely as the name Lan Xian echoed in his mind in utter disbelief. He could not comprehend how his former student could be the same person as Ding Kuan, the very monster responsible for such atrocities, and his sudden appearance did not go unnoticed. The enforcer Nan stepped forward, demanding his identity, while Ding Yang stared in shock, and Nan soon broke into laughter, mocking Yunche as a fool who had entered the hero's domain only to die. Yunche, however, paid them no attention, consumed by his own fury as his eyes burned with a purple flame, silently raging as he questioned how the Lan Xian he once knew could have raised someone as vile as Ding Yang. That thought triggered another memory, pulling him back to a simpler time when a younger Yunche stood before his two disciples, Lan Xian and Xiao Ben, explaining that with the rise of class users, the age of knights had come to an end. Even so, he told them that as the son of a knight, there were still principles he wished to pass on, promising that under his guidance, their strength would surpass that of ordinary class users. As he spoke, the young Lan Xian gazed up at him with bright, admiring eyes, clearly inspired by his master's words. The memory continued, showing Yunche once again instructing his two students, Lan Xian and Xiao Ben, as he told them that if they wished to keep learning from him, they needed to remember several key principles, beginning with the first, humility. The lesson appears alongside a memory of the two boys working in the fields, harvesting crops as Lan Xian playfully boasts that he is faster than Ben, while Yunche reminds them that they are no different from anyone else and must always treat others with kindness and respect. The memory shifts to the boys receiving payment from an elderly man for their labor, where Ben complains that the reward is too little and accuses the man of cheating them. Lan Xian, staying composed, immediately tries to stop him and warns him not to anger their master, but Yunche cuts in with a sharp command that silences Ben on the spot. After finishing the lesson on humility, the younger Yunche hands each of them a book as an additional reward, telling them to remember the feeling of earning something through their own effort and to never allow arrogance to take root within them. The scene snaps back to the present battle, where Yunche unleashes a raging barrage of purple energy slashes. The force of the attack is overwhelming, shattering Nan's arcane shield entirely and leaving the enforcer injured and stunned by the sheer power behind it. Yunche watches the result with a cold, unwavering gaze. Nan's erupts in fury, shouting that his gear was legendary level 30 equipment and that even his protective necklace has been destroyed. Behind him, Ding Yang, seething with anger, points directly at Yunche, calling him a filthy commoner and declaring that he will reveal the true strength of someone born into a higher class. Unaffected by the provocation, Yunche surges forward to face him head-on. This motion triggers another memory tied to his second principle, compassion, showing him and the two boys in a ruined city as they offer food and aid to a starving, helpless man. Yunche explains that they must show kindness to the weak and always use a righteous heart to oppose violence, followed by a scene where the two boys bravely confront and fight off a large man to protect someone defenseless. The final memory centers on Lan Xian, with Yunche standing behind him as they look down at a captured criminal, telling him that because he himself was once rescued from the same group of slavers, he should understand the helplessness of the weak and deliver a fair judgment. As Yunche closes the distance, he swings his glowing purple blade in a wide and powerful arc aimed at Ding Yang and his enforcer. The strike passes straight through them as though they are intangible, their forms dissolving into black smoke before the real Ding Yang and Nancy appear a short distance away among the frightened citizens, with Ding Yang mockingly remarking that Yunche must feel satisfied striking one of their illusions. In the next instant, the plaza fills with dozens of identical copies of Ding Yang and Nan's encircling Yunche, while the real Ding Yang leans casually against his enforcer's shoulder and cruelly offers to let Yunche cut down as many as he likes if he enjoys it so much. Yunche remains entirely calm. Ding Yang continues to sneer, pointing out Yunche's constant anger, then cruelly guessing that it must be for the helpless citizens before wondering with twisted delight whether someone from Yunche's own family might be among them. He presses the taunt further, issuing a warped challenge for Yunche to strike again, eagerly imagining what expression he will make when he realizes that in his blind fury, the ones he cut down were not illusions at all, but innocent people. As the psychological trap unfolds, Yunche begins channeling power into his blade of trickery, purple energy crackling violently around the sword as its destructive force rises. A split view reveals his true advantage, as his mirror world ability allows him to perceive both the real plane and the parallel one simultaneously, clearly distinguishing the frightened civilians from the true positions of Ding Yang and Nan's hidden among countless fakes. Relying on that heightened perception, Yunche refuses to take the bait and instead charges forward, his eyes glowing with a sharp purple light. His radiant blade cuts in a broad, forceful arc that bypasses every illusion and lands directly on the real Ding Yang and Nan's, leaving them completely stunned and unable to comprehend how their deception was exposed. The narrative shifts to Yunche's third and final teaching, courage, showing a younger Lan Xian and Xiao Yian standing firm against a large horde of monsters as Yunche explains that one must be fearless. He teaches them that when facing the dangers within dungeons, fear has no place and one must stand and fight for what is right, as the memory shows both boys battling on despite injuries, refusing to yield. After the fight, the younger Yunche finally appears, when enraged Ben shouts that they were nearly killed while Lan Xian voices relief that the ordeal is over. Yunche simply smiles and reassures them, telling his students not to worry because he had always been close by, watching over them. Confronted with Yunche's overwhelming strength, Ding Yang immediately loses his composure, admitting his opponent's power and, in outright cowardice, ordering his enforcer Nans to abandon illusions and act as a human shield so he can escape. As he flees, he shouts a threat over his shoulder, warning Nans that if anything happens to him, his grandfather will make sure Nans pays with his life. Left alone before Yunche, a terrified Nans frantically attempts to cast a powerful spell, summoning a human delusion swamp, all while complaining that as a caster he is severely weakened without his illusion techniques. Just as the spell is about to be released, Yunche suddenly vanishes, causing Nans to look around in panic, searching for him, but he is already too late. Yunche reappears instantly right behind him, and with one clean, decisive swing of his sword, cuts him down. The fallen enforcer frantically begs to be spared, insisting he is not part of the Ding family but merely a hired mercenary, pleading with Yunche to ignore him and pursue the fleeing Ding Yang instead. Yunche offers no response to the desperate appeal and, without hesitation or a single word, delivers the finishing strike. At the same time, Ding Yang's attempt to escape is abruptly halted by the looming, ghost-like form of the undead Xiao Yian, who blocks his path, and in sheer panic Ding Yang immediately invokes his lineage's protection, demanding to know what the creature is while reminding it that he is the grandson of a hero. He goes on to threaten the spirit, vowing that if it so much as lays a hand on him, he will ensure its entire family suffers a horrific death. Before the spirit can respond, Yunche arrives and summons an enormous shadowy entity that towers over the trembling Ding Yang. And as Ding Yang screams in terror, a system window materializes before him displaying his equipped items, his robe, skill books, potions, and belt, all being forcibly stripped from his inventory, leaving him to watch helplessly as he demands to know what Yunche has done to him. This moment is juxtaposed with the final teachings Yunche once gave his students, forming a stark contrast against the cruelty now unfolding. The fifth principle was honesty. The sixth was justice. The seventh was honor. And the eighth and final principle was soul. The massive shadow creature unleashed by Yunche strikes, sending a barrage of dark blue energy blades erupting from the ground and raining down across the city. At its center, Ding Yang lies motionless, his brief but horrifying end concluded in a swift and merciless instant. From a bridge overlooking the devastation, Yunche gazes down at the bodies of citizens impaled on spikes, his thoughts turning to his former student Lan Xian with bitter realization that he had not only abandoned every lesson taught to him, but had also betrayed both Yunche and Xiao Yian in the past. That bitterness ignites into raw fury as Yunche reflects on the atrocities Lan Xian allowed his own family to commit, and within himself he cries out in anguish, demanding to know why any of it happened. A voice suddenly interrupts his thoughts, asking, "Why what?" as the shadow-clad armored figure of Ding Kuan, revealed to be Lan Xian, appears behind him. Before Yunche can respond, Ding Kuan drives a heavy punch into his back, mocking him by remarking on how much he seems to be enjoying himself in this hidden place. The sheer force sends Yunche hurtling into the castle wall, where he crashes with explosive impact, shattering stone into a cloud of debris and dust. Pinned beneath the rubble, Yunche immediately begins restoring himself, rapidly casting basic healing spells while assessing his newly acquired powerful equipment. Now equipped with the spider pearl necklace, the distant raw robe, the nether serpent's pants, the nether cave belt, and the nether cave pottery boots, as his blade of trickery continues amplifying his attack power. Covered in blood yet unyielding, Yunche drags himself out from the shattered debris, his thoughts still locked onto the same question directed at his former student, Lan Qian. Why? Through the ruined surroundings, the shadowy figure of that very student advances, now clearly identified by the system as the level 71 S-class Berserker Lan, also known as Ding Kuan. Rather than confronting him head-on, Yunche shifts tactics, launching a spread of gleaming, mirror-like shards toward his opponent. Ding Kuan intercepts them with ease, stopping the objects mid-approach while eyeing them in confusion and questioning whether they are mirrors. The shards serve only as a diversion, as Yunche uses them as gateways to reposition, instantly emerging behind his former student. Catching him off guard, Yunche raises his glowing purple blade and brings it down in a forceful strike, his voice carrying the weight of long-held pain and fury as he finally shouts the question that has haunted him. Why did you betray us? The sudden strike from Yunche's ambush cracked a section of Ding Kuan's armor, and as Ding Kuan reached up to feel the damage on his helmet, he broke into a grin, remarking that anyone capable of breaking his armor must possess abnormally high speed and striking power. Yunche's eyes burned with a vivid purple glow, thick with both fury and anguish, and as he clenched his fist, he shouted Lan Qian's name, confirming that the man before him was indeed his former student, then urgently demanded to know why he had chosen to betray them all those years ago. Showing no concern, Lan Qian questioned the very idea of betrayal while summoning a massive pixelated greatsword, and in his thoughts, he noted that this intruder not only knew his former name but was also calling himself Yunche, leading him to the mistaken conclusion that this was an assassin sent by an old enemy. With a feral grin, Lan Qian rushed forward and unleashed a heavy swing, releasing a surge of red energy that swept across the battlefield. Yet after Yunche evaded the strike, Lan Qian instantly appeared behind him and mockingly asked whether he was attempting to imitate his former master, dismissing it as a poor joke. Ignoring the provocation entirely, Yunche attacked again while shouting his question about the betrayal, but Lan Qian blocked the blow with ease, then, wearing an expression of complete disdain, declared that Yunche was nothing more than a tool and that further words were pointless before immediately retaliating with a powerful counterstrike. The collision of their weapons detonated the ground beneath them, carving out a massive crater and forcing both fighters to leap backward, and as the dust began to settle, the undead spirit of Xiao Xi materialized beside Yunche, prompting Yunche, with a hardened expression, to challenge his former student by asking what he intended to do about their other friend. Consumed by anger, Xiao Xi's spirit charged forward, roaring Lan Qian's name, while Lan Qian stared in visible shock at the ghostly figure of his old companion, then in an instant appeared before Xiao Xi, seizing him by the throat. With a furious shout, Lan Qian slammed the spirit's head into the ground and demanded to know how he could still be alive, and as he lifted his fist to strike again, Xiao Xi's spirit conjured a golden barrier in defense, only for Lan Qian to shatter it effortlessly with a single punch. As the barrier broke apart, realization dawned on Lan Qian, understanding that his former friend had become an undead spirit, and he observed that although Xiao Xi had been brought back, his intelligence seemed limited. In that brief moment of distraction, Yunche attacked from behind with his sword, but Lan Qian still managed to block the strike. At that same time, 3 new figures appeared atop the castle walls, and one of them called out to Lan Qian, addressing him as father and asking why he had come out personally, while all 3, each at level 60, claimed they could have dealt with the intruder themselves. Irritated, Lan Qian ordered them to leave, and in response, Yunche summoned reinforcements of his own, calling forth the undead spirits of Nans and Ding Hao to join Xiao Xi, commanding them to hold off the 3 men. Lan Qian's eyes snapped wide with shock as he recognized one of the newly summoned spirits, asking if it was his 3rd nephew, then narrowing his gaze at the undead Ding Ge until he confirmed the truth, that his nephew was truly dead, after which he muttered, "My blood relative," a brief trace of sorrow crossing his face. That fleeting sadness quickly twisted into a dark, sinister grin, and as he looked back at Yunche with renewed interest, he admitted he was beginning to find him intriguing before charging forward once more, noting Yunche's ability to revive others as undead. Yunche barely slipped past a swipe from his former student's claws, yet in the next instant Lan Qian loomed over him, his body becoming increasingly monstrous and his eyes blazing with unhinged light, as he addressed Yunche as master and desperately demanded proof that he truly was who he claimed to be. With a completely deranged expression, Lan Qian screamed that Yunche had to be his beloved master, while Yunche, blooded but unyielding, met him with icy fury, recalling the man Lan Qian once was, someone who would help others even while enduring life as a suffering prisoner. As the blade of trickery continued siphoning his magic to amplify its strength, Yunche swung his glowing purple sword and shouted in frustration, questioning how his student could have fallen into such madness and corruption. Yet Lan Xian still managed to intercept the strike. Lan Xian answered with a frenzied roar, placing all the blame on his dear master, which only provoked Yunche further as he seized him and fired back with sharp, furious questions, demanding to know what nonsense he was spouting while reminding him that it was Yunche who had freed him from slavery and granted him power. He pressed on, asking whether Lan Xian had forgotten everything he had been taught, but the only response he received was wild, uncontrollable laughter. That laughter abruptly warped into pure fury as Lan Xian shouted the true source of his resentment, demanding to know why Yunche had taken so long to rescue him. Their weapons colliding again as his warped mindset unraveled through a painful flashback. In that memory, he lay on the ground, battered by a slaver, questioning why he had been forced to endure such suffering before being saved, then spiraling into bitterness about the life that followed, asking why, as a disciple of a mere knight's son, he was expected to live in comfort among polite people. Another memory surfaced, showing townspeople respectfully greeting the younger Yunche, which only deepened Lan Xian's resentment as he bitterly questioned why Xiao Xi, who had never endured such torment, was allowed to enjoy the same respected life. His jealousy surged violently as he demanded to know why Ben had always been stronger than him, shouting accusations at Yunche for favoring Ben simply because his past was cleaner. At last, he raised the question that seemed to trouble him most, angrily demanding to know why Yunche had forced him to change his class to a berserker, arguing with warped reasoning that because he had been shy and fearful, he should have become a guardian knight with stronger defenses rather than a reckless attacker. Yunche fell silent for a brief moment, visibly shaken, before finally responding by asking when he had ever shown any favoritism, reminding Lan Xian that he himself had always wanted to grow braver and stronger, and that this desire was exactly why that path had been chosen for him. Lan Xian rejected the explanation outright, shouting that it was all because Yunche preferred people like Ben, insisting that he too had tried his hardest to appear brave, only for his voice to shift into mocking laughter as he questioned whether those efforts had ever made Yunche favor him more, then accusing his former master of looking down on him from the very beginning because of his past as a slave and telling him to stop pretending. That accusation shattered Yunche's composure, his eyes igniting with raw fury as he shouted back about compassion and humility, angrily brushing aside the very knightly values he had once tried to instill. Lan Xian immediately countered, asking whether any of those values could actually help him live a better life, then coldly pointing out that the respect Yunche received came solely from his own strength, sneering that unlike Ben, who he claimed had been fooled, he would never waste time or opportunities to level up just to save others. With clear disgust, he once again questioned how Yunche could even speak of betrayal, before turning his words into a proud declaration, stating that since Yunche had been free to choose Ben, he himself had every right to make his own decision. He revealed that their good old brother Luo Wei had offered him far greater power and a much higher status. Then, in a near-manic tone, told Yunche to look at the outcomes of their choices by comparing Ben's descendants to his own, laughing cruelly as he boasted that Ben's family now lived only as slaves beneath his Ding family. He went on to mock Yunche's current condition before pointing toward a golden statue of a powerful figure, telling him to observe the lofty position Luo Wei now held. Yunche remained silent, his body surging with a massive purple aura that crackled around him, as Lan Xian delivered one final taunt, asking who he believed had truly made the right choice. In response, the immense purple energy surrounding Yunche erupted violently, his blood-streaked face contorting into pure rage as he finally broke, screaming at Lanin and branding him a heartless, ungrateful bastard. Driven entirely by fury, Yunche launched himself into the air and hurled a barrage of glowing mirror shard toward his former student, then followed with an incredibly fast and intricate assault, blinking between the shards to strike from multiple directions at once as a torrent of purple energy slashes crashed down on Lan Xian. Lan Xian struggled to defend himself, but the overwhelming force proved too great, and his sturdy armor began to fracture under the relentless barrage before completely breaking apart. When the attack finally ended, Yunche descended and landed, lowering his gaze to his own hand as he delivered a cold, final judgment, stating that on one point, at least, he agreed with his former student. He declared coldly that he truly could not be compared to Xiao Ben. Then, with undisguised disgust, delivered a final crushing insult by stating that Lan Xian was not even worthy of being measured against a single toe of Ben. Collapsed on the ground in his shattered armor, Lan Xian suddenly burst into wild laughter, and at that moment a system window appeared, announcing that the conditions for his skill, Berserker's brand, had been fulfilled. Wrapped in a violent red aura, his scarred body now exposed, he pushed himself back to his feet while laughing like a madman, shouting that Yunche had finally admitted he had a favorite, as another system notification displayed a massive surge in his power, his attack increasing by 300% and his speed by 200%, while the skill description made clear that the lower his health dropped, the more his strength and speed would rise. Entering a complete rampage, he screamed that Yunche had confirmed his bias toward Ben and called him a hypocrite as he charged forward at blinding speed, while the system added that this Berserker-exclusive rampage greatly boosted strength and speed at the cost of intelligence and defense. Yunche was left stunned by the sudden increase in his former student's speed, and as Lan Xian moved so fast that he could barely react, Yunche was forced to retreat into the mirror world just to stay alive, causing Lan Xian's devastating strike to slice through a mirror shard instead. The sheer force of that missed attack carved a massive trench across the battlefield and even split the castle itself in half, and when Yunche re-emerged from another shard amid the rubble, Lan Xian quickly deduced that he was using the mirrors to teleport and evade his assaults. To counter this, Lan Xian activated another berserker skill, Furious Blood Rain, while mocking Yunche for being powerless without his tricks, and instantly a storm of sharp, blood-red projectiles poured down from the sky, smashing into the ground as he sarcastically challenged him to fight head-on, reminding him that knights were supposed to be brave. Caught within the relentless barrage, Yunche began taking continuous damage, while Lan Xian advanced through his own destructive aura, also receiving minor damage that repeatedly triggered Berserker's brand, further amplifying his attack power and speed with each hit. Certain of his own reasoning, he sneered that Yunche only spoke of virtue when he was safe, branding him a spoiled noble who had never truly suffered and therefore understood nothing, before charging again and shouting that someone who had never endured his pain had no right to speak about compassion. As Lan Xian brought down another overwhelmingly powerful strike, Yunche narrowly evaded it, only for Lan Xian to appear instantly in front of him, leaving him visibly shocked as he mocked his former master's ideals as nothing more than a childish game. With another heavy swing, he released a massive wave of red energy, laughing at the naive belief that friends and students would remain loyal forever, and when the brutal attack connected, the impact shattered the ground beneath them. Forced down onto his knees and trapped within the damaging aura of the furious blood rain, Yunche had no choice but to endure the relentless hits as his health steadily declined, while Lan Xian laughed at the pitiful sight and mocked him for how powerless he had become without his mirrors. With his magic nearly depleted, Yunche hurriedly drank a healing potion, barely managing to offset the continuous damage eating away at him, as Lan Xian slowly advanced, smugly remarking that even without lifting a hand, Yunche could do nothing but struggle to survive the storm's damage. Seizing a fleeting opening, Yunche suddenly lunged forward in a desperate counterattack, yet Lan Xian blocked it with ease and commented that his master had never been so fragile before. Wearing a cruel sneer, he went on to say that this was the cost of naivety and that Yunche should be grateful for the lesson. But in a swift motion, Yunche summoned a small ghostly dagger and attempted to stab him at close range. Lan Xian caught the blade effortlessly, continuing his warped lecture as he claimed that only through betrayal could a person truly grow, then launched his own counterattack while taunting Yunche about how miserable it must feel to fall from such heights. Yunche managed to block the incoming strike, but as their weapons locked together, Lan Xian delivered his harshest taunts yet, boasting that Luo Wei had risen to become a revered king loved by his people, while Yunche himself had been branded a traitor and despised by everyone. Straining with everything he had, Yunche fought to hold back the overwhelming force pressing against him, until Lan Xian, with one final mocking question asking if he felt jealous, easily overpowered him and sent him crashing into the rocks, leaving him buried in debris and still suffering under the relentless damage of the blood rain. As his health fell to a critical level, Lan Xian's laughter rang out wildly while he approached like a victor, declaring that Yunche's life was about to end and that his only chance of survival now rested in his hands. With a twisted, merciless expression, Lan Xian made his offer. If Yunche admitted he was wrong and knelt to beg for forgiveness, he might be spared and allowed to live as a pet. But there was one crucial condition. He had to reveal the secret behind his ability to bring the dead back to life. Shrouded in darkness and appearing utterly defeated, Yunche quietly said, "I was wrong." Yet as the words left his mouth, he summoned a new pair of weapons, the ghostly daggers, and clarified that his mistake had been saving Lan Xian from the slavers all those years ago. As a powerful golden aura began to surge around him, he continued, stating that his second mistake had been trusting someone as heartless as him. And at that moment a system notification flashed, announcing that Yunche had leveled up. Lan Xian stayed in shock, realizing that his opponent's status had been completely restored, while Yunche went on, continuing to list the mistakes of his past. He admitted he had been wrong to believe he could win people over by leading through example, and wrong to assume that those who were good could never fall into evil, revealing that all this time his undead minions had been relentlessly farming experience within the mirror world, ultimately providing the final push he needed to level up. Now at level 46 with both his health and mana fully restored, Yunche stated that his next mistake had been rigidly adhering to the Knight's Code. And as he spoke, he activated a chain of powerful enhancement skills from his new daggers, including aura of swiftness and evil possession. His appearance shifted dramatically, his hair turning a ghostly white as a powerful blue aura enveloped his body, his attack power surging, while he coldly declared that virtues were unnecessary when dealing with scum like them. With a hardened, merciless resolve replacing everything else, he concluded that the only thing that mattered now was eliminating them by any means necessary, and fully empowered, Yunche rushed forward, his ghostly daggers crackling with energy as he collided head-on with Lan Qian. They clashed at incredible speed, their battle erupting into a violent storm of blue and red energy that tore through the already devastated surroundings, while Lan Qian laughed madly in exhilaration, shouting that this was how the fight should be. Yet after casually blocking one of Yunche's strikes, he began mocking him again, saying he had initially thought Yunche had gained a new dual-wielding class, only to realize he was merely awkwardly holding two daggers, then scolding him by saying that using an unfamiliar combat style in a real fight was no different from suicide and that he seemed to have forgotten the very lessons he once taught. As a memory of his own past suffering flashed across his mind, Lan Qian swung his weapon. But before it could connect, Yunche vanished completely. For a brief moment Lan Qian stood confused at the sudden disappearance. But that confusion lasted only an instant, as Yunche reappeared behind him and drove a dagger deep into his back, forcing blood from his mouth. Roaring in pain and fury, Lan Qian spun to retaliate. But Yunche disappeared once again, prompting him to shout in frustration as he demanded how such a thing was possible when all the mirrors had already been destroyed. As he frantically searched for an answer, his gaze fell upon a pool of his own blood on the ground, where he caught a reflection and immediately realized the horrifying truth, that Yunche no longer required mirrors and could instead use any reflective surface, even blood, to teleport. Enraged at having been outplayed, Lan Qian unleashed a powerful ability, causing thick tendrils of blood to burst from the ground and spread across the entire area, admitting that Yunche had discovered a loophole, but declaring that this technique would leave him with nowhere left to escape. Activating his ultimate skill, Blood Frenzy, he confidently announced that there was now nothing left his master could use for reflection. But the moment he finished speaking, a shadowy blade pierced straight through his chest from behind. He turned in complete disbelief, only to see the ghostly figure of his other former friend, Xiao Xi, now an undead spirit, standing directly behind him, and in a weakened voice he questioned when he had appeared and how they had managed to carry out a sneak attack. On the other side of the battlefield, Yunche, now returned to his original appearance, calmly recalled his undead minions and stated that there was no need to follow the Knight's Code when dealing with someone like him. The fight was already decided, and surrounded by the ghostly flames of his undead army, Yunche stood over Lan Qian's fallen body, his expression filled with cold, absolute hatred as he delivered his final judgment, declaring that there was only one thing he wanted, for Lan Qian to die. Even with a fatal wound, Lan Qian refused to yield, scoffing as he called the undead Xiao Benben nothing more than an illusion from 60 years ago and claiming it was no match for him now, before easily slicing the spirit in half. He shouted that the more damage he took, the stronger he became thanks to his berserker abilities, but in the next instant Yunche appeared and stabbed him once more. Still in his empowered state, Yunche coldly told his former student that he understood all of his weaknesses, which only made Lan Qian curse at him in fury. Yet Yunche remained composed as he began explaining the two primary flaws of the berserker class. The first, he said, was its low defense, and as Lan Qian swung wildly in response, Yunche teleported away, allowing the undead spirit of Ding Hao to take his place and bring down its axe against the berserker. Lan Qian spun in rage and cut the new opponent in half, while Yunche continued, explaining that the berserker class demanded heavy investment in attack and speed, leaving little for defense. And to demonstrate this, a volley of energy arrows fired by another undead archer struck Lan Qian in the back. Now encircled by an ever-growing force of Yunche summons, Lan Qian was forced to confront the reality of his own build, as Yunche pointed out that with the defense-reducing effects of his own skills, even low-level skeletons were now capable of injuring him. With a furious roar, Lan Qian unleashed a powerful whirlwind slash, cutting down the nearby minions and boasting that all he needed to do was clear out these low-level spirits. Yet as the dust settled, he looked up to see Yunche standing on the cliffs above with even more undead at his side. From there, Yunche revealed the second major weakness, a lack of wide-area attacks, explaining that aside from the basic whirlwind slash and a few linear energy strikes, Lan Qian had no effective way to handle a large, spread-out army. Then the final, inescapable trap became clear as a massive legion of undead spirits emerged from the shadows behind Yunche, and he told his former student that his mana regenerated fast enough to sustain an endless army, making it impossible for Lan Qian to ever eliminate them all. Still unwilling to accept this reality, Lan Qian angrily insisted that he did possess a wide-range attack and once again unleashed his furious blood rain, But Yunche was already prepared and calmly summoned massive ghostly shields from the ground to defend his army. He then exposed what he called his former student's greatest weakness, that there was no one he could truly rely on, and Yunche, along with Xiao Xi, brought up the past, explaining that he and Xiao Ian had once fought side by side, covering each other's flaws, while pointing out the bitter irony that the shield which had once protected him, Ben, had now become the blade trying to cut him down. He went on to reason that someone who had gained power through betrayal would naturally never have anyone draw close to him. And as the ghostly figure of Xiao Ian silently appeared behind the traitor, Yunche asked whether this lonely and resentful existence was truly what he had wanted. Furious, Lan Qian rejected the very notion of friendship and trust, swinging his weapon wildly as Yunche evaded each strike, shouting that while he had spent 60 years ruling with absolute power, Yunche had been nothing more than a dead man, insisting that he had been the one in the right all along and that he had no need for allies. To prove it, he retreated toward the city and called out to his family, Ding Jian, Ding Xiang, and Ding Zun, ordering them to come and fight for him, then landed with a proud expression as he boasted that he did not require allies because his own bloodline would serve as his army. In the very next instant, Yunche appeared directly behind him and calmly questioned that confidence, and before Lan Qian could even react, Yunche's blade flashed in a swift, precise motion, severing his arm cleanly at the shoulder. Lan Qian screamed in both agony and disbelief as his 3 family members, watching from the rooftops, cried out to their father in shock, while a wave of pure panic overtook Ding Jian, leaving him stammering as he struggled to comprehend how the man he believed invincible was being so thoroughly defeated. Desperate and wounded, Lan Qian shouted at his 3 sons, ordering them to hold Yunche back and heal him immediately, but they remained frozen in fear, with Ding Zun stuttering as he questioned how they could possibly face someone who had overpowered their father so completely. That hesitation drove Lan Qian into a frenzy of rage, and cursing them, he declared he would act himself before leaping toward them. In a horrifying display of cruelty, he seized Ding Zun by the throat, and the terrified young man could only cry out in confusion, asking his father what he was doing, while Lan Qian, his face twisted with madness, screamed that everything his children possessed had been given by him, revealing the monstrous truth of his family as he demanded to know what purpose they served other than ensuring his health and longevity. As he spoke, he began draining his son's life force, and enraged that his command had been defied, he turned his threat toward the other 2 sons, who stood paralyzed in terror, ordering them to restrain Yunche or suffer the same fate. Before they could even move, a barrage of mirror shards materialized out of thin air, cutting off their path, and from those shimmering portals, Yunche's entire undead army emerged, completely encircling the traitor and his horrified family. The swarm of spirits descended in a chaotic, overwhelming assault, striking from every direction at once as Lan Qian screamed in agony, his body being ripped apart by the endless barrage of energy and blades. In a final act of desperation, he unleashed a massive explosive swing, the force carving out a huge crater and blasting dust and debris high into the air, and when it finally settled, he was left standing alone amid the ruined battlefield, breathing heavily as he scanned the empty surroundings, unable to understand where everyone had gone. Above him, a blooded Yunche, still in his empowered form, looked down with a faint smirk and asked whether his energy was finally running dry, before revealing his most cruel act yet. Behind him, the newly revived undead forms of Lan Qian's own sons, Ding Jian, Ding Zun, and Ding Xiang, slowly rose from the shadows. Yunche coldly remarked that despite his youthful appearance, Lan Qian was still an old man at heart, then mockingly told him to enjoy this family happiness, and in that instant, overwhelming terror and despair flooded Lan Qian as he realized his own children had been turned into undead puppets. Completely shattered, he let out a broken sound and tried to flee, but Yunche followed calmly, asking if he truly believed escape was still possible. His attempt ended immediately, as he was surrounded and relentlessly cut down by ghostly blue slashes from his own undead sons, and as they tore him apart, his mind finally collapsed, his voice reduced to faint mutters, first comrades, then master, and finally, with blood spilling from his mouth, children. Yunche appeared before him one last time, and as Lan Qian's fingers were severed in the brutal onslaught, his former master told him with cold finality that he could have had everything, loyalty, family, and honor, and with those words, Lan Qian fell, his body and spirit utterly destroyed. Yunche stood over him, expression empty and cold, surrounded by his entire undead army, gazing down at the man who had betrayed him as he stated that where he could have had love and loyalty, he now possessed only the hatred of those he had sacrificed, and with his final words, he told him to face the dead end he himself had chosen. The story then shifts back more than 60 years, to a time when Yunche stood inside a workshop with his 2 young students, speaking to both Qian Ian and Lan Qian as he congratulated them on successfully changing their class and reaching S rank, then telling them that, as their master, he had prepared gifts. Yun Kai explained that he had sent all the finest materials he had gathered over the years to a master craftsman, and through great fortune, he had managed to have 2 mythic-quality weapons forged. He handed a massive great sword to Lan Xian, who stared at it in clear admiration, while Yun Che explained that it was the finest weapon he could wield at his current level and that its style closely matched what he was already used to, meaning he should have no trouble handling it. Thrilled, Lan Xian gave it an eager swing and sincerely thanked his master. Yun Che then turned toward Xiao Yan and presented him with a large, ornate shield, explaining that it perfectly suited his new class and that, given his natural combat talent, he would master it in no time, prompting Xiao Benben to hug the shield while quietly muttering that it seemed like a waste of money, even though it was obvious he cherished it. After a brief pause, a puzzled Qian Yan asked Lan Xian what had caught his attention, and Lan Xian pointed toward Yun Che's own weapon, asking why his master had never replaced it and wondering if it was simply outdated. In response, Yun Che raised his sword and stated that it was one he would never need to change, revealing it to be the Flowing Cloud Sword, then explaining that he had once risked everything, spending years gathering the rarest secret treasures before finally infiltrating an SSS-rank secret realm to forge this ultimate weapon within an ancient furnace. Even so, he added that it was still only its first version, describing it as a unique grade weapon, surpassing even mythic quality, and truly one of a kind. Before explaining its special nature, it could transform like a flowing cloud into any weapon form its wielder desired, with its true evolution depending on the bond formed through experience. After years of fighting alongside it, the sword had learned to respond to his will and adapt to his strength, a revelation that left Lan Xian completely awestruck. Yun Che then extended the extraordinary weapon toward him, asking if he wanted to try it, and overjoyed, Lan Xian eagerly asked if he truly could, reaching out to grasp the handle of the flowing cloud sword. And in that instant, the scene shifted to the past, where after a fierce battle, a man clad in full plate armor, Lan Xian, stood over the dying Yun Che, whom he had just stabbed with that very blade, thinking to himself that the scene needed to be arranged to resemble a violent rebellion for the king. With a manic laugh, he celebrated finally obtaining the one-of-a-kind, unique grade weapon, and as he claimed it, the once holy sword began to warp, its form twisting under the influence of a dark power. The moment passed, and the scene returned to the present, where Yun Che, still in his enhanced state with white energy glowing through his hair, stared ahead with unwavering resolve and began to walk forward, reflecting on his past life, remembering how he had never hesitated when facing danger on the front lines, no matter how difficult the path had been, always believing he could overcome any obstacle. He lifted the twisted flowing cloud sword from the ground, its warped blade now blazing with a fierce aura, and as it began to shift and reshape within his grip, he reflected that every struggle he had endured had been for a single, simple wish, to live quietly alongside his friends. Yet now, with the weapon in hand, he could clearly see how their greed had ruined the flowing cloud sword he cherished. Yun Che raised the damaged blade and aimed it at the fallen, bleeding Lan Xian, who finally admitted his mistake. While Yun Che stated he had never cared for the hollow title of hero, and in terror Lan Xian begged to be spared. In answer, Yun Che altered the weapon again, turning it into a massive, weighty scythe, then looked down at his former disciple and asked whether this was the power he had betrayed him for, and more importantly, betrayed Xiao Yan for. Panicking, Lan Xian stretched out his hand and pleaded, asking if his former master truly did not want to know the truth of what had happened. But Yun Che dismissed him, telling him only to face the end he had chosen, and in one swift motion he swung the great scythe, severing Lan Xian's head and cutting off his final words about the truth before they could be finished. Standing there as a dark silhouette, Yun Che delivered a cold final line, declaring that everything Lan Xian knew, he would come to know himself. After the fight, Yun Che sat upon a throne, gazing down at the newly formed undead spirit of Ding Kun, once Lan Xian, now bound to him, as the spirit spoke in broken phrases and revealed a shocking truth. He had merely been bait used by Luo Wei. Hearing this, Yun Che's expression hardened with cold resolve as he realized that his path of revenge was only beginning, while the undead spirit of Lan Xian raised a proof of advancement, a rare item, and seemed to indicate that through this revenge it would grow stronger. The narrative then explains the world's power system, stating that because dungeons are tightly controlled, ordinary individuals such as miners might only ever reach level 30 in their entire lives, while even gifted people who join official groups and rise through ranks can at best reach level 60, as level 60 represents a massive barrier known as class advancement. Only by fulfilling specific conditions can one's class evolve, unlocking superior equipment, enhanced stats, and unique skills. And only those who achieve this advancement can surpass the level 60 limit. As Yun Che examined the proof of advancement taken from Lan Xian, he recalled how crucial it was to the process, knowing these items are extremely rare, since even in his previous life, when dungeons were accessible to all, only 1 in 10,000 people succeeded in advancing, and in the present era the government holds total control over them, making them even less attainable for ordinary people. Yunche further considered that within the entire hero family only Lan Qian possessed such a proof, meaning none of the others had advanced their class, and the gap in power between those who have and have not completed advancement is immense. Lan Qian, for instance, had risen from an ordinary warrior into a berserker, gaining formidable abilities such as Berserker's brand while multiplying his physical strength several-fold. And as Yunche looked at the kneeling spirit of what had once been such a powerful opponent, he understood clearly that without his unique SSS rank skill, Mirror World, defeating Lan Qian would have been impossible. Thinking over his next step, Yunche recalled the overwhelming boost that class advancement had granted Lan Qian and began to consider what might happen if he himself, already supported by the immense foundation of Mirror World, underwent the same process. With that thought, he activated the proof of advancement he had taken, his mind racing as he imagined how far his power could rise. The system immediately initiated the advancement sequence, scanning his attributes and confirming he met all conditions, then presenting 3 possible evolved classes for a chanter, ward dancer, bard, and forest musician, and prompting him to choose one in order to begin the advancement quest. But Yunche had already decided, reaching out without hesitation because long ago he had chosen his path. The ward dancer, an exceptionally rare option among chanters and the only one that granted strong offensive abilities. With firm resolve, he confirmed his selection. At that exact moment, however, an unforeseen notification appeared from his own unique skill, as the Mirror World system posed a startling question. Did he wish to reverse the ward dancer class? And Yunche froze in shock, realizing with disbelief that his power could even invoke the nature of an entire class. He then reflected on how the class system functioned, noting that the 8 base classes branch into numerous advanced forms, most of which specialize in particular strengths, though there exist rare exceptions known as hidden classes, far more powerful but tied to extremely difficult quests. Among these, Yunche had targeted the chanter's hidden advancement, the war dancer, a path notoriously demanding because it required high speed and spirit, attributes typically neglected by chanters, in a quest condition involving an exceptionally rare item called a slaughter blood core, a crystal formed from the energy of mass killing. Something nearly unattainable for a support class lacking offensive skills, which is why almost no one succeeds despite it being the sole chanter route with attack capabilities. Even so, Yunche had chosen this path, yet his Mirror World ability intervened, and just as it could reverse skills, it now reversed the class itself, transforming the War Dancer into an entirely new and unknown class, the Peace Dancer. While the system explained, true peace requires absolute martial protection, allowing these dancers to wield both healing melodies and destructive ones, though the requirements shifted as well, becoming both inverted and more demanding, replacing the slaughter blood core with 5 life saplings. Hearing this, Yunche was left stunned by the sheer absurdity of the condition, trying to grasp the reasoning as he recalled that a life sapling is a legendary treasure capable of producing endless potions that completely restore health. Even a single life sapling would spark fierce competition among top professionals because it could replace a healer, so needing 5 bordered on impossible. Yet Yunche understood that such an extreme requirement implied the Peace Dancer class would be extraordinarily powerful. As he considered how to obtain them, he thought about the recent upgrade to his skill, entered the Mirror World, and discovered that its level 3 enhancement was not merely an expansion of the map. Before him stood a massive copy of an Orc Chieftain, a Dungeon Lord, and in that moment he realized the Mirror World now replicated Dungeon Lords, providing him with ideal targets to farm the legendary items he required. Within this space, Yunche summoned the undead spirit of Dingkuan and noticed that this spirit carried a sharper awareness than the ones he had called forth before, and having leveled up twice, he reflected on his abilities, recognizing that if he could even reverse class advancements, then his skills still held vast untapped potential. Behind him, the enormous Orc Chieftain copy let out a thunderous roar, yet Yunche simply turned away, stating it was time to leave the Mirror World, and issued a command for the undead spirit of Dingkuan to attack, whereupon the spirit answered with a single, powerful sword strike that split the towering Dungeon Lord clean in half. A chain of system notifications confirmed his victory, awarding him 2 additional levels, granting a piece of legendary equipment known as the Great Fang Necklace, and marking the dungeon as cleared. When Yunche opened his status window, he saw that he had reached level 50, with attributes now high enough to satisfy the strict requirements for the class advancement he intended. At the same time in the real world, the enormous energy structure of the hero's dungeon began to destabilize and fade, drawing shocked stares from the guards stationed at the entrance as panic spread among them while they questioned why the dungeon was vanishing and what had become of the hero inside, especially under prior orders forbidding entry. The captain overruled those instructions and led them inward as the structure collapsed. Amid the wreckage, they uncovered a horrifying sight, the lifeless body of Ding Jian, and the guards cried out in disbelief that a member of the hero's family had been slain, after which the news spread rapidly across the empire. with newspapers filling the skies above the city and broadcasting the shocking headline of the hero's death, leaving citizens watching from their homes stunned and fearful, unable to accept that the powerful hero family had fallen and that the hero himself was gone. Inside a military command center, an officer stood before a display showing their only clue, a blurred image capturing Yun-che from behind, marked by his white hair and cape, as he announced that a wanted order had been issued and commanded his forces to use every means available to hunt down the culprit. Meanwhile, seated high upon a dark throne, the Supreme King Luo Wei remained in shadow and remarked with casual indifference that little Lan Xian had died. He studied a holographic display that showed Yun-che seated amid the dungeon's ruins, then asked his subordinate what had been uncovered, pointing out that despite the army being stationed outside, they had only learned of the incident after everything had already ended. Far away, in a wasteland littered with corpses, a hooded subordinate sat atop a heap of defeated S-class fighters and reported that none of the officers assigned to guard Dingkun had any idea what had occurred. He passed along a book of records, explaining that his men had reviewed entry and exit logs along with information from the Security Bureau, and concluded that the current suspects were Yun Sha and Yun-che. At the mention of that name, Luo Wei gave a faint smirk, remarking that Yun-che was a name that stirred old memories, while the subordinate calmly stated that he would take care of the matter. The scene shifted to the academy, where the entire campus buzzed with rumors as students crossed the plaza asking whether others had heard what happened in the hero's secret realm, while a group of male students discussed how chaotic the past 2 days had been and wondered who would dare attack a hero. Yun Sha and Yun Yin passed through the murmuring crowd as the surrounding students voiced anger, questioning how a hero could be killed, condemning the culprit as a traitor to the nation, and demanding to know what the army was doing. Yun Sha, however, looked visibly shaken and tense, realizing with dread that the man she had helped had truly gone through with it and personally killed Ding Kun. As sweat ran down her face and the gravity of his situation became clear, by helping him into the hero's secret realm, she had made herself an accomplice to the murder of a hero. She wrestled with whether to report everything to the authorities, yet tried to reassure herself with the thought that after committing something so massive, she would likely never cross paths with him again. At that very moment, Yun-che walked across the school grounds and passed by Yun Sha, causing her to freeze in place, terror written across her face, while he fixed her with a cold, unyielding stare. As he looked at her, his thoughts began aligning with the requirements of his new class, turning to the life saplings he needed, and recognizing that items of such rarity would only be possessed by individuals of immense status. Observing Yun Sha more closely, he concluded from her conduct and resources that she must belong to a noble family, which brought back a memory from his earlier conversation with the undead spirit of Ding Kun in the mirror world, when he had asked whether it knew Yun Sha's true identity, noting how desperate the spirit had seemed to see her. The spirit had then revealed a startling truth. Her real name was Luo Sha, and she was the granddaughter of the Supreme King Luo Wei. Back in the present, Yun-che stood behind her as a dark, killing intent slowly spread from him. He fixed his gaze on her, thinking he had never anticipated this, and came to the stark realization that the girl standing before him was a granddaughter of his sworn enemy. Yun-che walked across the school campus and past Yun Sha, who looked at him with unmistakable terror, while he remained cold and unreadable, giving her no reaction as he continued on. Without warning, a group of students spotted him and hurried over, calling out his name with excitement as they surrounded him, asking whether he had been resting after exhausting himself defeating the Wandering Lord, then thanking him earnestly, saying that because of him they had survived the dungeon, praising his strength, expressing how glad they were to see him return, and mentioning that the school intended to reward him. Amid the chatter, one male student cautioned Yun-che to stay alert, explaining that the Ding family might come looking for him, as the third head of the Ding family, Ding Ge, had mysteriously vanished inside the hero's dungeon and the family was searching everywhere, and he worried that Yun-che, having displayed such remarkable power, could become a target for questioning. Yun-che responded with a confident smile, telling them not to worry and assuring them that the truth would come to light. Yet inwardly he was thinking about the newspaper headlines reporting the destruction of private dungeons and the death of the hero, carefully assessing his own position and recognizing that while the Ding family suspected him of stealing a pass based on his voice, they possessed no concrete proof that he was the killer. The same student went on, saying that the one responsible for destroying the dungeon was being pursued by the authorities and would likely be captured soon, adding that Yun-che should be safe since no one would believe a mere student could kill a hero. Yun-che's thoughts shifted to the heavy police presence across the streets and to his own escape, recalling how he had relied on his undead minions to create chaos as distractions just to evade the relentless pursuit and make it back to the school. And as he looked at his classmates, he decided that his best course of action was to blend in, concluding that remaining hidden as a student was the safest way to avoid exposure while he continued to understand this new era. Around him, the atmosphere on campus was filled with anger and confusion as one male student loudly blamed the dungeon destroyer for everything, arguing that if not for that criminal, Neither the students nor Yunche would be under suspicion and insisting that the Ding family were victims as well, while others echoed the sentiment, voicing disbelief that a hero had actually been killed. Another student shouted that the killer was utterly unforgivable, declaring that regardless of the circumstances, no one should ever attack a hero. And Yunche turned away as he listened to them defend the man he had killed, realizing that the image of Ding Kuan as a hero, shaped by Luo Wei's propaganda, had been ingrained in them since childhood, and understanding that although he had ended that man's life, altering the public's perception of him would be extremely difficult. As the situation continued, the narrative began to shift when a different group of students started spreading rumors, gathering closely and whispering about stories they had heard from relatives regarding the hero's dungeon. Although some dismissed it as nonsense, a female student pulled out her phone and claimed she had a video, prompting the others to crowd around the screen, only to react in shock at what it revealed. The footage, secretly recorded at the moment the hero's dungeon vanished, displayed a horrifying scene, a pit filled with the mutilated remains of people who had been enslaved and tortured for a long time by the Ding family. And this revelation immediately divided the students, as some were appalled by the brutality while others outright rejected it, shouting that it was fabricated, calling it fake news and accusing unseen forces of trying to tarnish the hero's reputation for their own hidden agendas. While Yunche remained silent, watching Xiao Xi. Amid the heated arguments, a clear voice broke through as Luo Xia stepped forward and firmly declared that the video was completely real, explaining that she herself had been invited to the hero's dungeon not long ago. And with composed confidence she stated that what the video showed was only a fraction of the truth, then casually playing with her hair as she added that the Ding family's dark actions were in fact an open secret among the upper class. Yunche watched her, genuinely surprised that she would step in and influence public opinion in this way. The students were thrown into confusion upon hearing Yunxia support the claims, with one stammering as they asked if what she said was truly real while the others stared in disbelief, and Yunche continued observing her as she involved herself further. Without warning, Yunxia seized Yunche's hand and pulled him away, telling him to come with her, leaving the surrounding students stunned and wide-eyed as they watched the two of them run off together. They soon reached a quiet corner of the campus, where Yunxia immediately questioned why he had come back, asking if he was not afraid of the security bureau investigating him, reminding him that he had not merely caused trouble, but had killed a hero and would face serious consequences, then lowering her gaze nervously as she voiced a question weighing on her mind. Was he not afraid that she might report him? Yunche met her with a calm expression and repeated what he had told her before, that he believed she was not a bad person at heart. And upon hearing this, Yunxia flushed, visibly flustered by the trust he placed in her, turning away as she tried to steady herself before remarking that, given the crimes of the hero family, it was actually better that they were gone. She then turned back with a feigned look of annoyance and pointed out that he now owed her another favor, while Yunche answered with a faint smile, assuring her that he remembered everything she had said. Though as he looked at Luo Xia, his thoughts filled with questions about her true motives. Unable to understand why the granddaughter of Luo Wei would help him enter the hero's dungeon and wondering whether she genuinely despised the Ding family's actions or what her real connection to the Supreme King might be. A grim idea surfaced in his mind, that deceiving her and making use of her might be the only path to eventually killing Luo Wei. But he suppressed it for the moment, telling her they needed to focus on what lay ahead, then asked if she knew about something called a life sapling. As they moved down the hallway, Luo Xia answered casually that she did, describing it as an item that produces life essence. Yunche stopped outside the headmaster's office and revealed that the old headmaster possessed the items he was searching for, then activated his ability and stepped into the mirror world, where inside the pale replica of the office he observed the headmaster seated at his desk and explained that the old man had acquired a rare world tree sapling, treating it as a priceless treasure, while Yunche knew that he had purchased nearly every life sapling available just to nourish and sustain that tree. Advancing toward the center of the room, Yunche spotted the SS-rank secret treasure, the World Tree sapling copy, encircled by numerous life sapling copies, and his eyes widened with genuine shock at seeing so many of the rare items he needed gathered in one place. He immediately attempted to seize them by force, striking the protective barrier with his sword, but a powerful shockwave hurled him backward, making him realize that everything was sealed within a complex magical formation created by the school's principal. And through the barrier he could clearly see the World Tree sapling copy along with the life nursery copy he required, something he had not expected to still be secured even within the mirror world. Studying the glowing blue and red lines of the formation, Yunche recognized that although he had been a master of formations in his past life, this one differed by combining magic with modern machinery, and he understood that at his current level he could not break it, while any attempt to forcefully shatter it would likely destroy the delicate items inside. Choosing to abandon the saplings for now, he instead collected other objects from the room, taking copies of a robe, a pair of boots, and a book titled Formations and Machinery. And as he left, he realized that the principal who owned this office was far more powerful than Lan Qian. meaning he would need to proceed with caution. Yun-che then formed a plan, recognizing that there were only two ways to obtain the life nursery. Either wait for the principal to release the seal himself or learn enough about the technology of this era to it. And he chose the latter, heading straight for the school library, where he gathered books on general knowledge and machinery, understanding that establishing a strong foundation was necessary before confronting his enemies. Sitting at a desk, he began dismantling modern devices he had copied, such as a smartphone, yet found their mechanisms difficult to comprehend. And as he read further, he discovered that his enemy, Luo Wei, was a driving force behind this technological advancement. This discovery made him question where such ideas had originated, and Yun-che spent his nights studying without rest, learning how monitors functioned as energy sources and trying to grasp their operation. Although he managed to understand the fundamentals, the interaction between machines and dungeon items proved highly intricate, raising more questions than answers, and he soon realized the knowledge available was incomplete, meaning he would need to go through many more texts to fully comprehend this new world. Lost in thought, Yun-che entered the school library and concluded that the most valuable information about this era's technology and history would not be found in widely circulated, censored books, but rather in obscure or rarely accessed copies that might contain the truth, though he also understood that searching through countless useless volumes to find something worthwhile would take significant time. At that moment, his attention was drawn to someone sitting high atop the library shelves under a light, and narrowing his eyes, he was surprised to recognize Yun-yin. Finding it unusual to see her alone since she was almost always at Yun-sha's side. Knowing her role as the guard of Luo Wei's granddaughter, he immediately grew wary and wondered if she was secretly searching for something hidden within the library. Yet as he looked more closely, he noticed the title of the book in her hands. Complete collection of world classic fairy tales, an unexpected choice that caught him off guard. Sensing his gaze, Yun-yin looked down at him with her usual cold and piercing expression. But within moments, realizing she had been seen reading fairy tales, her composure broke as she became visibly flustered and defensive. Amused by this contrast, Yun-che asked whether he was not welcome, and Yun-yin, clutching her book and clearly embarrassed, hesitated to respond, prompting him to explain that he simply wanted to take a book from that section, and when she asked which one he was searching for, he gave a faint, charming smile and admitted he had not decided yet, leaving her standing in awkward silence. As their exchange continued, Yun-che mentioned that he was looking for materials explaining how dungeon products and mechanical systems function, and to his surprise, Yun-yin quickly located a relevant book and handed it down to him. Though the usually composed guard looked unsettled and avoided eye contact, Yun-che thanked her before walking off to find a place to read, while Yun-yin, after a brief pause, returned to her own book. Later, he asked if there were any texts on mobile communication, but she remained silent and offered no reply. The following day, Yun-che came back to the library, and Yun-yin, still seated in the same spot, handed him another book, likely the one he had asked about previously. And in return for her help, Yun-che offered her a boxed sandwich, remarking that it tasted quite good, yet Yun-yin immediately rejected it, while Yun-che left the food behind regardless, placing it on a nearby ledge. As he walked away, Yun-che reflected on their exchange, thinking that despite her cold and distant demeanor, he felt a strange, unexplainable sense of familiarity with her. A quiet routine soon formed between them in the library, where each day Yun-che continued his research and each day he left behind a sandwich for Yun-yin, which she never acknowledged yet was always gone by the time he returned. One day, while searching for a book on mana engines, Yun-che noticed Yun-yin in her usual spot and assumed she was taking advantage of a rare moment of peace while Yun-sha rested, so he approached and remarked that since he was unfamiliar with the library, he would likely be slow and make noise while searching, which caught Yun-yin off guard as she admitted to herself that she had not expected such consideration. While Yun-che inwardly recognized an opportunity, if he could grow closer to her, he might uncover more about Luo Wei and Luo Sha. This pattern continued, with Yun-che bringing her books and food as they studied side by side in a shared, comfortable silence. And in an attempt to break that silence, he once asked her about the meaning of a sentence in his book, only for her to respond simply that she did not know. He then asked something more precise, inquiring about the formation connection system, and she explained its literal meaning, prompting him to ask if she could help him find books related to that topic. She did not respond immediately, and the two remained seated under the warm library light, reading quietly with an unspoken understanding between them, until after a brief pause Yun-yin finally spoke, asking why he did not just ask his little follower, referring to Xiao Xi, whom she called a descendant of a traitor. Yun-che met her gaze with a confident smirk and replied that Xiao Xi would be back soon. The scene then shifted to the inner residence of the Ding family, where Ding Hao and Ding Yi were discussing a serious issue, as Ding Hao, visibly enraged, stared at a photo they had received showing his son, Ding Shu, bound and gagged, and vented his anger over being threatened with his son's life while questioning what the kidnappers wanted, since they had sent only a single image and made no further contact for several days. Seated calmly, Ding Yi asked whether Ding Hao believed Yun Che was responsible for the kidnapping, causing Ding Hao to reflect on Yun Che's connection to Xiao Xi and consider whether this could be retaliation for members of Xiao Xi's family they had previously captured. But that line of thought quickly led him to something far more alarming. If Yun Che was capable of such an act, could he also be the one who killed their grandfather, the hero, leaving him increasingly unsettled as he struggled to believe that a Mei student could possess such strength? While his frustration grew over the police's failure to arrest Yun Che, making him feel as though their family status was being disregarded, Ding Hao declared that they were the hero family, insisting that even with their grandfather's death, their authority and influence remained unchanged. But at that moment, a guardian in armor rushed in and interrupted them with urgent news that Xiao Xi had returned to the school. Meanwhile, on campus, Xiao Xi stood alone beside a fountain holding a large sign that read "Topple the traitors," while other students kept their distance, watching in confusion as they recognized him as a member of the Xiao Xi family and questioned why he would stow trouble now, especially after the hero's death, repeating what they had always believed, that despite the rumors, his ancestor Xiao Yian was still a confirmed traitor. Undeterred, Xiao Xi argued passionately, declaring that when the valiant dungeon disappeared, someone must have witnessed the final battlefield, and even if they had not, he possessed a video that could serve as proof. From a balcony above, Yun Che and Yun Yin observed the scene unfolding in the courtyard, and Yun Che reflected on how the truth had been buried for years, with a true hero falsely branded as a traitor. Yet he also recognized that there would always be people like Xiao Xi who continued to pursue the truth. Below them, Xiao Xi delivered a final, forceful statement, shouting that he now had enough evidence to prove that his great-grandfather, Xiao Yian, was not a traitor but a true hero. And as Yun Che watched his friend take such a bold stand, he thought that perhaps this world was about to change because of Xiao Xi's persistence. Xiao Xi continued, insisting to the gathered students that everything he said was real and inviting them to question anything they doubted, which left many of them surprised by his confidence as they looked on in disbelief, whispering among themselves because his claims directly contradicted what their official textbooks had always taught. Understanding their skepticism, Xiao Xi admitted he did not expect immediate belief and clarified that his main goal was to prove his family's innocence. Then in a sudden and unexpected act, he lowered his head deeply and begged the Ding family to spare his innocent relatives. This plea threw the students into confusion, sparking quiet discussions about the long-standing relationship between the two families, as they recalled that the Xiao Xi family had always been known as servants to the Ding family, supposedly an act of mercy after their ancestors' betrayal. But with the growing rumors about the Ding family's darker side, some began to grasp how harsh life must have been for the Xiao Xi family, and correctly inferred that Xiao Xi was trying to free them from servitude. Watching the shift in public opinion, Xiao Xi allowed himself a determined smile, recognizing that this was the ideal moment to use the scandal to break his family free from the Ding family's control, and he resolved to intensify the public outrage to create an even greater distraction, knowing that since Yun Che could not openly intervene, the responsibility of saving his family rested entirely on him. At that same moment, Yun Che, observing everything from a distance, noticed someone approaching him. 3 men dressed in formal military uniforms stepped forward to confront him, led by a mustached officer named Lei You, who introduced both himself and his 2 subordinates, Mashu and Mata, before stating that they represented the Peacekeeper's office and informing Yun Che that he was now a suspect in the Hero Secret Realm incident, requesting his cooperation while Yun Che remained silent, his expression unreadable. Without waiting for a response, Chief Lei You opened a file and began reciting Yun Che's official background, describing him as a 17-year-old male from East Town who had been an orphan since the age of 11 and living alone ever since, with records emphasizing his quiet nature and consistently low combat scores, presenting him as nothing more than an average, unremarkable student, and then stating plainly that the document in his hand reflected Yun Che's past record. Raising his gaze, Lei You fixed Yun Che with a sharp stare and pointed out that the young man's recent behavior stood in stark contrast to that ordinary history, then proceeded to list each suspicious detail. Yun Che had defeated and killed a powerful wandering lord, vanished at the same time as the Ding family's 3rd son, and then reappeared immediately after the events in the Hero Secret Realm. Closing the distance, Lei You stepped forward until he was looming over Yun Che and demanded an explanation, pressing him on how he had gained such sudden strength and where he had gone during the period he was missing. After a brief silence, Yun Che responded in a calm, steady tone, claiming that the hidden boss inside the Valiant secret realm had been so terrifying that he chose to leave in order to clear his mind, openly admitting that he was indeed stronger than his classmates but insisting that he simply preferred to keep that fact hidden, and then arguing that accusing him of killing a hero was going too far. Spreading his arms, he continued by pointing out that at his age he had not even undergone a class change, making it impossible for him to defeat someone like Ding Kuan, a powerful class advanced user, and concluded by stating that he had no motive to commit such an act. Lei You took a slow puff from his pipe, appearing to concede that an ordinary student would neither possess the ability nor the reason to do such a thing. Yet instead of backing down, he leaned in until his face was only inches away from Yunchei's and revealed his true suspicion, explaining that some class-changed users possessed abilities capable of concealing their identities, then directly asking whether Yunchei was one of them. As Yunchei maintained his composure, Liu brushed aside the act of innocence and activated an epic-grade skill known as Dispel Disguise, intending to forcibly expose any illusion or hidden identity Yunchei might be using. To his complete astonishment, the skill failed, and a system notification appeared stating that the target was not under any disguise effect. Caught off guard, Liu hesitated, wondering if Yunchei's skill level might somehow exceed his own, then shifted his line of questioning and abruptly asked whether, at his age, Yunchei had only just begun studying communication machines. Feigning confusion in response to the pointed inquiry, Yunchei claimed he did not understand, stating that such advanced topics were meant for graduates and that he had not yet mastered even the basic systems, continuing to act puzzled. The peacekeepers fell quiet, clearly weighing his explanation, and after a tense pause stretched on, Liu finally chose to end the interrogation for the day, turning away while issuing a firm warning that they would return, leaving Yunchei to watch them depart as he reflected that his recent efforts studying general knowledge and textbook material had paid off, allowing him to deflect their questions for now. Even so, he understood this reprieve would not last, and his thoughts shifted to a crucial detail he had learned from Ding Kuan's undead spirit, which had revealed that it was nothing more than bait, deliberately placed by Luo Wei to draw out anyone connected to its former master, Yunchei himself, while also warning that its death would trigger an investigation by Luo Wei's elite shadow guards, individuals far stronger than it had ever been. Yunchei grasped the weight of that warning immediately, recognizing that the agents sent by Luo Wei would not operate under the same constraints as official peacekeepers, and concluded that unless he completed his class change soon, the danger of confronting those enemies would become overwhelming, prompting him to return to the issue of obtaining the life saplings from the principal's vault, noting that the principal appeared at the school for only about an hour each day and, during that time, had never once been seen entering the vault where the treasure was stored. From this, he inferred that the security formation was unlikely to be activated anytime soon, yet also realized that waiting to retrieve the items through the mirror world was not a viable short-term strategy, so he left the school building to consider alternative plans. Meanwhile, atop a nearby rooftop, Liu delivered his report to Luo Wei's hooded subordinate, summarizing their findings by naming Yunchei and a figure referred to as Her Highness Rosa as the primary public suspects, only for the hooded figure to immediately dismiss Rosa, shifting focus instead to her constant companion Yunyan, whom he identified as a descendant of the traitorous Yun clan and therefore a person of interest, before adding that Yunchei, sharing the same suspicious surname, should also be treated as a high-priority target. Once the hooded figure disappeared, Liu turned to one of his men and issued a grim command. Yunchei was to be kept under constant surveillance, and if he displayed anything unusual, they had permission to eliminate him on the spot. As Yunchei moved through the school grounds, his keen senses detected agents observing him from afar, making it clear he was under continuous watch and would need to maintain the facade of an ordinary, unremarkable student. Later, he headed to the cafeteria for lunch, choosing to blend in by ordering the same meal as everyone else, a serving of noodles with fried eggs and sausage, and, to his own surprise, he found it unexpectedly delicious. This experience stood in stark contrast to his past life, when he had constantly been on the run, surviving on whatever scraps he could cook over a campfire in the wilderness, never once having the chance to enjoy food like this. Yet his brief moment of satisfaction was interrupted by the loud complaints of nearby students who grumbled in disgust, claiming the cafeteria meals were worse than ever. One of the students Yunchei had rescued in the dungeon approached his table, leaning in with visible disbelief as he questioned how Yunchei could eat such slop so happily and asked whether he no longer despised cafeteria food, prompting Yunchei to pause, fix him with a cold and steady gaze, and reply simply that he was hungry. Unwilling to let him continue eating what they considered terrible food, the group insisted on treating him to a proper meal as thanks for saving their lives, inviting him to a place known as the Big Crow Bar. And at the mention of a bar, Yunchei's interest sharpened as he immediately recognized it as a hub for information, seeing in it the perfect opportunity to gather details about modern magical security, or more importantly, the location of another life nursery, so he rose and agreed to join them. They soon arrived at a crowded, lively establishment illuminated by bright purple lighting, where people dressed in fantasy-style adventure gear filled the space, creating a noisy and energetic atmosphere, as one of his classmates enthusiastically ordered drinks for everyone, including a special difference engine dream for Yunchei as a guest of honor, while another draped an arm over his shoulder and eagerly urged him to try the Rivet Queen next. And amid the noise and excitement of this unfamiliar setting, Yunchei reflected on how much the world had changed from what he once knew. Even as his classmates cheered for him inside the Big Crow Bar, Yunche felt entirely out of place, quickly realizing that such a chaotic environment would not yield the high-level information he sought, and before long he slipped away from the gathering, emerging onto a quiet, empty street where he stood alone, questioning his own choices and feeling detached from the carefree world surrounding him. That sense of isolation stirred a memory from his past life, when he had been a beloved young knight welcomed warmly by villagers who greeted him with kindness and gifts, yet the memory faded just as quickly, leaving him standing in silence on the modern street with only the weight of his loneliness remaining. He eventually returned to his room, more certain than ever that he did not belong in this new world, and upon finding a book detailing the history of his former clan, he was seized by a desperate hope, wondering whether any of his friends or family might have survived the passage of time and betrayal, leading him to open the volume and seek an answer from the undead spirit of Dinkuan. The spirit confirmed his worst fear without hesitation. Everyone he had once known was dead. Burdened by that final truth, Yunche wandered into the vast, empty school library late that night, searching for some form of comfort or understanding. He had assumed that only someone as out of place as himself would come to the library at such an hour, so he began with the fundamentals by pulling a book on modern history from the shelf, only to discover, to his surprise, that he was not alone, as Union stood quietly nearby and asked what he was searching for. She then stepped forward and offered him a book, explaining that she had found the one on security machines he had previously asked about, and revealing that it had been written by their school's principal. And as Yunche accepted it, he noticed the author was indeed the principal, prompting him to smile and ask whether she had truly stayed up so late just to help him. Union turned her gaze away, visibly flustered, and denied it, insisting she had only been unable to sleep, to which Yunche responded with light teasing, promising to bring her 2 sandwiches next time as thanks, while Union, attempting to appear composed, awkwardly accepted his gratitude. Yunche immediately began reading, quickly realizing that the book broke down complex concepts into clear and simple explanations, and though he acknowledged to himself that with his current level of understanding it was too soon to claim full comprehension of the entire system, a confident smile still formed as he recognized that if his aim was merely to damage or destroy it, the task would not be difficult, since the mechanical components served only as support while the core was a magical formation he was already familiar with. Having settled the issue of the formation in his mind, Yunche shifted his focus back to Union and asked her seriously whether the library contained any records about the original Yun family from the past. Union looked at him in surprise, then lowered her gaze as a deep sadness spread across her face, answering softly that there were none, and explaining that even if he searched the entire library, he would not find a single one, because before the Yun family had been accused of rebellion, His Majesty King Luo Wei had maintained a very close relationship with them, and after that painful betrayal, the kind emperor had strictly forbidden the circulation of any books related to the Yun family. Yunche lowered his eyes to the book in his hands, his expression cast in shadow, and questioned that description of kindness, asking whether, setting aside the past, there had truly not been even one innocent member within the Yun family, pressing further with intensity as he asked if not a single person had managed to survive. Yun Yin remained silent for a moment before confirming that no, there were no innocent survivors, and within Yun Che's mind, the undead spirit of Ding Kuan appeared once more, affirming the grim truth that everyone had perished. The memories revealed the truth with brutal clarity. Beneath a blood-red moon, Luo Wei had personally led his shadow guards to carry out the attack, and because of his close ties to the Yun family, he had easily deceived them and gained their trust before launching a sudden strike that killed the family head, their strongest fighter, without warning. What followed was complete annihilation, extending far beyond the Yun family itself, as their guards, servants, and even the servants' children were all captured, tortured, and executed until no one remained alive. After Yun Che's past self had fallen, Luo Wei spread accusations of treason to justify the massacre, and to eliminate any lingering threat, he ordered the execution of anyone who shared even the slightest blood connection with the Yun family. Back in the present, within the mirror world, Yun Che gripped his sword so tightly that his hand trembled with suppressed fury as he spoke the name of his enemy, Luo Wei, then channeled that rage into a relentless assault, unleashing a storm of sword strikes against the magical barrier protecting the principal's vault. With one final, hatred-filled glare, the defensive formation shattered under the force of his attack, unable to withstand the onslaught, and as the barrier broke apart, the moment triggered a memory buried deep within Yun Che's past, shifting the scene to a bright, peaceful day years earlier where a smiling 12-year-old Yun Che appeared. In that memory, the young Yun Che trained with his sword against a wooden dummy, exhaling sharply with each strike as he focused, before stopping to call out to his training partner, a long-haired blonde boy who was growing tired yet still lunging at his target, telling him to stop and warning that if he continued, there would be no dummies left. The blonde boy, 12-year-old Luo Wei, turned back with innocent resolve, misunderstanding the concern as he asked whether they had run out of dummies and offered to request money from his mother, the queen, to purchase more. Yun Che corrected him, explaining that the point was not to replace the dummies but to take a break, then questioned why he and his older brother were so fixated on training, adding that if they refused to rest, he would feel guilty doing so himself. At that moment, the sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed from another part of the training ground, where a muscular teenager trained with intense focus, sweat pouring down as he repeated their father's teaching that every drop of sweat shed now would mean one less drop of blood on the battlefield. This was Yunyi, Yunche's 16-year-old elder brother, whose fierce expression and determination showed as he declared he would soon be allowed to enter the secret realm and could not afford to slack off, announcing that he would complete 10 more sets. Yunche, concerned, began to remind him that their teacher had also emphasized the importance of effort, but he was cut off before he could finish his point about not pushing too far, and instead leaned toward young Luo Wei to whisper the rest, joking that too much could be just as bad as too little. He joked that his older brother was only pushing himself so hard because he feared being defeated by opponents 4 years younger, which would be humiliating, and Yunyi, though exhausted, still showed respect for Luo Wei's status even at that age as he turned toward the young prince and said that since his highness had mentioned resting, he would complete just 1 more set before taking a break. Yunche's lips curled into a sly smile, pleased that his small scheme had worked and his brother had agreed to ease up, and at that moment, a lively young girl rushed into the courtyard carrying a large tray filled with drinks and snacks, calling out cheerfully to her big brother, second brother, Yunche, and Luo Wei. This girl was Yuntaya, Yunche's 8-year-old younger sister, and she beamed as she announced that she had brought ice-cold honey lemon water along with freshly baked apple pie for everyone, teasing them by saying that treats like these were not something they usually got to enjoy. Within the memory, the children played together freely, as young Yunche reached into the wooden box Yuntaya carried and snatched a treat with playful boldness while young Luo Wei ran alongside them, fully part of the lively group. Yunche took a bite and immediately praised how delicious it was. Then, speaking with his mouth still full, declared that Yuntaya was the best sister in the world, while beside him, young Luo Wei ate happily and voiced his agreement. Yuntaya then hurried over to Yunyi, who had paused his training, and handed him a large wooden mug filled with the drink she had brought, drawing attention to the moment as Yunyi lifted it and took a sip. The eldest brother drank deeply, a satisfied smile appearing as he remarked on its sweetness and thanked his little sister, and soon the 4 of them, Yunyi, Yunche, Luo Wei, and Yuntaya, gathered together beneath the shade of a large tree, while guests from the southern nights were visiting that day and the kitchen staff had been busy preparing food since early morning. Yuntaya then leaned in and revealed a secret, admitting that she had snuck the food and drinks out, implying that otherwise they would never have received such a generous portion meant for the guests. And Yunyi, ever honest and upright, reacted with such shock that he spat out his drink. He stared at his sister with a mix of disbelief and reprimand as he realized she had taken the items without permission, while Yunche burst into laughter, joking that stolen food tasted even better and prompting Luo Wei to agree, which he did awkwardly. And the group shared a moment filled with laughter and warmth as Yunche reflected that, at the time, he had no interest in secret realms or becoming a knight. A glowing, gentle image lingered of the 4 of them together, happy and carefree, as Yunche's only wish in that moment had been to live peacefully with his family and friends forever. The scene then shifted back to the present within the mirror world, where a system window appeared before Yunche, confirming that he had successfully gathered the 5 life saplings required for his class advancement, and without hesitation, he reached out and pressed the button to proceed. Green magical energy spiraled around him as the advancement process began, yet the warm memory he had just relived started to fracture like a shattered mirror, its surface splitting as Yunche's thoughts darkened, and he admitted that not everyone had shared his simple wish. The image of his smiling siblings and friend broke apart completely, replaced by scenes drenched in blood and shadow, and within his mind he roared at Luo Wei, unable to comprehend how someone could discard years of friendship so easily, as his face contorted into a cry filled with both fury and grief, his eyes burning with power while he shouted the question that had long tormented him. How could you destroy it without hesitation? For a brief moment, the perspective shifted to the thoughts of Supreme King Luo Wei, whose cold, glowing gaze reflected no remorse as he justified his past atrocities, claiming that every act, including betraying and killing the brother he once stood beside, had been done solely to preserve the empire's stability. An image flashed of Yunche's past self dying in a pool of blood, a stark testament to Luo Wei's ruthless ambition. And Luo Wei looked down upon that life with disdain, dismissing it without a second thought. Back in the present within the mirror world, a violent surge of dark and violet energy burst outward from Yunche as the system confirmed the completion of his class advancement, declaring that he had become a peace dancer, while additional notifications followed, announcing the activation of his dual class modes, healing mode and deterrence mode, granting him the ability to both preserve life and bring destruction. Yunche stepped out of the mirror world and onto the school grounds under the cover of night, his expression now cold and focused as he steadied himself with his newly gained power and began considering his next move, only for his sudden voice to cry out his name and shatter his concentration. Turning in confusion, he saw Luo Sha rushing toward him, breathless and visibly shaken, her face streaked with tears as she pleaded for his help and urgently called in the debt he owed her, reminding him of the 2 favors he had promised while begging him to save Yunyan, shouting that the shadow guards were about to kill her. Caught off guard, Yunche questioned why Luo Wei's elite assassins would target Yunyan, reasoning that she had no involvement in the Hero's Secret Realm incident and therefore should not be considered a suspect. But Luo Sha, trembling and desperate, revealed the true reason behind the pursuit. Through tears, she exposed a shocking truth. Yunyan was being hunted because she was a descendant of the so-called traitorous Yun family. Yunche went completely still, his eyes widening in stunned disbelief as the realization struck him that the girl he had been studying with in the library, the one who had insisted that no one from the Yun family had survived, was in fact his own kin. Lowering her gaze, Luo Sha confirmed it with sorrow, explaining that Yunyan's lineage was exactly why the Shadow Gods now viewed her as the primary suspect in the Hero's Secret Realm incident. And as she spoke, she recalled in fear the moment those same Shadow Gods had forced their way into her home. She could only watch in helpless fear as a powerful hooded god struck without warning, using a bladed chain to bind and seize Yunyan, and Luo Sha explained that she had tried to reason with him, desperately attempting to prove that Yunyan had not even been present when the hero died, yet the god showed no interest in evidence and ignored her entirely. With tears welling in her eyes, she told Yunche that she had exhausted every option, contacting everyone she knew and trying every possible way to bring her friend back. But nothing had worked, and in the end she admitted her complete helplessness, confessing that she had no idea how to save her. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunche pulled up his hood to conceal his face, his voice steady as he asked for the exact location where Yunyan was being held. And although Luo Sha immediately insisted on guiding him there herself, he stopped her, turning back with one eye glowing faintly as he refused, telling her she needed to remain behind to manage the situation and provide cover, adding that it would be easier for him to carry out the rescue alone. Activating his mirror world ability, he slipped into the parallel dimension and moved swiftly through the inverted, ghost-like version of the city, using its reflections to travel unseen. And when he reached his destination, the system notified him that he had exited the mirror world as he buzzed back into reality and surged forward at incredible speed. While advancing, Yunche opened a system interface and initiated a call, needing to verify the shocking information he had just received, and through the screen he questioned Luo Sha directly, asking if Yunyan truly belonged to the Yun family, pointing out that the entire clan had supposedly been exterminated by Luo Wei years ago, and demanding to know how she could have survived. Luo Sha appeared on the display and shared what she knew, explaining that according to her information, there had been an illegitimate child within the Yun family who had lived outside the main household at the time. This revelation left Yunche deeply unsettled as he thought of his father, recalling him as a strict and honorable man, certain that such a person could never have had an affair or fathered a child in secret, until a sudden realization struck him and the image of his older brother Yun surfaced in his mind, leading him to conclude that the child had not been his father's but most likely his brother's. Luo Sha continued, describing what she called a rare act of mercy from their enemy, explaining that King Luo Wei had chosen not to execute that particular infant, whether out of compassion or lingering sentiment from his past connection to the Yun family, and that the child had been spared. She then revealed the tragic circumstances of that surviving member's life, explaining that although the child had been kept near the royal palace to be raised, she had lived effectively as a captive, confined to a small estate and never permitted to leave. The story grew even darker as Luo Sha spoke about Yunyan's mother, revealing that she never even knew the identity of the child's father, and in the end, unable to bear the weight of her sorrow, she took her own life by hanging, after which Luo Sha explained that Yunyan was the daughter of that illegitimate child. Following her mother's death, the young Yunyan was left completely alone, still confined within that isolated estate, living under the lingering shadow of her mother's lifeless body. And as Yunche listened, his heart grew heavy, the cruelty inflicted on his own bloodline clearly affecting him as he asked how, under such circumstances, Yunyan had managed to escape and eventually become Luo Sha's personal guard. Walking along a rooftop with her gaze lowered, Luo Sha revealed a secret of her own, explaining that she was not merely a noble but the daughter of the kingdom's third prince, and she recalled the first time she met Yunyan, a memory from when she herself was only 7 years old. Back then, exhausted by strict etiquette lessons, she had secretly slipped away to a quieter section of the palace grounds, where she witnessed Yunyan being bullied, and she explained that the area surrounding the palace was filled with the children of high-ranking officials, many of whom were arrogant and spoiled, and since Yunyan was known as a descendant of traitors, no one would hold them accountable for mistreating her. In that memory, several noble boys had surrounded the young Yunyan, one of them holding up a book she had been reading as he mocked her, sneering that a traitor's bastard had no right to read fairy tales and asking if she even knew how to write the word happiness. Luo Sha added that many people targeted Union simply to curry favor with the king, and the boy continued his taunts, declaring that such books were meant for noble ladies and not for someone like her, shouting that she had dated it just by touching it before telling his companions to tear it apart and burn it, while another boy laughed cruelly in the background as Union desperately tried to cling to her book. The harassment quickly turned physical as the boy grabbed Union by the hair and yanked hard, while she clutched the torn remains of her book tightly against her chest, and with a vicious grin, he crouched down to her level and mocked her for treating a ruined book like treasure before delivering an even harsher insult, saying he had heard her mother was insane and that Union would soon end up the same. At those words, something within the young girl broke, and the fear that usually filled her eyes was replaced by a sudden, intense anger, driving her to act as she seized the boy's hand and bit down with all her strength in a desperate attempt to defend herself. The boy cried out in shock and pain, violently shaking his hand to force her off before stumbling backward, staring at his injured hand in disbelief, then looking back at the small, trembling girl as his expression twisted into pure fury, enraged that she had dared to resist. Luo Sha reflected on that day, realizing that although she had witnessed many people cry after being beaten, she had never seen someone display such desperation merely to protect a torn book, while the bullies, enraged that she had bitten them, shouted threats and swore they would beat her to death. At that moment, the young Luo Sha stepped out from the shadows, dressed in elegant royal attire, raising her hand to point at the boys as she ordered them to stop and demanded to know what they thought they were doing. The boys froze in shock at the sight of the princess, and with nervous sweat forming, they hurried to justify themselves, claiming that the wild seed had stolen a book and then attacked them like a mad animal. Ignoring their excuses, Luo Sha approached Union and examined the book she was shielding, calmly stating that all books from the royal library carried an official seal and asking whether the one in question had such a mark. The bullies fell into silence, unable to respond because they knew it did not, and realizing the book had likely been discarded trash. Luo Sha produced a brand new, beautifully bound volume decorated with a floral design and offered it to Union, telling her to take the new book and throw away the damaged one. Union stared at the pristine book with wide, astonished eyes. Yet to Luo Sha's surprise, she shook her head in refusal and instead hugged the torn book even tighter. Then, without acknowledging the princess, crouched down to carefully gather the scattered pages. Clutching the fragments, she walked away in tears, and in that moment, Luo Sha understood that those ruined pages meant far more to her than any flawless replacement ever could, so she followed her with her eyes and saw her settle alone in a corner of the hallway where a single beam of sunlight touched the ground. Watching the girl's hand rest protectively over the cover, Luo Sha sensed that the broken book might be the only source of warmth and light in Yunyan's otherwise bleak life. And though it was damaged, it held greater value to her than any act of charity because it was something she had chosen to keep and defend. From then on, Luo Sha often returned to that quiet corner, sometimes offering help and sometimes simply observing, until eventually she requested of the king that Yunyan be assigned as her personal guard, a formal role that put an end to most of the open bullying she had endured. Even so, Luo Sha explained that while the visible mistreatment ceased, the harassment merely continued in secret, and although hiding her identity at the academy had been meant to keep her safe, Yunyan had now been drawn back into mortal danger once again. She then warned Yunche about the Shadow Guards, describing them as the king's direct enforcers, merciless individuals who would rather kill an innocent person than risk letting a suspect escape, with a history stained by the slaughter of entire families. Overwhelmed and in tears, Luo Sha bowed her head within the screen, pleading with Yunche to save her friend and promising that she would repay him in any way she could. She asked him to let her know if there was anything more she could do to help. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yunche activated his mirror world ability and slipped into the prison, arriving just in time to witness a horrifying sight that stopped him cold. The bladed chain once used to restrain Yunyan lay discarded across a floor soaked in blood, while Yunyan herself stood nearby, her body covered in wounds and stains, clearly injured yet still refusing to yield. The shadow guard assigned to watch her gripped a jagged blade and gave a cruel smile, remarking on her unexpected resilience while reminding her that he was the one in charge of her through the night, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light as he fixed his gaze on her and threatened that the night ahead was long and filled with countless ways to torture her. As he shouted that no one would come to save her, a foot suddenly emerged from nowhere, and in the next instant Yunche drove a devastating kick straight into the guard's face, the force erupting outward in a shockwave that sent the man flying away from Yunyan. Startled, Yunyan lifted her head, eyes wide in disbelief as she struggled to process that someone had actually come for her. With his hood drawn and purple light burning in his eyes, Yunche turned toward her and calmly asked if she was all right. From the rubble, the shadow guard pushed himself back up and declared that he had finally flushed out the intruder. Then, with a blood-stained grin, recognized Yunche as the one responsible for killing Dinkuan. He sneered at the fallen man, calling him nothing more than a powerless mascot who had hidden in the dungeon for far too long. But while he rambled, Yunche ignored him completely and focused on Yunyan, giving her a potion to treat her injuries. The guard continued talking, speculating that Yunche must belong to the old Yun family since they were the only ones who bore a grudge against Dinkuan, and then revealed that Yunyan had been used as bait to confirm their suspicion, with Yunche now caught neatly in the trap. Without reacting to the provocation, Yunche activated his peace dancer abilities and summoned a large healing bell above Yunyan, its effect immediately working to stabilize her condition. The guard pulled back his hood, exposing a face marked with scars, and commented that it was fortunate the king had kept these remaining family members alive as bait, admitting that without such a setup Yunche's stealth would have been nearly impossible to counter, especially since even a citywide search had failed to find him earlier. All at once, a massive pink energy barrier rose around them, sealing off the entire space, and the guard announced that it was a lockdown formation, meaning Yunche had no path of escape left. Smiling with confidence, he bragged that the barrier was so powerful that he himself might be the only S-rank capable of breaking it. The system then identified him as Shadow 33, a juggler-class user, and as he gripped his jagged chain blades, he told Yunche that concealing his face was meaningless and advised him to surrender if he wanted to avoid torture, though the malice in his tone made his intent obvious. Swinging the massive blades at terrifying speed, Shadow 33 declared that he intended to enjoy himself with Yunyan first before dealing with Yunche. In response, Yunche activated a skill known as Peace Domain, and a burst of golden energy spread outward, forming a field that reduced incoming damage for his allies while slowing every enemy within its range. As Shadow 33's blades slammed down with crushing force, Yunche did not retreat, instead meeting them head-on and, with exact, controlled movements, parrying each heavy strike using his staff, knocking the weapons aside as though their weight meant nothing. A cold, dangerous light filled Yunche's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the Shadow God and asked a chilling question, confirming whether the man had tortured Yunyan purely for his own amusement. Shadow 33 responded with a sneer, openly admitting that they had done exactly that, and boasting that the mere reputation of the Shadow Guards had been enough to draw Yunche straight into their trap. Without hesitation, he launched his next move, Blade Fury, unleashing a storm of red, triangular blades that rained down toward both Yunche and Yunyan. In answer, Yunche summoned the undead spirit Xiao Xi, the spectral warrior stepping forward to shield them while activating powerful defensive abilities such as Iron Armor and Group Shield, forming a solid barrier against the incoming assault, as Yunche stood behind and watched in silence while his summon took position. Hearing the name Shadow God stirred a painful memory within him, dragging him back to that night beneath a blood-red moon when Luo Wei led his forces to annihilate the Yun family, replaying the scene of total devastation, the torture inflicted before the slaughter, and the grim reality that no one had survived. Forcing himself out of the memory, Yunche addressed Shadow 33 and told him he had made a grave mistake. At the same time, Xiao Yian's defenses held firm, stopping Blade Fury as the red projectile shattered harmlessly against its reinforced shields. With the attack neutralized, purple energy gathered in Yunche's hand as he summoned a weapon, shifting into deterrence mode as his attack power surged, a dark aura wrapping around him while a newly formed dagger appeared in his grasp. He declared that the Shadow Guards had massacred his family and now dared to harm an innocent child, then activated multiple reverse chanter skills, each one amplifying his strength further through his Blade of Trickery ability. With rage burning in his glowing eyes, Yunche stated that it was his enemies who should abandon any hope of escape. Shadow 33, however, showed intrigue at the new weapon, smiling as he questioned whether it could transform, before activating a technique called Chain Trick, Thousand Blade Spin, which filled the battlefield with dozens of spinning portals. Confident in his assessment, he claimed that since Yunche had relied on high-level healing and aura abilities, he must be a support-type class lacking offensive power. Continuing his mockery, Shadow 33 unleashed Thousand Blade Spin, sending a barrage of red projectiles flooding out from the surrounding dark portals, ridiculing Yunche by saying that changing weapons made no difference because he remained nothing more than a target. But Yunche had already shifted from defense to offense, skillfully wielding his new weapon, a dark purple chain, whipping it through the air to deflect every incoming projectile with ease, and then vanishing from place to place as he teleported around Shadow 33, using his own portals to launch a counterattack. He activated Martial Deterrence Domain, a technique from his deterrence mode that spread a field where enemies suffered increased damage while he and his allies gained a boost in speed. The arrogance on Shadow 33's face slipped, replaced by a fierce grin as he admitted Yunche's movements were impressive and that it now made sense how Ding Kuan had fallen. Yet he still insisted he was superior, shouting that Yunche remained far beneath him as he lunged forward, only for Yunche to disappear an instant before the strike connected. A streak of purple energy suddenly formed above him, revealing Yunche mid-descent after teleporting into the air. And caught off guard, Shadow 33 could only tilt his head upward in confusion before dark chains shot down and drove through his shoulders, pinning him firmly to the ground. Writhing in pain, Shadow 33 finally grasped the truth, realizing Yunche had emerged through a mirror, and as his understanding clicked into place, he cursed in shock at the existence of such an ability, which explained why Yunche had remained so difficult to track. Even so, he forced out a sneer, ridiculing Yunche for exposing his greatest technique just to inflict a minor injury, concluding that he was still nothing more than a weak support-type fighter. At that exact moment, a powerful shadowy strike hit him from behind, and the system announced the skill, Deterioration Blade, another deterrence mode ability that intensified any damage and status effects already afflicting the target. The blow tore through him, leaving the guard staggering, wounded, and stunned. Shadow 33 was left in complete disbelief, unable to accept that he had been struck, and he shouted in outrage, demanding to know Yunche's true class and how someone he believed to be support-oriented could wield such offensive power. Declaring he would no longer underestimate his opponent, he began preparing his ultimate technique. Activating the juggler skill splitting trick, he filled the entire space with a violent storm of countless red triangular blades, boasting that Yunche could not rely on mirrors to escape this time, and that none of his summons would be capable of blocking such an overwhelming assault, before screaming for both Yunche and Union to be cut down by 1,000 strikes. Despite the terrifying barrage descending upon him, Yunche remained completely composed, raising a single finger toward the sky as he activated his own legendary ability, Dance of Finale, Celestial Requiem Bell, and a massive golden bell manifested overhead, encircled by radiant angelic figures sounding trumpets. This legendary power caused every attack directed at the angelic figures to rebound back toward its source, and as Shadow 33 caught sight of those figures reflected before him, his eyes widened in horror. The storm of blades fell, yet instead of striking Yunche and Union, every single one was redirected, hurtling back towards Shadow 33, striking him hundreds of times over as he screamed in agony. He could not comprehend how his opponent possessed a skill that combined invulnerability with complete reflection, and the sheer force of the returned assault was so immense that the lockdown formation he had erected shattered under the impact. When the effect finally faded, Yunche stepped forward in calm silence. Shadow 33 lay sprawled across the ground, gravely injured and utterly defeated by the very attack he had unleashed. Standing beside Union and the undead spirit of Ding Kuan, Yunche gripped his blade and addressed the girl he had rescued, gently asking her to turn away for a moment so she would not witness what he intended to do. He then brought the edge of his weapon to the throat of the fallen Shadowguard 33, who stared up at him in terror and stammered, asking what fate awaited him. From beneath the shadow of his hood, Yunche's eyes burned with a violet glow as he delivered a cold, measured promise that the guard would repay everything he had done 100-fold. Panic overtook the man as he tried to retaliate with threats, shouting that other shadow guards would arrive soon and that Yunche could not possibly face 3 of them at once, then shifting to desperate pleas, insisting there was still time for Yunche to leave. As the blade pressed closer, he cried out that he was one of the king's personal guards and warned that killing him would bring the king's wrath down upon Yunche. From a short distance away, Union watched in shock, unsettled by the icy fury in Yunche's actions, while the defeated guard continued begging, telling Yunche not to come any closer and calling him insane. In the next instant, the wall behind them exploded inward, and 3 hooded shadow guards stormed into the chamber. Taking in the scene, they immediately rushed forward, labeling Yunche a traitor and ordering him to surrender, but their advance halted abruptly as disbelief overtook them. Before Yunche, the freshly formed undead spirit of their comrade, Shadowguard 33, knelt in submission, restrained by a dark chain. Yunche turned his gaze toward the newcomers, meeting them with a cold, threatening stare as purple light flickered in his eyes, while Union could only stand in stunned silence, watching everything unfold. She stayed in complete disbelief as the realization set in. Yunche had not merely overcome the 3 S-rank guards who had just appeared, he had killed them instantly and turned them into additions to his undead army. Amid the fresh corpses of the 3 shadow guards he had just slain, Yunche stood calmly, holding the chain bound to the spirit of the first guard, having overwhelmed his formidable enemies with absolute ease. After dealing with them, he turned back to Union and told her that Luo Shah had arranged a nearby hideout for support, instructing her to go meet her there while assuring her that his undead servants would escort and protect her on the way out. Still uneasy, Union asked what he intended to do next, and standing over the bodies, Yunche explained that he still had remaining matters to handle, adding that he did not know how many guards had been dispatched or whether he could conceal what had happened. With that, he shifted his focus to his true objective, summoning his undead forces to eliminate any remaining threats. With his army assembled, Yunche directed his attention to one of the undead servants, recalling that the shadow guards were the very force Luo Wei had once led to wipe out the Yun family, and he posed a crucial question. Had this one been present during that massacre years ago? The spirit of Shadow 33 confirmed that it had indeed taken part. Yunche pressed further, asking for the names of those shadow guards who had participated in the slaughter, and the spirit began listing those it remembered, mentioning Shadow 3 and Shadow 5. Hearing such uniform titles, Yunche deduced they were likely individuals raised in secrecy from a young age. Unsatisfied, he demanded more, asking who else had been there, and the spirit delivered a shocking answer. His own elder brother, Yunyi, had been among them. The revelation froze Yunche in place as he stood motionless, struggling to process what he had just heard, then slowly turned, his expression twisting with disbelief and shock as he stammered his brother's name, unable to reconcile the claim with the memory of the kind, protective sibling he once knew. Meanwhile, in a lavish yet disorderly room, a man cloaked in a dark hood lounged on a sofa surrounded by women. This was Yunyi, now serving as the captain of the Shadow Guards. A subordinate approached to report that Shadow 22 had lost contact during the mission to capture Yunyan, and that upon investigating the dungeon, they had found only the corpses of the Shadow Guards, with Yunyan nowhere to be seen. Yunyi rose abruptly, dark energy surging around him and forcing the women aside, clearly surprised that his elite subordinates had been killed. With a cold expression and red light glowing in his eyes, he questioned whether hidden survivors of the Yun family could truly be responsible, then immediately ordered his forces to contact all outposts. Deciding on his next move, he declared it was time to turn public opinion, commanding them to release Yun Yin's image and spread the claim that she was a descendant of the traitorous Yun family. The plan took effect almost instantly, as people throughout the city began receiving urgent alerts on their devices, and a massive holographic billboard lit up in the central plaza, displaying Yun Yin's profile and personal details. Citizens stayed in shock, struggling to accept that someone from the infamous Yun family was still alive. On the streets, two men reacted angrily, questioning why this information was only now being revealed and how she could have remained hidden for so long, while the news quickly reached the school, where students crossing the courtyard began asking one another if they had seen the report about Yunyan. Two male students discussed it among themselves, one remarking that it felt fabricated but admitting that since the announcement was official, it was likely true, while the other, wearing a hoodie, showed sympathy, arguing that even if the report was accurate, Yunyan was still just a girl, and what had happened years ago was not her fault. He compared her situation to Xiao Xi, pointing out that she was most likely innocent yet had endured years of suffering simply because of her family name, and the student in the suit rubbed his head before admitting his friend was right. Even so, he added a harsh reality, explaining that only people of their generation might think this way, and if he voiced such opinions at home, his grandfather would probably beat him to death. The hooded student gave a quiet, resigned agreement, both of them fully aware that in the public's eyes she remained nothing more than the descendant of the wicked traitor Yunche who had ruined the empire. Out on the streets, two women passed by, voicing their disgust that anyone from the Yun family still dared to live, even suggesting that she should kneel before the king's statue and die there to atone for her ancestors' crimes. Meanwhile, Yun Yin hid inside a building, standing by a window as she looked down at the furious crowd gathered below, hearing them shout that death would be too merciful and that she should be tortured first. Within that same crowd, a young man cautiously suggested that although she deserved death, torture might be going too far. But his hesitation was immediately crushed when a large man grabbed him by the collar and shouted in his face, demanding to know if he had forgotten the history of the kingdom's greatest traitor. The man continued yelling, claiming that millions had died because of Yunche and that even his own parents were among the victims. And under that pressure, the frightened student broke, abandoning his doubt as he forced a smile and joined the mob, shouting that a descendant of such a sinner should not be allowed to live and ought to have the sense to end her own life. Inside the dim room, Yun Yin stood in silence, her face empty as she listened to the hatred outside, quietly wishing for death as her mind filled with cruel voices from both past and present, mocking her lifeless eyes, insulting her mother, and repeating again and again that she should kill herself just as her mother had. Suddenly, a beam of light sliced through the darkness as the door opened, and Yunyan looked up in surprise when a voice informed her that the security chief had arrived and that it was time to move to another hiding place. In a nearby room, Yunche sat with Luo Sha, contemplating the situation as he questioned how Yunyan's identity had been exposed so quickly, concluding that the security bureau must be linked to the Shadow Guard since they clearly understood that the objective had been to capture Yunyan. He revealed that the bureau had been secretly monitoring him for some time, realizing that on the night Luo Sha came to meet him, their agents had spotted her even though he later managed to shake off their surveillance. Carefully assessing the danger, Yunche pointed out that after the Shadow Guards were killed and Yunyan went into hiding, the authorities now had sufficient reason to suspect him, and with the hero death case combined with the public exposure of Yunyan's identity, the enemy had effectively created a justification to pin the crimes on him. He recalled passing by the statues with Luo Sha while disguised as an unknown cloaked figure, and reasoned that it was only natural for investigators to suspect that this mysterious person was the same individual responsible for the hero's death. He understood that their strategy was to force him into revealing his true strength so they could secure proof, yet he noted that a stroke of luck had intervened. The principal had stepped in and used his magic to drive off the security chief, preventing Yunche from being exposed. Seated on the sofa, Luo Sha looked uneasy as she admitted that if the principal had not been paying attention to her situation, she would have been in serious trouble surrounded by so many security officers, while Union blamed herself for what had happened, believing her own carelessness had nearly led to their exposure and death. Yunche commented that although they had been fortunate, he had not expected to learn that the principal was actually Luo Sha's great-uncle. A few hours earlier, inside the principal's office, Principal Bolin appeared tense as he told Luo Sha she was acting recklessly, explaining that while he could force away a local security chief, he would be powerless if the king's elite shadow guards were to arrive. Luo Sha attempted to flatter him, but Bolin immediately cut her off and warned her not to underestimate the shadow guards, emphasizing that they were far more dangerous than ordinary S-rank fighters. He then reminded her sternly that he had long ago told her not to bring Yunyan along anymore. Fixing her with a serious look, he urged her to make a decision, reminding her that the king had already ordered her to leave the academy and return to the royal palace, then delivered a harsh truth about her friend. If she tried to take Yunyan back with her, she would not be able to conceal her presence. He described the palace as a place filled with watchful eyes, where the shadow guards would inevitably discover the fugitive, and advised that the best course of action was for Luo Sha to return alone. Back in the present, Yunyan stood quietly outside the door, having overheard everything, and was overwhelmed with guilt as she thought that if she were exposed, she would die, blaming herself for her carelessness. Lowering her head, she saw herself as nothing but a burden, realizing she had relied on Luo Sha for too long, and began to imagine what Luo Sha's life might look like without her, concluding that without the weight of sheltering a traitor's descendant, Luo Sha could have lived more freely. Her guilt deepened further when she thought of Yunche, recognizing that she had dragged him into danger as well and believing he would have remained safe if he had not revealed himself to save her. At that moment, a painful childhood memory resurfaced, her younger self standing before her mother's lifeless body after she had taken her own life by hanging. Haunted by that past and unwilling to remain a burden any longer, Union turned away from the door of the safe house and made a decision to leave. At that moment, Yunche opened the door and told Union to come with him, leaving her staring in surprise. He explained that he intended to slip away in secret and revealed he had a particular hidden realm in mind where they could avoid both the public and the authorities. Luo Sha stepped in to join them, agreeing with the idea and urging Union to come inside, suggesting they all head to that secret realm together and wait until the situation settled down, even trying to lighten the mood with a wink as she reassured them that since Yunyan was innocent, she could later plead with the king to allow them to return to school. Yunyan, however, remained frozen in place, weighed down by guilt as she said she had already caused trouble for everyone and that Yunche did not need to help her, while also reminding Luo Sha that the king had ordered her to return and that she should not defy that command. Luo Sha dismissed the tension with forced cheer, wrapping Yunyan in a hug and suggesting they simply pretend they had gone out to have fun without her great-uncle knowing, confident that the principal would support their excuse. Yunche cut in with a heavy admission, looking at both of them as he stated that he was the one responsible for Yunyan being in this situation. Yunyan turned to him with a soft but puzzled expression, asking how that could possibly be true. And with his face cast in shadow, Yunche explained that the suffering she had endured since birth had begun because of him. He reflected on the true origin of the tragedy, realizing that his past connection with King Luo Wei had been what led to the destruction of the Yun family years ago, and his thoughts shifted to his older brother as he silently questioned Yunyi, wondering what role he had played and why he had become one of the shadow guards who slaughtered their own family. As they made ready to leave, Luo Sha asked which secret realm Yunche planned to take them to, and he revealed that the location came from information obtained from the dead spirit of the shadow guard he had defeated. Soon after, the group arrived at a vast floating ruin glowing with golden light, the Golden City secret realm, which was also the very place where Yunche's brother, Yunyi, was currently located. In the distance, Yunche spotted a towering pillar of light and recalled that the shadow guard spirit had told him Yunyi was there, estimating that they could reach it within half a day. However, when they looked down from a cliff, they saw their path obstructed by a group of powerful level 58 monsters known as laborback gorillas. Yunche remained composed as he recognized the creatures, remembering from his past life that this type of monster dropped gold iron ore, a material he needed to repair his damaged flowing cloud sword, and seeing an opportunity, he drew his weapon with resolve before activating its ability, causing it to glow and shift its form. First, the weapon shifted into a chain blade, and the system noted that although it was heavily damaged, it could still coil around the massive gorillas to restrain them, while this form also increased Yunche's agility. He then transformed it again, this time into a gigantic sai that traded away speed and defense in exchange for a massive increase of more than 5,000 attack power. Seeing him prepare to strike, Luo Sha stepped forward to assist, casting a skill called Starplay Secret Art that boosted both his spirit and attack strength, and the flowing cloud sword's unique ability, buff adaptation, immediately absorbed her enhancement, transferring those additional stats directly into the weapon itself. Empowered by the surge, Yunche swung the enormous scythe in a sweeping arc, the force of the attack overwhelming as it cut cleanly through the level 58 monsters in a single blow. As the dust settled, Yunche descended to the ground while Luo Sha approached from behind. Her eyes fixed on the weapon in his hand with clear surprise as she asked if that was truly the flowing cloud sword, pointing out that despite its damaged appearance, its attack power was astonishingly high. Yunche gave a slight smile and explained that the strength had not originally been so great, revealing that it was thanks to her that the repair process had already begun. A memory surfaced showing how it happened. Initially, the Academy's principal had intended to reward Yunche with several skill books for saving both students and teachers in the Veil's secret realm, but because Luo Sha had persistently pestered her great-uncle, he was forced to alter the reward. Although he could not part with a life nursery, he instead gave Yunche a piece of glowing golden material known as world tree resin. Yunche had used this resin, something the principal had gathered over a long period, as a kind of adhesive, noting that while it was the best resource available to him, it was only sufficient to begin the restoration. A system notification confirmed that after absorbing the world tree resin, the repair progress had reached 11.2%, and more importantly, this initial restoration had restored a critical feature, buff adaptation, which allowed the sword to replicate and utilize any active buffs affecting its wielder. Returning to the present, Yunche collected the drops left behind by the defeated monsters and found gold iron ore, recognizing it as a common material within this realm. As the sword absorbed the ore, its repair progress increased slightly, and Yunche observed his attack power rise by an additional 40 points, confirming that this place provided exactly the resources he needed to restore the weapon. Standing prepared for further combat, his high-level equipment radiating energy, Yunche realized that unlike the rare resin, this ore could be obtained simply by defeating monsters, and with a command, he sent his undead army charging forward. He decided that as long as enemies remained, he would continue repairing the flowing cloud sword, and as his gaze shifted toward the distant pillar of light, he calculated that he could restore the weapon significantly before the moment came to confront his brother, Yunyi. The fight began immediately as Yunche sprang into the air, swinging his sword with blinding speed and cleaving a massive laborback gorilla into pieces. Shifting into the chain blade form, he unleashed a rapid barrage of slashes from multiple angles, carving into the creature before issuing a command that sent the chains coiling tightly around it, locking it in place. Balanced atop the restrained monster, Yunche called out to Yunyin, who rushed forward while summoning a glowing energy dagger, and with a single decisive strike, she split the beast cleanly in two, demonstrating her growing power. When the battle ended, the three of them stood atop a cliff as the system announced that Yunche, Luo Sha, and Yunyin had all gained levels. Yunyin approached him with concern, asking whether helping them level up was holding him back. But Yunche reassured her as he collected 15 pieces of gold iron ore, standing among his undead summons, including the spirit of Dingkuan, while explaining that his spirits were constantly hunting monsters on his behalf, so his progress was not being slowed in the slightest. He went on to reveal that, in order to remain unnoticed, many of his summons were fighting within the mirror world at the same time, meaning his rate of killing was far greater than it appeared. As he spoke, he absorbed the gold iron ore into his weapon, boosting its attack power by 300 points and pushing its repair progress beyond 20%. Luo Sha dropped down beside him, remarking that he seemed completely certain of his direction and clearly had a destination in mind, then pointed toward the distant pillar of light and asked what lay there. Yunche fixed his gaze on it and revealed the truth, that it marked the ruins of the old Yun family manor. Luo Sha fell silent in surprise, immediately understanding the significance, while Yunyin listened from behind, and Yunche explained that 40 years earlier, the Golden City secret realm had expanded and engulfed those ruins, preserving them within its boundaries ever since. Turning to Yunyin, he told her that her grandfather might still be there, and her eyes widened in shock at the possibility. Inside a small room within the ruins of the Yun family estate, Yunyi sat by a window as a subordinate reported that there was still no trace of Yunyin, even though her identity had been exposed long ago. The hooded subordinate knelt as he explained that the widespread anger among the people made it difficult for Yunyin to move freely, meaning it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. He then revealed a hidden contingency, producing 3 glowing devices known as locator scepters and explaining that a tracking mark had been secretly placed on Yunyin long ago. If any of these scepters came within 1,000 meters of her, they would reveal her precise location. With the devices already spread out, he declared that she would not be able to remain hidden for much longer. Yunyi rose to his feet and walked slowly through the dust-filled room, deciding that the time for dwelling on the past had come to an end. Holding one of the glowing scepters, he announced that it was time to erase the final remnant. But before he could act, a system window suddenly appeared in front of his chest and seized his focus, causing Yunyi's expression to shift instantly into shock as he sensed something completely unexpected. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Yunche and Union continued advancing together, fighting in unison as Yunche wielded his scythe and Union struck with her dagger, the two of them cutting down monsters as they pushed forward, and with a powerful swing, Yunche cleaved two creatures apart in one motion before collecting two additional pieces of gold iron ore from their remains. Once the clash ended, Yunche held his glowing sword and looked over at Union, who stood quietly staring at a screen, and his thoughts drifted back to several hours earlier when he had told her the harsh truth. That Union had become Luo Wei's Shadow Guard captain and, more importantly, the one responsible for slaughtering the Yun family in the past. And in that empty, silent landscape, the two of them had shared a heavy, wordless pause. Yunche admitted that he no longer understood what kind of person his brother had become or how Union might treat his own daughter, yet he made it clear that Union and the rest of the Yun family were innocent, then offered her a choice. If she did not wish to face her father, she could remain behind, and he would leave undead spirits to guard her. Union said nothing, gripping her dagger tightly as the weight of his words settled over her, clearly shaken, thinking that hearing all of this so suddenly made it impossible to sort through her emotions, her mind racing as she realized it would take time to process everything. Yet even so, she reached a famed conclusion, reasoning that regardless of what had happened before, the truth was that she had grown up alone, and since her father had chosen the path of a shadow guard, her life would not change because of it. Though the pain remained, her expression gradually hardened into resolve as she decided she would continue moving forward. Meanwhile, Yunche stood on a ledge overlooking the terrain, uncertainty creeping in as he questioned whether bringing Union along had been the right decision, thinking that perhaps he should have left her somewhere safe, and ultimately deciding that it would be better for him to confront his brother Yunyi alone first before determining whether Union should meet him. At that moment, Yunche's gaze dropped downward, and he was caught off guard by what lay below, where broken wooden dummies and shattered weapon racks were scattered across the ground, and he immediately recognized the location as the ruins of the old training ground. As he looked across the desolate remains, a vision from the past overlaid the scene, showing his younger self alongside his brother Yunyi and his sister Yunche Yunte, all of them laughing as they trained and played with swords in that very place. Standing there now with the undead spirits Xiao Ian and Ding Kuan beside him, Yunche suddenly felt an idea form in his mind. He activated his skill and stepped into the mirror world, and as he landed, a thought surfaced, that just as his friend Ben's soul had lingered within the secret realm, perhaps the souls of his slaughtered family were also wandering somewhere inside it. Standing within the ghost-like ruins of the mirror world training ground, Yunche searched carefully for any trace of his family's spirits, but after looking around, disappointment set in as he found nothing, no souls remaining in that place, and soon after, a system notification appeared confirming his exit as he returned to the dusty ruins of the present. Questioning whether the entire search had been pointless, he scanned the barren surroundings until his attention caught on an old sword lying among the debris, and he fell into silence, his purple eyes fixed on the worn training grounds as the sight pulled him into a vivid memory from long ago. In that memory, the same grounds were alive with activity, filled with movement and noise as swords rang out, and a younger Yunche fought intensely in a sparring match while an excited crowd gathered around, cheering loudly and praising the fighters, impressed by their skill and declaring that these men stood at the peak, certain that one of them would become champion. During the bout, Yunche's opponent suddenly lost his footing on loose stones and stumbled, and in that instant of despair, the man believed the match was over and that he had already lost. Yet just as victory seemed guaranteed, Yunyi halted his attack, then with a calm smile, pointed out that loose stones should not have been on the field and suggested they restart the match. His fairness drew an immediate roar of approval as the crowd praised Yunyi's honorable nature, calling him a true member of the Yun family. And when the duel began again, Yunche still claimed victory, leaving his opponent kneeling before him while the spectators remarked that even after granting a second chance, he still won, proving that no one could defeat him. One man, however, voiced his disapproval, arguing that on a real battlefield, such honor would only cost him his advantage, but Yunyi simply smiled with confidence and replied that if he ever lost an advantage, he would win it back again, just as he had done that day, prompting the crowd to erupt in laughter and cheers, proud of their champion. As time passed, everything changed, and in another moment, a stunned Yunyi stood there covered in sweat and dirt, defeated, while in front of him was his younger brother Yunche, who had overcome him in combat, leaving the crowd in disbelief as they struggled to comprehend how Yunyi could lose to someone 4 years younger, eventually concluding that Yunche was a genius beyond imagination. Back in the present ruins, an older Yunyi stepped out from the shadows, his expression heavy as he looked over the desolate remains of what had once been his home. And as he stood there, he recalled a past conversation with a young Luo Wei, who had remarked on Yunyi's kindness while joking that if his own brother were overshadowed like that, he might feel like killing him. Yunche had responded humbly, reminding Luo Wei not to speak poorly of the royal family and saying that he felt nothing but pride in his brother's extraordinary talent, while Luo Wei admitted his jealousy, pointing out that everyone, from Yun Yi to their master, seemed to dote on Yun Che, a comment that surprised Yun Yi when he heard it, and nearby, their master was seen relaxing with the young Yun Che, letting his guard down in a way he never did around others. With a dark smile, Luo Wei asked whether Yun Yi believed their master might pass his title to Yun Che, quietly planting doubt in his mind. And although the younger Yun Yi brushed the idea aside, the question did not leave him. Another memory followed, shifting to a chaotic battlefield where Luan village was being overwhelmed by bandits, flames rising as a younger Yun Yi, clad in armor, fought desperately in the midst of it all, outnumbered yet unwavering in his resolve to protect the villagers, as he charged into the fray, clashing with attackers and knocking aside arrows aimed at the people he guarded. With everything he had, he swung his sword in wide, sweeping arcs, shielding a child while holding off multiple enemies at once. Yet despite his efforts, their forces were too few to stem the advancing tide. Not far away, Luo Wei shouted that stopping the bandits outright was impossible and proposed a harsh strategy to concentrate all their strength on eliminating the enemy leader, admitting openly that such a plan would cost more villager lives, yet insisting there was no alternative as he urged Captain Yun Yi to make the call. The burden of that decision pressed heavily on an exhausted Yun Yi, the fate of the villagers resting entirely on his command, and faced with such an impossible choice, he hesitated, fully aware of the sacrifice it demanded. Just as he was about to give the order, a sudden movement broke his focus. It was Yun Che, leaping over the defensive line and charging straight into the bandit horde without hesitation. Yun Yi could only watch in shock as Yun Che tore through the enemy ranks, cutting down bandits in a storm of relentless strikes while pushing directly toward their leader. And even with an arrow lodged in his cheek, his expression remained set with unwavering determination. In a single swift motion, Yun Che leaped forward and brought his blade down, severing the leader's head, then climbed onto a rock and raised it high, shouting to the bandits that their leader was dead and that they would be spared if they surrendered. Seeing this, Yun Yi stood speechless, stunned by the sheer force of his brother's strength and courage. Later, during dinner, their master proudly ruffled Yun Che's hair, praising him as someone who had already surpassed his elder brother, while Yun Yi stood apart, weighed down by the realization that he had nearly chosen to sacrifice the villagers. Luo Wei approached him then, offering justification, arguing that sacrificing a few for the greater good is sometimes unavoidable and pointing out that Yun Che's reckless charge would not always succeed, and with a calculating expression, he insisted that Yun Yi's original plan to target the leader had been the correct tactical decision. In yet another memory, a scarred man knelt before Yun Yi, pleading as he explained that his wife was sick and that he had only borrowed something with the promise to repay it, desperately reminding Yun Yi that he had once taught him how to ride. Yet Yun Yi responded only with a cold, unfeeling stare. Luo Wei advised that they needed to make an example of the man, warning that if they did not, others would follow and bring ruin upon the family, invoking a proverb about how the loss of a single nail can eventually cost a kingdom to stress the importance of strict order. And he told Yun Yi that he must focus on the larger picture to preserve the family, claiming that Yun Che was far too reckless for such responsibility. Without hesitation, Yun Yi cut off the man's hands, then his legs, and finally his head, and in the next moment, he was seen gripping the throat of a long-haired woman, strangling her amid the corpses of those he had already killed. At last, beneath a blood-red moon, a group of cloaked figures stood atop a cliff, led by a rider mounted on a rearing horse, and the brutal truth came to light. For the sake of the kingdom and his own ambitions, Yun Yi had aligned himself with Luo Wei and sacrificed his family, while Luo Wei placed the blame for the entire tragedy on Yun Che. Back in the present, Yun Che moved through the barren remains of his ancestral home when, without warning, his senses sharpened as he felt an overwhelming and familiar pressure nearby, a powerful aura churning in the distance, making him wonder if it belonged to his brother Yun Yi. And tightening his grip on his sword, weighed down by grief, he questioned how his brother could have turned into such a person. A rider emerged far off, and when Yun Che focused on the figure, shock crossed his face as he realized it was not his brother at all. And in that instant, pure fury surged through him as he recognized the man, shouting the name of the one who had betrayed him above all others, Luo Wei. Seated high on his horse, Luo Wei looked down with arrogance and asked how Yun Che had recognized him in his current appearance. And as Yun Che faced him, his body trembled with rage, sword poised, while Luo Wei casually wondered aloud what he looked like now, remarking that he should appear no older than his 20s. That remark only deepened Yun Che's anger, his expression twisting into a silent snarl, while Luo Wei, still smiling smugly, explained that all official portraits depicted him in his 40s, which was why Yun Che had been able to identify him despite the difference in age. In the next instant, a vast army of armored soldiers materialized, surrounding the entire area and sealing off every path of escape, and among them, Luo Shao and Yun Yin descended gracefully into position. Yun Che fixed his gaze on them, his expression unreadable as he took in their presence, while from above, Luo Wei addressed him, noting that his name was Yunche and commenting that it was an interesting one, before linking together recent events, explaining that his Shadow Guard captain had used Yunyan as bait to draw out the rebel responsible for killing the hero Ding Kuan. He went on to describe how that same person had broken Yunyan out of their dungeon, killing several elite Shadow Guards in the process, then looked down at the two of them, observing that now Yunche and the young Yunyan were both here as everything fell into place. Raising his hand, Luo Wei gathered a radiant light at the tip of his finger, and with absolute authority, pointed straight at Yunche, declaring him to be the rebel he had been seeking, dismissing him as nothing more than a nuisance that should be reduced to dust. As Luo Wei prepared to unleash his attack, both Luo Sha and Yunyan watched in sheer terror, and in a desperate attempt to protect him, they rushed forward at the same time, placing themselves directly in front of Yunche to shield him from the impending strike, causing Luo Wei to pause briefly, confusion flickering across his face at their unexpected action. A massive beam of golden energy suddenly fired, streaking past the three of them by a hair's breadth as their silhouettes were swallowed by the blinding glow, and it crashed into the distant ground, erupting into a violent explosion that shook the entire area. Shaken by how close it came, Luo Sha and Yunyan turned back toward the destruction, the battlefield lit by the overwhelming force of the blast, and Yunyan, horrified, realized that if the attack had struck her directly, there would have been no chance of survival. Looking down at his granddaughter, Luo Wei spoke in a condescending tone, scolding her for misbehaving again and remarking that he had nearly hit her, while the two girls stood frozen, their faces drained of color, and Yunyan couldn't help but wonder if Yunche had already been killed in the explosion. Smiling as though addressing a child, Luo Wei told Luo Sha to behave and stop causing trouble, then ordered her to follow him for now, making it clear he intended to return with her later, while an armored guard stood silently behind him. As he finished speaking, Yunche suddenly reappeared, emerging from the mirror world with a threatening pink aura swirling around him, a system message confirming that his intimidation mode had been activated, and his eyes burned with unrestrained fury as he locked onto Luo Wei and roared his name. As his rage surged, his weapon transformed into a massive jagged blade, multiple attack-enhancing buffs appearing around him, and he shouted that Luo Wei was venomous trash unworthy of stepping onto the sacred grounds of the Yun family. His voice rising as a powerful wave of energy burst outward, continuing as he declared that the kindness and years of friendship he had given were not meaningless things to be discarded, and that Luo Wei would pay for his betrayal today. Launching himself into the air, Yunche raised his weapon high for a crushing strike as the system confirmed he had fully exited the mirror world, then brought the enormous blade down with all his strength, only for Luo Wei to meet it with a calm, unwavering gaze. Luo Sha and Yunyan could do nothing but watch, stunned by the sheer force of the clash, as Luo Wei casually lifted a hand and conjured a massive explosive barrier of golden energy that blocked the attack with ease, the resulting backlash so powerful that it injured Yunche, forcing him to grit his teeth as he realized his opponent was an SSS-class user, before the impact hurled him backward through the ruins. Completely unfazed, Luo Wei raised his hand again and summoned a gigantic golden energy hand that shot forward to seize Yunche mid-air, but just as it was about to close around him, Yunche vanished in a flash of light, leaving Luo Wei momentarily surprised as he wondered where he had gone. That brief surprise on Luo Wei's face soon shifted into a sly smile as he realized Yunche possessed a stealth ability refined enough to evade even his own senses. Within the crystalline expanse of the mirror world, Yunche slammed violently into a wall, the force of the impact fracturing the surface around him, leaving him in critical condition under a laceration effect that could not be healed and would cause continuous bleeding for 60 minutes, while a mental shock spell left his mind clouded and disoriented. His HP reduced to a mere 272 out of 2,410, placing him on the edge of death. Covered in blood and barely holding on, he finally lost consciousness with less than 5 minutes remaining on his mirror walk ability. Nearby, Luo Sha spoke to Luo Wei, her voice filled with worry over what might happen to Yunche. But Luo Wei remained completely indifferent, calmly explaining that Yunche had been injured by his automatic counter-damage skill and stating with absolute certainty that the so-called traitor was already on his last breath and would not survive. His cold response left Luo Sha stunned, and Luo Wei added that there was nothing to fear now, before turning to Yunyi and issuing a command for him to lead several squads to the location where Yunche had fallen, finishing with a chilling remark that even if their target was nothing more than a pest, it still needed to be dealt with thoroughly, and Yunyi, his face devoid of emotion, accepted the order to search for his brother's body. As Yunche drifted in unconsciousness, a distant memory appeared before him, showing his father scolding his mother, saying she should not spoil Yunche and that he should have already been awake and training since sunrise, only for his mother to respond playfully, poking her husband's face as she teased him, asking whether he had never slept in himself and reminding him of how he used to act when they had first married. Embarrassed, Yunche's father quickly relented, sweating as he begged her not to bring that up in front of the children, and ultimately agreeing to let Yunche keep sleeping. The scene shifted again, revealing a young Yuntaya, his little sister, smiling brightly as she held out a plate of bread and told her brother to eat. Back in the present, Yunche watched these ghost-like images of his father, mother, and sister, his expression heavy with sorrow as a purple aura filled with emotion surrounded him, and he slowly reached out with a glowing hand toward the image of his sister, trying to touch her through the memory. But the instant his hand made contact, her form dissolved into white smoke and vanished, and he could only watch as the vision faded, his face tightening with pain as the weight of his loss struck him again. Another memory took shape, where Yuntaya reappeared, playfully teasing him as she said that because he had skipped training and caused trouble, their father had run out of patience and hired a strict swordsmanship teacher. Beside her stood a healthy Yunyi, who warned Yunche that he was in serious trouble because their new instructor, Mr. Shaw Wan, was a master even stronger than their father, then raised a thumb with an encouraging smile, and added that thanks to Yunche, he himself now had the chance to learn from that master as well. Yunche looked at his older brother's smiling face and quietly said his name, sadness in his voice as he thought about the dark fate that awaited him. Standing alone in the empty ruins, Yunche watched as the images of his brother and sister faded away, leaving only silence behind. The scene shifted to the family study, where his father stood behind a desk praising Yunyi for his performance, remarking that he could see his own former style reflected in his son. While nearby, Yunche's mother told Yunyi to guide his younger brother more and make sure he did not grow lazy. Yunyi responded with a warm smile, defending Yunche by saying that although he appeared idle at times, his martial abilities were actually dependable, and at that moment, little Yuntaya eagerly joined in, insisting that she had personally seen Yunche training and claiming that his whirlwind slash looked far more impressive than Yunyi's stiff techniques. Watching all of this from the present, Yunche's expression softened into a quiet, sorrowful smile. The memory shifted once more, revealing Yuntaya wearing a witch's hat and surrounded by glowing magical lights as she proudly announced to Yunche that she had awakened the priest class, then, smiling brightly, promised that she would heal him whenever he was injured, striking a confident pose as she boasted that she had already healed everyone that day and had been praised for how amazing she was. Yunche gazed at his excited sister with deep affection, playing along as he agreed that she truly was amazing, when suddenly she leaned in close, her eyes wide with excitement as she told him she had good news. The scene changed again to a hallway, where Yunche was being pulled along by a shy blonde girl whose hand Yuntaya had grabbed, loudly announcing to her brother that she had found him a wife, while the girl protested that she had never agreed to this, and Yuntaya explained her reasoning, that since the girl was teacher Xiao Wan's daughter, dating her would make the strict instructor go easier on Yunche. Watching this unfold, Yunche felt a quiet sadness, thinking that knowing that teacher, such a plan would likely have only led to harsher punishment instead. Yuntaya wrapped her arms tightly around the embarrassed girl and added that she was also a priest with healing abilities. Then, pretending to be annoyed, told her brother not to come running to her when he got hurt but to go to this girl instead, before lowering her voice and revealing her true intention, pointing out that this way Yunche would be able to spend more time with her as she tried to push them together. Lowering his gaze, Yunche softly spoke his sister's name, pain evident in his voice, and to his surprise, the phantom of Yuntaya reacted, leaning forward as she asked what was wrong and why he looked so sad. With tears welling in his eyes, Yunche spoke into the empty air, confessing how deeply he missed them, and as his voice faded, the vision shifted once more to another moment in time, where a fire crackled in the study's hearth, though the atmosphere was heavy with tension. His father stood behind a desk, tapping a document as he reprimanded Yunyi, saying his eldest son had been too severe with their subjects and that his punishment had gone too far. Then, with a firm and unyielding tone, declared that it was too soon for Yunyi to be handling such authority and ordered him to step back and focus on something else for the time being. Yunyi remained standing, visibly strained and defensive as he argued back, demanding to know who would take over the responsibilities if he stepped aside, and in his desperation to hold on to his role, he pressed further, asking whether their father intended to give the position to Yunche, insisting that his younger brother was not suited for it, only for their father to respond coldly that this was not something Yunyi needed to concern himself with yet. His father's expression darkened as he issued a final warning, ordering Yunyi to stop working under Prince Lu Sheng and cautioning him against any further involvement, which left Yunyi visibly shaken as he realized his secret dealings with the royal family had been discovered, and cornered by the situation, he clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to accept the decision as the tension in the room deepened, with mention that other lords were already preparing their forces, weapons and horses for what could become war. Losing control, Yunyi lashed out, shouting that his father's kindness was nothing but weakness and that his indecisiveness would ultimately destroy the family's future, and angered by such blatant disrespect, his father rose to his full height and rebuked him sharply, questioning whether his knightly practices had led him to defy the head of the family. Before the confrontation could escalate further, Yunche's mother stepped in, her voice filled with concern as she pleaded for them to stop and scolded Yunyi for speaking to his father in such a manner. But Yunyi, overtaken by anger, snapped at her to be quiet if she did not understand the situation. The outburst startled Yuntaya, who stood frozen as she watched the frightening conflict unfold within her family. And with her body trembling, she admitted in a small voice that she was scared. Watching his sister like this broke Yunche's heart, and driven by the urge to protect her, even knowing it was only an illusion, he rushed forward and wrapped his arms around her phantom form, gently trying to comfort her as he promised that he was there and would protect her. Yet even as he spoke those words, Yuntaya's form dissolved once again into white smoke, slipping through his grasp. And at that moment, the fire in the hearth surged violently, transforming the scene from an argument into one of devastation. The memory shifted to that fateful night, where Yunche collapsed to his knees in the study, surrounded by the blooded bodies of his father, mother, and sister, and overwhelmed by the trauma. He stared blankly at his empty hand, his face filled with grief and horror. Consumed by guilt, he knelt before the image of his sister's lifeless body and whispered a sorrowful apology, blaming himself for failing to protect her. A hand suddenly touched his shoulder, light and gentle, and a voice broke through his despair, telling him that what he had said was not true, causing Yunche to freeze as his eyes widened in shock. He turned sharply, realizing that someone was truly there in the ruins, physically reaching him, and behind him rose a glowing spirit surrounded by fluttering magical butterflies. It was Yuntaya, appearing in her priestess attire, radiating a warm healing light that bathed him completely. That golden glow spread across Yunche's face, bringing a sense of warmth and calm that stood in stark contrast to the cold emptiness around him, and he could only stare at her, utterly stunned, his eyes trembling as he struggled to comprehend the impossible sight before him. As the spirit drifted gracefully, Yunche faltered over her name, slowly realizing that his sister's soul had returned to him in this form. In the outside world, Luo Wei sat at ease, calmly drinking wine as he addressed the two girls before him, Luo Sha and Yunyan, telling them not to act so stiffly. Luo Sha, visibly uneasy, addressed him as Your Majesty and asked why he had come all the way to such a desolate secret realm, to which Luo Wei responded with a smile that he had come to bring her back, reminding her of his order to return home. He then revealed that he already knew she had relied on her great uncle's connections to sneak into the secret realm, making it clear that nothing escaped his awareness, and seeing the fear on Luo Sha's face, he reassured her that he was not angry, merely warning her not to misbehave again. At that moment, the door opened and Yun Yi entered, reporting that he had searched the area but found no trace of Yunche, suggesting that he might have had accomplices, and although Yun Yi advised that Luo Wei should return to the imperial city for safety, the king dismissed the concern, saying there was no need to hurry. Luo Wei then shifted his attention to the other girl, Yun Yin, and with a knowing smile remarked that she must harbor deep resentment toward him, while Yun Yin stood rigid, caught between fear and suppressed anger. With a cold smile, Luo Wei told her there was no need to hide how she felt, then began explaining that in the past he had spared her mother from execution because he believed the child was innocent despite the Yun family's rebellion. And with feigned regret, he claimed he had not anticipated how intense the public's hatred for the Yun family would become, saying that it was this pressure that drove her mother to take her own life. While Yunyan trembled as she held back her anger, to demonstrate what he called fairness, Luo Wei gestured toward the armored man standing behind him, his shadow guard captain, and asked why. If he truly despised the Yun family, he would have appointed Yun Che's older brother to such a position. Yunyan looked at the armored figure, realizing that this was the relative Yun Che had spoken about, while Luo Wei continued, asserting that his bond with Yun Yi was close and insisting that he would never have acted against the family if not for Yun Che's rebellion, putting on a show of pain as he shifted all blame onto Yun Che. Yun Yin said nothing, struggling to make sense of his distorted account, and as she thought back to the rumors that her mother had been the illegitimate child of a Yun rebel, she realized that since Yun Yi served the king, the rebellious bloodline she carried must have come from somewhere else. Luo Wei confirmed what she had pieced together, revealing that Yun Yin's grandmother was Yun Taya, Yun Che's sister, which meant the shadow guard standing there was her great-uncle, and without hesitation, he ordered that she would now follow Yun Yi. Luo Sha immediately tried to stop him, insisting that Yun Yin was her bodyguard, but Luo Wei leaned closer with a chilling smile and reminded his niece that it was he who had arranged for Yun Yin to serve in that role in the first place, making it clear the entire situation had been his design. As Luo Sha attempted to argue, Luo Wei twisted her words, claiming she had carried out his instructions flawlessly and that a reward had already been prepared for her, and when she tried to deny it, he simply used mind control to lift her into the air, stating that they should not interrupt a family reunion and that it was time to return home, then turned and walked away, dragging the floating princess behind him and leaving Yun Yin alone with the shadow guard. Yun Yin stood frozen, watching her friend being taken away in shock. Meanwhile, within the mirror world, Yun Che stared in disbelief at the ethereal form of Yun Taya, shouting her name as he rushed toward her, demanding to know how she could be there, before realizing that as a member of the Yun family, her spirit would naturally remain within their ancestral grounds, and with urgency, he asked if she still remembered him, yet the spirit gave no reply. Instead of answering, she lifted a glowing hand and healed a nearby spirit, which left Yunche stunned as he realized that even now, her instinct was to heal rather than harm. Overcome with grief, he pulled her into an embrace, apologizing again and again while blaming himself for her death, but to his surprise, the spirit returned the gesture, wrapping her arms around him as if to comfort him. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in his mind as she haltingly spoke his name along with the word, heal, revealing a trace of awareness. And immediately, a dead spirit contract interface appeared, explaining that if he accepted, the soul could leave the mirror world and fight by his side. Shocked that she had recognized him, Yunche accepted without hesitation, realizing that reaching level 3 in the mirror world had brought new changes, and as he held his sister's spirit, hope rose within him as he reasoned that if this level could restore even this much of her consciousness, then there must be a way to fully bring her back. With renewed determination, he swore to find that method no matter what. Back in the physical ruins, Yunyi issued commands to his forces, convinced that the rebel remnant was still somewhere nearby, ordering a squad to continue searching the eastern area, while Yunyin, trembling, addressed him as her great-uncle and tried to persuade him to stop the pursuit now that the king had already departed. Yunyi slowly turned, his eyes glowing a deep red, and in a cold voice remarked that he had nearly forgotten she still needed to be dealt with, then summoned chains formed of dark energy and sent them shooting toward Yunyin, binding her completely before lifting her high into the air, where he casually asked his soldiers how they should dispose of her, speaking as though she were nothing more than trash. Hanging helplessly within the chains, Yunyin trembled in terror as she came face to face with the cruelty of her own great-uncle. Without warning, a massive column of golden energy erupted nearby, shattering the barrier and catching everyone off guard, sending the soldiers into panic as the secret realm began to collapse, a phenomenon that only occurred when its lord had been killed. As the dust cleared, Yunche appeared standing atop a high cliff amid drifting debris. Having returned from the mirror world, his purple glowing eyes filled with a deeply suppressed and overwhelming rage. A memory surfaced from within the mirror world, where Yunche had asked the spirit of his sister, Yun Taya, whether their older brother Yun Yi had truly taken part in the massacre of the Yun family, and the glowing blue spirit hesitated, sorrow written across her face as she revealed that on that day, Yun Yi had come home wearing a worried expression, using it as a disguise to be alone with their father. Taking advantage of that trust, Yun Yi carried out a surprise attack, stabbing the head of the family from behind, and as the spirit trembled, she delivered the devastating truth that every single member of the Yun family had died by Yun Yi's own hands. Back in the present, Yunche stood consumed by uncontrollable fury, now certain of his brother's complete betrayal, as he prepared to unleash his wrath. In a distant memory, Yun Taya stormed into the trainees' room, yelling for the rookies to get out of bed and start training. Yet the men, jolted awake, grumbled that it was hardly past midnight. She paid no attention, instead swinging her sword in exaggerated anger while warning that her big brother had returned and would thrash them if they dared bully Xiao Xi again. And at that moment a timid girl, Xiao Xi, appeared in the doorway and softly insisted it was fine, though the men kept whispering among themselves, mocking her as a weak disgrace despite being the daughter of a swordmaster. The scene shifted into a hallway where Yuntaya kicked a door open with force, loudly calling for her father and declaring she would borrow her big brother to teach the bullies a lesson. But her voice faltered the instant she stepped inside and saw the horrifying sight before her. Her older brother, Yun Yi, stood over a body with weapon in hand, while their father lay collapsed in a pool of blood, and with what little strength he had left, he urged his daughter to run, only for Yun Yi to complete his attack by driving the blade through his father's neck. Yuntaya remained rooted in place, eyes wide as blood splashed across her face, and as chaos broke loose, a loyal guard rushed in to hold back the attackers, shouting for the young miss to escape. Yet she could not move, the terror searing itself into her gaze until suddenly Xiao Xi seized her hand, no longer timid but urgent, pulling her away from the massacre. They ran together, racing past windows glowing with the crimson light of the burning manor, and as they fled, Taya glanced down in horror at the floor strewn with the bodies of those she loved. The maid Nina, Auntie Belle, and the uncle guard, her mind drowning in confusion and betrayal, unable to comprehend why her own big brother would commit such acts. Elsewhere in the manor, Yuntaya's mother hurried anxiously through corridors bathed in red, calling out for her daughter before stopping when she noticed a figure ahead. While hidden nearby, Xiao Xi pressed a hand tightly over Yuntaya's mouth to keep her silent as tears filled her eyes, desperate to call out. Unaware of the truth, the mother rushed toward Yun Yi, frantically telling him that the family was under attack and begging her eldest son to find and protect his sister. But in a cruel twist, Yun Yi pulled her into an embrace and then drove his blade straight through her, killing her instantly as she let out a strained gasp. Concealed close by, Xiao Xi kept her hand firmly over Yuntaya's mouth to muffle any sound. Her own face drained of color, and once they retreated to hide among the bushes, both girls crouched low, struggling to remain unseen as Xiao Xi quickly whispered a plan, insisting they must locate her father, Swordmaster Xiao, the only one strong enough to get them out alive. While recalling a secret route through the bushes that Yunche had once created during childhood to sneak away from training. Yet high atop the manor walls, a cloaked figure kept watch, and seeing this, Xiao nervously bit her thumb as the realization set in that the attackers understood the estate's layout far too well, almost certainly because of Yunyi's betrayal. Knowing they would be discovered if they remained together, she made a famed decision and pressed Yuntaya's sword into her hands, declaring she would act as a decoy to draw the guards' attention, so Yuntaya could escape through the hole in the wall. While Yuntaya sat frozen, attempting to object until Xiao seized her face with desperate urgency and insisted she find her father so they could come back for her later. Without hesitation, Xiao crawled out from the bushes and deliberately revealed herself, while Yuntaya slipped into the secret tunnel, glancing back one final time as Xiao stood upright and called out to Yunyi on the balcony to capture his focus, a choice that proved instantly fatal as his blade drove straight through her, ending her life. At the same time, Yuntaya moved through the tunnel, and upon hearing the commotion, she broke down in tears, understanding her friend had sacrificed herself. Yet the moment she emerged, she found Yunyi waiting ahead, surrounded by cloaked subordinates, and as he paused amid the carnage, he turned his head slightly, murmured his sister's name, then lifted his weapon and quietly told her not to blame him before striking. Back in the present, the Golden City dungeon began collapsing entirely, its magical framework dissolving into particles of light, while on a nearby battlement, garrison soldiers stared in disbelief, questioning why the dungeon was vanishing as others advanced to investigate. From a cliff overlooking the opposing camp, Yunche stood with the spirit of Yuntaya at his side, and grinding his teeth. He muttered his brother's name with the intent to kill him for his betrayal. Below them stretched a vast army arranged in ranks, and at its center, Yunyin hung bound by her wrist to a wooden post, appearing utterly defenseless while Yunyi stood beneath her, his cold red eyes sweeping the surroundings as he concluded that Yun had triggered the dungeon's destruction and considered whether his brother was attempting to mislead him into believing he had escaped, choosing to force a response. Yunyi loudly commanded his troops to spread word that Yunyin would be executed in 2 hours. Then, standing beneath his captive niece, he ordered the army to remain on high alert for any rebel assault, clearly setting a trap. Suspended above the ground, Yunyin's face showed clear pain as she realized Yunyi intended to use her as bait to draw Yunche out, and weighed down by guilt, she despised the thought of him risking his life again because of her, until despair hollowed her expression and she began to wonder whether death might be the better outcome, even as she silently pleaded for Yunyi not to come. At that very moment, a massive explosion erupted behind the execution platform, a blinding surge of golden light flashing across Yunyin's stunned face as the blast tore through the armored soldiers, sending a powerful wave of energy crashing outward that hurled dozens of guards through the air and shattered their formation. The soldiers stood no chance against such overwhelming force, and from his vantage point, Yun watched the devastation unfold, his eyes widening in disbelief as he focused on the heart of the explosion, stammering that he recognized the energy before quietly whispering, "It was that person." From within a descending pillar of radiant light, a female warrior clad in silver and gold armor dropped from the sky, her blade swinging with immense as it crushed the surrounding soldiers, and as she lifted her gaze, her glowing eyes revealed her identity. It was Xiao, the girl long believed to have died years ago. Despite this, Yunyi showed no concern, and instead a dark, satisfied smile crept across his face as crimson energy crackled around him while he regarded her, openly stating that his plan had exceeded expectations and remarking with clear satisfaction that he had finally drawn her out, confirming she was alive and had walked directly into his trap. Yunche stared in shock at the sight of Xiao, unable to understand how she could still be alive when he had believed her dead for so long. Yet his confusion deepened further when he noticed that, just like Yunyi, Luo Wei, and even himself, her appearance seemed unnaturally youthful for her age, a detail that brought back his recent battle with the undead Ding Kuan, during which Yunche had questioned how Ding Kuan maintained his youth, only to learn that Luo Wei had rewarded his betrayal with a peculiar skill book that allowed him to absorb the life essence of his own relatives to prolong his lifespan. However, Ding Kuan had later realized he had been used, as Luo Wei never practiced the technique himself and had instead handed it over merely to observe its effects, turning Ding Kuan into a cruel experiment at the cost of his own family. In thinking on this, Yunche questioned where Luo Wei could have obtained such a rare life-extending ability, especially since, despite years spent fighting on the front lines, he had never once encountered or even heard of such a skill, while at the same time, he could not comprehend how Xiao had unleashed an explosion of that magnitude. Xiao followed up by releasing a devastating technique known as city-destroying slash, illuminating the battlefield as it cut down the surrounding soldiers. But in the middle of her assault, an S-rank assassin, Shadow 13, Yingyi, descended from above and brought his blade crashing down toward her, only for Xiao to meet the strike head-on and deflect it with a radiant counter known as Oath's Holiest Slash. From the execution platform, Yingyi observed calmly, noting that Xiao had somehow achieved a second-class change without alerting any officials, an extraordinary accomplishment given that the dungeon had been sealed, while Xiao remained poised with her glowing sword and shield, revealed to be a level 85 SS rank Oath Paladin, a status Yunyi understood was typically reserved for city lords. Even as Yunyin hung helplessly nearby, Yunyi remained composed, thinking to himself that the power system must still contain loopholes. In a swift motion, Xiao moved past Yunyi, who only smiled faintly and remarked that he would be occupied from this point forward, and with a single decisive strike of a radiant blade, she shattered the chains binding Yunyin, catching the falling girl in her arms and reassuring her that she was safe. A bewildered Yunyin tried to question the one who had saved her, but Xiao, clearly strained, cut her off and refused to explain, only promising she would get her out before activating Knight's Charge, surging forward as a wave of golden energy carved a path through the battlefield. Several towering barbarian warriors rushed to intercept her, slamming their heavy axes into the ground, and an S-rank barbarian charge captain stepped forward to block her advance, mocking her reckless decision to charge into enemy lines alone and scoffing at the idea that she could escape so easily. As Xiao fixed him with glowing eyes, the captain arrogantly declared she would be killed where she stood long before Yunyi needed to act, while Yingyi coolly pointed out her disadvantage, questioning how much strength and speed she could truly use while protecting another person. Forced onto the defensive, Xiao cast Devout Shield, forming a radiant golden dome around herself and Yunyin that absorbed a powerful incoming slash. Yet Yunyi dismissed the effort as futile, remarking that such a barrier could not endure indefinitely as he motioned for the archers to prepare their bows, calmly stating that once she lost mobility, her life would be reduced to a countdown. At his command, a massive barrage of arrows poured down onto Xiao, and the violent clash drew the attention of onlookers in a nearby castle, where people gathered along a balcony to discuss the disturbance, one mentioning that banners had been seen earlier and speculating that Yunyin was being executed, while another wondered if the descendant of the rebels had finally been captured. Filled with hostility toward the rebels, the crowd reacted with cruel satisfaction, and as they watched the army encircle the rescuers, they openly cheered for the soldiers to finish them off quickly. Under the relentless assault, Xiao's golden dome finally reached its limit and shattered. Yet despite the force of the impacts and a streak of blood running down her cheek, she did not falter, holding her position firmly between the attacks in Yunyin. And surrounded by barbarian warriors, she answered with a burst of golden energy that forced them back before unleashing Oath of Vengeance, Sin Domain Holy Shield, sending out a blinding cross-shaped wave of light that slammed into the charging enemies. Struck by the radiance, the barbarian captain let out a scream as his flesh burned and shriveled under the intense damage. Even so, Yingyi remained composed, raising a hand to command the cloaked mags behind him to heal the troops, and as they cast their spells, green light enveloped the injured captain, restoring both his body and his will to fight, while Yunyi coldly explained that the military had evolved over the years, boasting that with specialized units, any large-scale damage inflicted by a single individual could be immediately undone. Unwilling to back down, Xiao launched another devastating attack, the Sin Eradication Slash, yet Yunyi mocked her efforts, stating that even if she cut down thousands, she would never overcome 10,000. And as she stood there panting and bleeding, Xiao recognized the harsh reality that no lone warrior could outlast an entire army. With dark energy beginning to coil around him, Yunyi told Xiao to surrender, ridiculing her by saying she could have survived had she hidden herself away like a parasite, before releasing his full power as a glowing green aura engulfed him and a massive shadowy entity loomed behind, revealing him as a level 99 SS rank Shadow Hunter, and declaring that from this moment on, she would be the one being hunted. Even so, Xiao continued to fight her way through the surrounding soldiers, using her shield to slam enemies aside while keeping Yingyi protected behind her. Yingyi cautioned her against opposing the nation's progress as a shadowy claw formed from his arm, then cast Shadow Quicksand, dragging Xiao and Yunyin into a churning vortex of darkness while stating that her revealed identity as a rebel would bring disaster to anyone connected to her. From the shadows, hands shot out and seized Xiao's legs as Yunyi declared she would never know peace, and with a sinister smile spreading across his face, marked by dark streaks, he clenched his glowing fist and called her isolated before activating Shadow Hunt, Iron Maiden, summoning massive dark spikes that closed in from every direction to crush them. As the deadly spikes rapidly converged, Xiao panicked. But just before they could strike, two enormous swords streaked through the air, slicing apart the dark energy and shattering the Iron Maiden, leaving both Xiao and Yunyi staring in disbelief as the spikes disintegrated into nothing. Yunyi's expression shifted into a knowing smirk as he remarked that another rat had been lurking nearby, and at that moment, Yunche stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of the two with blades drawn. Yunyi, amused, commented that this newcomer happened to share the same name as his supposedly dead brother, Yunche, while behind him, Xiao stared in shock before calling out his name, finally recognizing him. From a nearby vantage point, the onlookers reacted with irritation as an armored man grumbled about yet another rebel, likening them to an endless swarm of sore rats, while another man, wearing a smug smile, welcomed the situation, suggesting they use this chance to lure out every hidden rebel and eliminate them all, confident that no small force could ever stand against their vast army. Taking a heavy step forward, Yunche released a surge of dark energy that churned violently around his feet as he called out his brother's name and unleashed his necromantic power, summoning towering undead knights wreathed in green flames. And as his energy intensified, he lifted his weapon, which shone with golden light before expanding into a massive sword. Facing him, Yunyi raised his own blade and declared that Yunyi's sins could never be forgiven, and upon seeing the weapon, he immediately recognized it as the family's flowing cloud sword, his brief acknowledgement twisting into an enraged grin as his red eyes glowed, and he mockingly remarked that Yunche's imitation of the family's technique was flawless. Elsewhere, within the Golden City dungeon, Yun's summoned force engaged the enormous dungeon boss known as the Ironback Slave Master, as Undead Shadow 33 launched a relentless assault, binding the creature with dark chains before delivering a decisive blow that killed the dungeon lord. With its defeat, a system notification appeared, granting a large reward of golden iron ore while leveling up the area, and Yunche wasted no time, immediately using the obtained materials to repair his weapon, as the flowing cloud sword absorbed them and steadily advanced its restoration progress. As the repair neared 30%, Yun observed that the golden iron ore were becoming less effective, realizing that higher-grade materials would be necessary to fully restore the blade. Yet even with this partial repair, the improvement was unmistakable, and a system window confirmed that although the weapon remained classified as severely damaged, its attack power had increased dramatically and it had gained a new effect granting 20% armor penetration. With his weapon now strengthened, Yun plunged straight into the enemy ranks, cutting through armored soldiers with swift, relentless strikes as they tried to overwhelm him with a coordinated charge, only to fail completely while he carved them down with ease, his ordinary attacks alone proving deadly against their defenses. Watching from a distance, a soldier hurriedly reported to Yunyi, his voice edged with panic as he explained that Yun's raw attack power was so unnaturally high he was killing troops instantly without even using skills. Yunyi, remaining composed, ordered the outer garrison forces to join the fight, reasoning that no matter how efficiently one person fought, their stamina would eventually run out against an endless army. Yet the battered soldier hesitated and tried to speak further, pointing out another devastating element on the battlefield as he reported that their forces were being annihilated by Yun's undead army, emphasizing that these summons not only revived repeatedly but that some had reached S rank. Strength. The undead Ding Kuan demonstrated this clearly, cutting down multiple soldiers in rapid succession, and the soldier continued, describing the horrifying nature of the necromancy, explaining that while the earliest summons had been weak and basic, they were now evolving, with fallen soldiers being resurrected into the undead ranks while retaining their original strength and combat abilities, only to turn against their former allies. Irritated and unmoved by these explanations, Yunyi sharply repeated his command to deploy the garrison reinforcements, his red eyes glowing as he dismissed the hesitation. While down on the battlefield, Yun pressed on with his slaughter, activating his movement skill to vanish and reappear across the field in rapid succession, striking enemies from every direction. From above, Yunyi observed his brother's chaotic style in silence, watching as Yun flickered in and out of sight to evade attacks and crush opponents. And as he analyzed the technique, he recalled Yun's earlier escape from King Luo, realizing that he had once believed the displacement ability required actual mirrors, but seeing Yun's current mobility, he understood the truth. It only needed any surface capable of reflection. Glancing at his heavily armored troops, he concluded that their polished armor and gleaming weapons were providing countless reflective surfaces, effectively allowing Yun to move freely and making it impossible to restrict the technique under such conditions. Meanwhile, Yunche cast a dark magical chain across the battlefield, catching armored soldiers off guard as it wrapped tightly around them, and using both his speed and the disruption caused by the chain, he cut down multiple enemies in a blur of motion. While Yunyi, watching closely, narrowed his eyes as he recognized the familiarity of Yun's combat stance. At that moment, a brilliant golden light flared behind Yunyi, drawing his attention as a system prompt appeared describing a skill called Oath of Enmity, which marked a target so that any following attacks or abilities inflicted increased damage, and recognizing the implication instantly, Yun-Yi turned sharply to face the source. A blinding radiance swallowed the royal army's ranks, forcing soldiers to shield their eyes as Yun-Yi, narrowing his gaze, questioned whether the source of that overwhelming light was Xiao Xi. Standing firm, she raised her sword as it crackled with immense energy and released an awakening skill, unleashing Holy Judgment, a vast surge of golden power that hurled armored soldiers into the air while carving a massive, smoking chasm across the battlefield, instantly wiping out a large portion of the enemy forces. Those who survived could only stare in horror, unable to comprehend how the battle had turned so quickly, as panic rippled through the ranks and one soldier voiced his disbelief that such a powerful expert could suddenly overturn their advantage, even fearing that the immense royal army might actually lose. Amid the devastation, Xiao Xi positioned herself protectively beside Yun Yin and agently warned that her mana was nearly exhausted, insisting they had to use this moment to break through and escape at once. Before she could move, Yun Yi emerged from the darkness behind her, coldly warning her not to even consider running as he unleashed a ruthless sneak attack, Shadow Pierce, aimed directly at her back. And witnessing the ambush, Yun shouted Xiao Yi's name in a surge of panic and fury before immediately redirecting his rage toward Yun Yi and charging at him with his blade drawn. Unshaken, Yun Yi casually summoned a dense barrier of shadow spikes to intercept the attack. And as Yun tore through the constructs with fierce strikes, Yun Yi questioned why this boy harbored such intense hatred, arrogantly remarking that he always carried out his massacres cleanly, so someone of Yun's apparent age should not even know who he was. Slipping past the counterattacks, Yun activated his skill and vanished, dissolving into shadow before reappearing instantly above him to continue the assault. Watching closely, Yun began to note with surprise just how skillfully this mysterious opponent wielded the Yun family's flowing cloud sword, and when Yun brought down another heavy strike, forcing him to raise yet another shadow defense, suspicion deepened as he observed that the boy was perfectly exploiting the blind spots in his defenses that only someone intimately familiar would know. As Yun unleashed a relentless barrage of glowing purple slashes, Yun Yi finally connected the pieces, realizing in shock that the stance, the technique, everything, was identical to that of his supposedly dead younger brother. Fueled by that realization and burning hatred, Yun roared his brother's name as he pressed the attack even harder, while nearby, Xiao Yi watched the intense clash in stunned silence, unable to understand the boy's sudden emotional outburst as she turned to Yun Yin and asked if she recognized him, questioning who this mysterious savior could be. With his eyes glowing purple and filled with grief and fury, Yun demanded answers, his heavy strikes crashing against Yun Yi's shadow barriers as he angrily questioned why his own brother had chosen betrayal and how he could lower himself to serving as King Luo with subordinate. Unrelenting, Yun pressed the attack while shouting for answers, demanding to know why their own family had been slaughtered, his glare filled with raw hatred as he poured every ounce of strength into his next strike. With a powerful blow, his blade smashed through Yun Yi's shadow defenses, and as the barrier broke apart, Yun cried out in anguish, asking how his brother could have brought himself to kill their innocent little sister, Yun Taya. At that deeply personal accusation, Yun Yi fell silent for a brief moment as the final realization settled in. Then a sinister smile crept across his face and he let out a sharp, amused laugh before summoning a massive surge of dark energy in his hand, forcing Yun to retreat violently to avoid the shockwave. Fixing his opponent with a look of twisted amusement and understanding, Yun Yi acknowledged the impossible truth, and as Yun skidded to a halt, he loudly revealed the boy's identity to everyone on the battlefield, declaring him to be his younger brother, Yun Che. Yun Che met his gaze without hesitation, his expression set with unwavering fury, and as the words echoed, both Xiao Yi and Yun Yin were left stunned by the revelation that this young man was a legendary Yun, long believed dead. Yun Yi's smile deepened as he remarked that his brother's return explained all the strange events that had been unfolding, while Yun Yin stared at her savior in disbelief, softly speaking his name as the truth sank in. This was not the traitor history had described, but her great-uncle. Nearby, Xiao Yi struggled to process how Yun could possibly still be alive after so many years. Yet Yun Yi showed no interest in their shock, instead looking at his younger brother with a cold, mocking grin as he casually acknowledged his return before immediately lunging forward, declaring he would simply kill him again. Their blade collided with tremendous force as the two brothers clashed, and Yun Che tightened his grip on his glowing weapon, channeling its enhanced power before roaring and striking back, driving Yun Yi away with a heavy blow. Recovering quickly, Yun Yi coolly noted that Yun's attack power was unusually high and responded at once by casting Shadow Pierce, sending jagged spikes of darkness erupting from the ground toward him. But as they surged upward, Yun vanished using his skill and reappeared high above, bringing his blade down in a lethal arc, his purple eyes blazing with rage as he screamed for his brother to go to hell. Yet just as the strike fell, Yun disappeared, reappearing amidst dark chains as he unleashed Shadow Assault, mocking Yun by asking whether he believed he alone could use displacement techniques. Their battle became a blur, the two exchanging rapid strikes in a high-speed duel as their blades clashed again and again, until the intensity forced Yun to disengage, skidding backward across the rocky ground to create distance between them. Yun surged forward, closing the gap as he taunted Yun, questioning whether he still saw himself as a hero. And although Yun tried to defend against the assault, Yun overpowered him with a strike infused with red energy, mocking him as nothing more than a lucky brat with only a fraction of real talent. As Yun was blasted backward through erupting spikes of darkness, Yun dismissed everything he had achieved in the past, claiming that even without him, someone else would have risen to take his place. Bleeding from a fresh wound across his chest, Yun forced himself to land firmly, immediately swinging his blade to shatter the surrounding spikes. But Yun followed up by summoning a massive shadow claw and demanded to know whether Yun had any understanding of how much the kingdom had flourished since his death. And as the enormous claw crashed down and tore apart the rocky terrain, Yun declared that after the rebels were eliminated, the kingdom had finally begun to move as a single, unified force. Yun leapt high to evade the shockwave and debris. Yet even as he moved, Yun continued boasting about increased harvests and the end of border conflicts. Then in an instant, he appeared directly behind the airborne Yun, praising the machines created under King Luo as a dark, shadowy arm extended from him and coiled tightly around Yun's neck. More tendrils rose from below, wrapping around Yun's legs and locking him in place mid-air as Yun held him captive, demanding to know whether he could acknowledge the prosperity of their modern cities. From the surrounding darkness, deadly constructs began to form as Yun spoke mockingly of the contented, smiling citizens of the kingdom. And with Yun suspended helplessly, countless massive shadow spears tipped with red light aimed directly at him, filling the space from every direction. Glorifying King Luo as the hero of their era, Yun unleashed Shadow Burial, sending the barrage of spears hurtling forward until they converged and buried Yun within a dense, towering mass of shadow that crackled violently with red and yellow energy as it sought to crush him completely. In the next instant, a brilliant pillar of golden light tore through the darkness as celestial requiem bell erupted, annihilating the shadow prison in a massive explosion. And standing amid the shattered remains, Yun refused to accept any of his brother's justifications, directly challenging that twisted reasoning by asking whether hiding harsh truths under the excuse of necessity could ever justify murdering their own family. At that moment, Yun's sword shifted form, while Yun responded coldly, asserting that when comparing the lives of the Yun family to the fate of the entire kingdom, the decision had been obvious, and as their blade collided once more with violent force, Yun pressed further, questioning whether their stubborn father could truly have been guilty of treason and demanding to know if wiping out every member of their family had ever been necessary at all. Yun brushed aside the blame, placing the entire tragedy on Yun's unpredictable nature, and as his anger intensified, he declared that it was precisely Yun's refusal to show reverence toward King Luo that had ultimately sealed their family's fate. Yun roared that every action he had taken was for the sake of peace, while Yun, badly wounded, pushed back by saying that no matter how convincing those justifications sounded, there was an undeniable flaw, reminding him that without his intervention back then, no one would have been able to stop the SSS-ranked dungeon disaster, and that the entire kingdom would have been wiped out, making all the progress Yun bragged about meaningless. That claim struck a nerve, and Yun snapped back furiously, insisting he could have handled the catastrophe himself even without Yun's presence. His teeth clenched in resentment as he accused Yun of stealing the glory and monopolizing the kingdom's resources. Hearing such irrational anger, Yun let out a hollow laugh as the truth finally settled in his mind, and with a dark, steady voice, he looked at his older brother in disappointment and stated the reality. Yun had slaughtered their family and turned on him out of deep-seated jealousy. Yun froze in confusion at the accusation, clearly taken aback. But that moment quickly twisted into defensive fury as he shouted that he had no reason to envy someone who had lost everything, while Yun said nothing and instead allowed a blazing golden aura to ignite around his injured body. Provoked further by that calm silence, Yun mocked him as nothing more than a pawn caught within King Luo's schemes, only for Yun to respond evenly that Yun himself was no different, living as the king's puppet. Those words struck deeply, and Yun's eyes widened in shock before rage consumed him completely, screaming for Yun to be silent as he summoned another shadowy claw and lunged forward, slamming it down with crushing force that shattered the rocky ground beneath them. Yet Yun met the attack head-on and blocked it effortlessly with his blade, as pink and purple energy flared around him. Yun declared with certainty that it was time to bring their battle to an end. Nearby, Ying watched in shock as Yun raised a glowing red artifact, which Yun immediately recognized as King Luo's SSS rank accessory, the mirror image crystal core, demanding to know how he had obtained it, knowing that the item allowed its user to copy a skill from an ally. Without hesitation, Yun activated the artifact and replicated the body of the Berserker skill from his own summon. And as the ability took hold, violent red lightning surged across his body, amplifying his attack power by 300% and his speed by 200%. The immense strain and overwhelming surge of energy forced a visible transformation as Yun's hair turned a glowing white. The Berserker ability further boosting his strength and speed as his health dropped lower, and standing there blooded yet unyielding, with white hair shining and his massive sword burning with fierce energy, Yun fully embodied the Berserker state before declaring to his brother that he was finished listening to excuses, and that everything would end here and now. Earlier, as King Luo we prepared to leave and ordered his followers to move with him, Yunche seized the moment and took the SSS rank accessory from him, the mirror image crystal core still resting against the king's chest until Yun suddenly launched a fierce attack, declaring he had come to collect a blood debt, his blade crashing down, slipping past the king's guard, and slicing the accessory free from his clothes before Yun grabbed it and immediately retreated into the mirror world, where, severed from its owner's phantom, the item lost its bond and became a free object that Yun easily caught as the system confirmed he had obtained the mythical mirror image crystal core, whose primary ability allowed him to copy and store one skill from an ally. In the midst of battle, Yun activated the stolen crystal core and copied the body of the Berserker skill from his powerful undead summon Lin. And the moment he used it, his body transformed as his eyes burned red, his head turned white, and the system displayed a massive surge in his combat stats, boosting his attack by 300% and his speed by 200%, with those enhancements continuing to rise as his health dropped. While surrounded by a blazing aura and gripping a massive flaming sword, Yun stood firm on the battlefield, proving to everyone watching that he was far more than a mere lucky fighter. Enraged at the sight of the stolen item, Yun Yi charged forward with his sword, shouting at Yun for taking the king's property. Yet Yunche blocked the strike effortlessly, treating his brother's attack as insignificant before countering with a powerful swing of his flaming blade that crushed the assault and unleashed a massive wave of fire and force, blasting Yun Yi and the nearby soldiers backward. After which Yun Yi, cursing his brother, activated his martial deterrence domain to restrain him, and as their sword collided again, Yun Yi rebuked Yun, questioning whether theft matched a hero's morals and demanding to know what had become of his knightly spirit. Then, filled with anger, he shouted, asking how Yun could dare call him jealous. Remaining composed, Yunche met his gaze with glowing red eyes and calmly stated that his conscience was clear. Then, with a sharp upward slash, he caught his older brother off guard, leaving Yun Yi bleeding from the mouth as he echoed those words in disbelief, doubting that Yun's conscience could truly be clear before suddenly erupting with dark energy that forced Yun to raise his shield and block the blast. After which Yun Yi activated his Shadow Hunter skill and transformed into a towering shadow of dark energy, reducing the damage he took by 50% and lowering the mana cost of his shadow abilities, all while accusing Yun of hypocrisy for pretending to be righteous, insisting they were both guilty of selfish actions. Yun Yi then cast Shadow Mia, weakening Yun's attack and speed as he claimed his own actions served the greater good, before vanishing into the darkness and launching rapid strikes, slashing his younger brother and drawing blood. Yet as Yun's health dropped, the Berserker skill took effect, steadily increasing his attack and speed with every hit he endured. So despite suffering heavy wounds and bleeding continuously, Yun's combat power kept rising without stopping. Yunche paid no attention to the pain as his glowing red eyes sharpened with focus while his health plummeted, and with a thunderous roar it dropped to a mere 132 out of 2,520. Dark, blazing energy engulfing his battered body as he reached the peak of his Berserker state, driving his attack power up by 600% and his speed by 400%. And gripping his sword tighter. He dismissed his brother's excuses as dull before leaping high and swinging his flaming blade to release an enormous wave of fire, even joking mid-attack as he asked his older brother whether he had enjoyed his life over the past few years. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, Yun Yi could only defend, desperately trying to withstand the endless barrage of fiery slashes as he clenched his teeth, blood spilling from his mouth while he silently struggled beneath the crushing force of Yun's empowered strikes, until, spotting an opportunity, he ordered the archers to unleash a continuous rain of arrows, having already identified Yun's weakness, since the body of the Berserker drastically reduced his defense and health in exchange for all power. And as the arrows filled the sky, Yun Yi laughed, declaring that Yun could never evade them all at once and that even ordinary soldiers could easily kill him in such a fragile state. Xiao and Yun Yin looked up in alarm as the arrows descended upon the battlefield, Xiao crying out Yunche's name just as a summon. The undead spirit Chuan appeared to shield them, raising a massive magical barrier known as the Sword and Shield Absolute Domain. Yet the sheer force and number of the heavy arrows overwhelmed it, piercing straight through the undead knight's defense as the lethal rain continued toward Yun, who remained completely exposed mid-air during his attack. And in that critical moment, Xiao lifted her hand as radiant holy light shone from her, casting the powerful defensive skill Purifying Sanctuary, forming a vast golden dome that covered the area, shattered the incoming arrows, and blocked the deadly assault. The immense strain of the magic took its toll on Xiao Xi, forcing her down to one knee as she panted heavily, sweat dripping while she struggled to recover her energy. And seizing the chance, several soldiers leapt toward her with weapons raised, aiming to strike the weakened paladin, only for the undead Dinkuan to intercept them at the last instant, swinging his massive sword to defend her as he engaged the attackers. While amid the clash, Xiao Xi glanced around and realized that fewer undead were being revived, leading her to conclude that Yun's mana was nearly depleted, her expression turning anxious as she understood that if Yun did not end the battle quickly, they would all perish. Explosions of fire continued to crash into the enemy ranks, yet the sheer magnitude of Yun's attacks made it clear he could not sustain this much longer. And forcing himself beyond his limits, the blooded Yun launched another blazing strike at his older brother as the two exchanged a flurry of rapid blows, until Yun, eyes glowing red with anger, fixed a fierce glare on him and declared that Yun had driven him to take extreme measures. After which, moving with sudden speed, he vanished into the shadows and reappeared in a swift shadow assault. And then, standing amid the ruins, Yun raised a strange, red-glowing device and shouted King Luo's name. As Yun shouted that he would use the power granted by the king, the device in his hand suddenly shattered, releasing a violent surge of red energy that surged outward and wrapped around his body, reshaping him as dark, living armor spread across his chest. And with pride, he declared that this strength granted him the finest weapons and defenses on the battlefield. Then, fully transformed and gripping an enormous crimson sword, he roared with terrifying force, utterly convinced that Yun could not overcome such overwhelming power. Yet Yun Che paid no attention to the transformation, appearing instantly behind a startled Yun Yi and calmly questioning where that confidence came from. And as he prepared to strike, the system revealed that his flowing cloud sword had triggered a hidden adaptation effect, synchronizing with the body of the berserker skill so the weapon could adjust to his massive enhancements, allowing him to fully wield the full 600% increase in attack and 400%